because this is a new era we are going to. Take it or leave it. Technology is taking over. It's taking over. Then let me talk about the disadvantage AI.
Before we get to
Put it in
disadvantage,
two ways.
before we
Okay,
get to
okay, okay,
disadvantage,
okay.
you
Okay,
said people
okay.
can make millions of dollars
Yes,
online.
yes, yes,
What platform is the easiest to get by to post some of
yes.
this content? And
Okay.
for your boss, you said, posted stuff, and within 2 weeks he
He
has,
created accounts within 2 weeks.
yeah, within 2 weeks, and what kind
Yeah.
of content was he posting? And
Faceless
do
content.
you care to share?
I will just give you a brief about it. It's a course that you have to pay for to learn, but I'll just give you an intro about it. It's a
Okay.
faceless content. You don't need to sit in front of camera before you post any.
You go to some of our public institutions because you want to say tuition is free, the laboratories are almost empty. So when you pay money, just like an investor, when you pay, you ask for value. When you see buses in the nation's capital, buses are designed to take 50 passengers. Sometimes you have over 110, 120. That's because they are highly subsidized and free. For
Thanks for joining us. It's still your signature show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Our guest is a member of the National Assembly representing Igboeze North, Udenu Federal Constituency of Enugu State. He was a former commissioner in the government of Enugu State in charge of poverty alleviation. He was also a renowned banker who understands banking regulations, monetary policies, and the economy. My pleasure to welcome Honorable Dennis Agbo.
Thank you.
Honorable Agbo, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, a lot of Nigerians are concerned that after that major policy decision and statement by our new president, that the dual exchange, which many Nigerians also thought was problematic, had been collapsed, that the Naira will get stronger and our economy will have some kind of breathing space. But it doesn't look like anything very positive has happened. In the contrary, the Naira has become weaker, going up to as far as 950 Naira to a dollar. What do you think this government should be doing to ensure that the Naira does not fall lower than it is now?
Okay. Once again, I want to thank you for having me on your program. The thing about exchange rate determination has very, very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So, one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce exports? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria? How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play between the forces of demand and supply. How much do we need foreign exchange? The dollar, the pound sterling, the Chinese yuan, and so on. We need a lot of it. Nigeria is a consuming economy. Our appetite for consumption is so high. We don't even want to be satisfied with the things we produce in Nigeria. So our appetite is very high. So our demand for foreign exchange is very, very high. So when you demand a lot of foreign exchange and you don't supply, you don't have enough earnings of foreign exchange which constitutes your supply, naturally the price will go up. What happened in Nigeria is that everything turned to the negative when our production of agricultural produce went drastically low. Because you can say our output of oil is fixed in the short to medium term by OPEC quota. It is only in agriculture that you can tweak how much you produce. You can increase it drastically because we have the natural endowments to do so. But we have not done this. And so, when we started having the crisis between the headers and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically.
Went further down?
Yes.
Because it was already down.
It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we were curtailing the import. We were cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We were almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing certain items of rice importation, certain amount of rice importation into Nigeria. So, these are the dynamics that determine the price, the exchange rate of our
dependency on foreign goods and our inability to also offer something in the international market that will yield foreign exchange for us is part of the big problem.
That is essentially the problem.
Yeah, and you're in the National Assembly, and I'm wondering, yes, I know we have all the trade agreements and trade multilateral agreements and all that. But we are in Abuja, and I've had times I went to Aminu Kano Crescent, where you have the big electronic companies. And if you stand there for an hour and you see what Nigerians are buying, or you go to some of the furniture markets in Abuja and they see the quantity of furniture that are being brought in. And I also understand that to some extent there are some restrictions on some of these goods. Are you not saying that if those of you in National Assembly make laws that will curtail this influx of luxury goods, because these are not goods that would make people live. You understand what I mean? It's luxury. It's a want. It's not a need. Is it not possible that laws can be made so that laws that would protect our local industry? Because a lot of people are into furniture production in Nigeria, but they're embattled by the cheap furniture that is coming from China, that is coming from Turkey, that is coming from every other place. Is it not possible for us to make laws that can help cut down on these things that are taking away the little foreign exchange that we have?
Okay. Now, I want to say, first of all, you mentioned about being in the National Assembly. Yes, I'm in the National Assembly, and what is going on is a huge concern to every well-meaning member of the National Assembly. It's almost a national embarrassment. That's what it is. Now, what can we do? We can do a lot. In the 8th Assembly, when this crisis between the farmers and the headers broke, I thought we can find a legislative intervention to what was going on. I inquired and I discovered that in places where people achieve very high level of animal husbandry, meat production, milk production. They don't roam their cattle. And so domestication of the animal was the way to go. But when you want to domesticate, there are certain animal husbandry transformation things, plans you have to implement. I championed the plan to transform the animal husbandry system in Nigeria with a view to curtailing and terminating the movement of the herdsmen. It had to involve the transformation of the grass production. It had to involve the fortification of feed. It had to involve the milk production, for creating the milk parlors. It had to involve artificial insemination of the animals, and so on and so forth. That's a potpourri of plans. Who were the people that will champion this? It was NAPRI, National Agricultural and Animal Production Research Institute, Zaria. I came to the house with a plan. Let us fund NAPRI with a view to transforming the animal husbandry system in Nigeria. We implemented fully the first phase of that plan. If we had continued it in the Ninth Assembly, which I didn't participate in, we would have gone very far with that. What am I saying? These herders would have been in one place. You go there, you inseminate their animals. As a matter of fact, as they roam, the meat production reduces drastically because they consume all the food they have, food nutrient, they consume it roaming. So the meat production goes down. The milk production comes to almost zero. So it does us no good. And then they go and confront the farmers, and then the farmers are chased out of the farm, and then we don't produce the crops again, and everything is just in a riotous situation. That is what the National Assembly can do. Now,
in terms of what comes into the country, for the foreign goods,
can
they make law?
That is to increase the agricultural production by allowing the farmers to remain in their farm. That is one thing we can do to remove the crisis between them and the herdsmen. Now, in terms of bringing in what comes in, there is no reason on earth now why Nigeria should still be importing furniture in the magnitude we do it. Because at a point, certain companies, prominently Julius Berger, and certain other companies at Ogun Axis, Abeokuta Axis, even in the east.
In Benin.
In Benin. Benin was also a furniture hub.
In Oka?
Yes. Oka was a furniture hub. Benin was a furniture hub. Abeokuta was a furniture hub. And then Julius Berger was leading. We should have been able to put a lot of attention towards this direction to make importation of furniture unnecessary. Because right now, furniture importation is consuming a whole lot of our foreign exchange. It is absolutely unnecessary. And again, even if you want to say Turkey people have also achieved a high level of, sophistication in furniture production, why don't they come to Nigeria and set up? We have the wood materials, which is the raw material for this. We have our vast land in forests where they can go and produce the wood. You can integrate backwards. After all, a company like Dangote integrates backwards to sugarcane production, for sugar production. So that's sugarcane produce from the farm for sugar production. You can make these people to come and invest in Nigeria, employ our people, make this importation unnecessary.
What role can the National Assembly play in this?
The National Assembly we can come by way of law making, we can come by way of motion. We can make a law to adjust or amend the sectoral allocation of foreign exchange by the central bank. 2, we can also make, because right now we are back to official and parallel again. As of yesterday, because the rate of exchange of the dollar now climbing towards 1,000 naira per dollar became very embarrassing even for the new government. And they had to move backwards again, kept the official exchange rate, which had moved from 405, it had climbed up to 750. They kept it there, but as of yesterday, it was 775.
So there's still a dichotomy.
Yes, the dichotomy is re-emerging again. Because the government cannot face the embarrassment of what is going on, allowing the merged exchange rate to climb towards 1,000 naira. It is like postponing the doomsday. But the thing they need to do urgently, and I'm happy, the government also proclaimed a state of emergency in agricultural production. I can tell you, for me personally, I think that every hand should be on deck. I have sponsored motions in this particular 10th assembly that are driving what the government is trying to do. For instance, they have proclaimed a state of emergency on agricultural production. It came from when they were trying to determine what is it that they should do for as palliatives for. And then when we came and we said, look, reduce the price of food. Reduce the price of food. It is the thing driving the high inflation. And it is the thing taping food production. Allow the farmers to go back to the farm. Make sure that they are secured in the farm. The president now came out and proclaimed a state of emergency on food production, where he accepted that, look, farmers have to be secure in their farms. There has to be guaranteed offtake of output through commodity boards that led to farmers drastically through extension services and so on and so forth. These were proclaimed and packaged in what he called the state of emergency on agricultural production. That is the way to go. And within a year, I can tell you, if everybody puts his hand on that, for instance, if I, a legislator, focuses on agricultural production for my legislative intervention, and that's what I have done. Right now, I am creating a poultry cluster within my constituency. That is what I am doing. That is my focus of attention. Apart from giving my people water and a little bit of infrastructural development, my focus of attention is entrepreneurship development and creating sustainable livelihood through agricultural production by making my constituency a poultry cluster. We intend to create at least 10,000 jobs, and then we intend to increase the poultry output, both egg production and meat production in poultry. This is what everybody should be thinking, because we are in a state of crisis. We cannot get out of this. And incidentally, now going to your question, why is it, how is it that the furniture market is booming? How is it, why is it that the electronic market is booming? It is because of corruption. We have to face it head on. There is corruption in the land. Very serious corruption is embedded in our system. Why is it that in a country where a lot of the majority of our population cannot afford three meals, in fact 2 meals in a day, why do people get all the money with which they are buying all the things that you mentioned? Furniture and electronics. Go to the automobile market. Go along Kubwa Road. Go around Nigeria. You see how people are buying obscene cars. Okay. And so on and so forth. When people are facing a real crisis of
that is why I'm actually interested in what the National Assembly, because I'm thinking that the National Assembly has to be intentional about this, understanding the emergency that we are facing. That is is an existential challenge for our country. I'm asking, in South Africa, for instance, you have Mercedes producing. I remember not too long ago when they celebrated, was it the 1 millionth car or something there? Why can't we, for instance, make a law that the electronics producers like LG, Hisense, Samsung should come to Nigeria and establish factories, especially when it gets to some kind of cost threshold that the monies that are going out. Why can't we encourage some of these entities to come here with, through making laws?
Yes, you cannot legislate people to go and die. You cannot make a law that everybody should, that LG should file out and go and die in Nigeria. You cannot make a law that Honda should file out and go and die.
How do you mean go
what
and
I'm
die
saying is
in
that
Nigeria?
even Dunlop that was here had gone. And other companies, why are they going? The environment of doing business in Nigeria is very, very hostile and bad. And we can handle it. We can change it. That is the starting point. It's not by legislating people to death or legislating corporations to go and die, because this is a dying field.
So we need
for
to
corporations.
we need to make laws
because of corruption.
that will make,
because
that will make the environment
because,
friendly for companies to exist, not just foreign companies, including Nigerian companies.
Yes, it's hostile.
Is the National Assembly doing
Do you have rules to drive on? Do you have security?
Is the National
do you have what do you have?
No, no.
Do you have the look at our credit system? I was a banker. Look at our credit system. How much access do people have to access capital for doing business? You don't have any access. Our banks are irresponsible. The banks in Nigeria are totally irresponsible. I was a banker, but I'm embarrassed about the kind of irresponsibility of our banks. They are just milking the people and are not helping the economy at all. The banks are the facilitators. They are the energizers of economic development. Without the banks, there's very little the economy can do. That the banks are not helping, and nobody's talking about regulation. I should suggest, I should rather say that the central bank should come down on the banks very heavily. Let them become responsible. In other climes, you have banks handhold little micro companies.
Incubate.
Incubate them and then grow them. In Nigeria, it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah.
The Nigerian companies, they lend only to the people who they think are big. But some people who are small sometimes before they become big.
I want to say they lend to only people that can return the investment in 1 week, in 1 month.
And what do those people do with it? Do they produce anything that we can see? The small and medium scale enterprise sector, that's the engine of growth. If we don't encourage them, that's not where we are going.
I'm interested in what you said about the banks. And I'm coming back to the National Assembly again. For instance, I'll give you very, very, very clear instances. The foreign furniture companies operating in Nigeria are suffocating the local market. And I will explain. A guy like can't even get a loan to buy machinery to automate his production process. You see them still using the saw and all that, going all through that themselves. No,
see, I don't know how much time you have in this program. Let me cut in to say that there are things that this government, our government, must confront. For somebody to bring business in Nigeria is the thing that will help us to survive. So you don't you don't give the person any room of incentive. Nothing like an incentive that exists in Nigeria. They tax people to death in Nigeria here. There are multiple taxation. The government does not care.
I need to point out this
the environment
so that
is
I need to point this out so that you can look at it holistically. The point I'm making is that foreign companies come with very subsidized loans from their home countries, suffocating our industry.
That's it. Because they have
nobody is doing the regulation.
What?
And I'll give you an instance. A furniture company in Nigeria.
Why don't you try to make because the reverse is the case. If they are bringing these things because they have incentives in their company, create incentive for your own local people. Then you can stop them from coming.
Fine, but we don't have the kind of money they have. Let me explain.
What is the money?
Let me explain. They come in, they sell furniture for 1 million today. And because they have so much subsidy coming from their home government, the next week, they bring the cost of that same furniture down by 75%. Of course, there's no way anybody will go and buy the Nigerian furniture when they can get this one coming from outside. And I'm thinking they have unfair,
you know what we do in Nigeria? What we do in Nigeria, we leave a farmer who wants to produce rice. We leave him to the weather, to the elements. We leave him to go and face the banks. We leave him to go and buy his machinery. We leave him to go and do everything, to go and invest even in research. Somebody wants to be a rice farmer. He first of all invests in research in the high yielding varieties of rice. He produces the seedlings. He does everything. He gets nothing from his government. That is not the way to, till we realize that for somebody to accept to do business, you must support him deliberately. It's not by accident. You need to give them loans, soft loans, grants of all sorts, just to make them to produce. Because if they don't produce, we continue to die the way we are doing.
The National Assembly has the power to change what you're talking about. What is the National Assembly doing?
I am a member of the National Assembly.
Yes.
Watch me and my trajectory. Watch me the way I'm coming. Watch me what I was able to do in my first tenure. These things are very, very clear to me. We have just started in the 10th. I missed the 9th Assembly. I'm in the 10th Assembly. Within this 10th Assembly, how many motions have I moved?
No, my
motions are now the agenda setter for the government right now.
How do you carry everybody? How do you carry everybody?
You can do so much at a time. You can do so much.
It's important that everybody
when the government came with palliatives for fuel subsidy removal, I know what I did. What did I do? I approached the speaker. I said, look, this thing is not the right way to go. Let me do you a memo. Let me do a private memo so that you let us be informed about how to get about it. He said, no, come to the house with a motion. I came to the house with a motion. That my motion today changed the agenda. The government withdrew their first offer. They withdrew it and then they went and retooled it.
Okay, we're almost running out of time, and I need to bring this to your attention and get your view on this. The way the foreign exchange process happens in Nigeria looks so unusual and awkward when you look at other climes. It's only in Nigeria that I can walk into an aboki shop and exchange $200,000. There's no receipt, there's no documentation, there's no identification of the person that has so exchanged $200,000.
Who are the greatest patrons of the aboki?
No, fine. So
it's government officials.
That's what I'm saying. So
they have dollarized our system, and nobody is saying anything about it.
In Nigeria today,
payments are being made by government officials in dollars in Nigeria here. So
is it right?
It's wrong.
Are we going to let it just go on?
It is wrong. But you have the executive arm, you have the legislative arm. Because the legislature can do so much, but there has to be a cooperation between the various arms of government.
Because you talked about corruption in this conversation. I'm also saying that this loose way of handling our foreign exchange has also made room for a lot of corruption. We hear that a lot of government officials, state governors, and other people, they get allocation, they round trip the money to the BDCs. If we have a legislation from the National Assembly that says that for you to change money, your identity card, what's that other one we use in banking now?
VIN, that's
the number.
No, NIN.
Your
National
name,
Identification Number.
There's the other one about
BVN.
So these are entered in a process that Honorable Abu has exchanged $10,000. He's exchanging another 50. Something that can be activated with EFCC.
That's a committee of the House we just created.
Okay, good.
There's a committee of the House called Electronic Banking Committee. My friend is the chairman. The committee is just taking off. These are the things they need to grapple with.
Because I think we need to talk to a man like that.
Yes, you will talk to him, you will speak with him. Now, what I'm saying is that if they find a way of tying each person's foreign exchange utilizations per period using his BVN, using his name, using his all other forms of identifications. And then they make sure that you don't exceed this amount. And that this amount of foreign exchange cannot be given to this particular BVN.
And across the counter.
It can be done. It can be done. It can be done. But let the journey start. But I'm saying there are other things that the government also needs to be doing. They have to focus on production. Production. If we don't produce, we will die.
Okay, I agree with you that a lot of production, not just agricultural production, manufacturing.
Mainly, but it is in agriculture that we have our comparative economic advantage.
There should be a lot of manufacturing, where, I mean, because...
It's when you win the war in primary agricultural production that you now begin to go to processing of agricultural produce, then you now go to automation, you go to build an aeroplane. When you have not fed yourself and you are importing rice, importing cold stored chicken, you cannot be talking about building a car. And the car manufacturers are looking at your roads that are impassable. They are looking at traveling in Nigeria that has become undoable because of insecurity. They are looking at all this. So let the government, as a matter of critical emergency, focus on all this, and first of all, make the environment in Nigeria conducive for people to even come and do business. Why is it that people, a company like Volkswagen, will go to Rwanda and set up and run away from Nigeria? They were already buying land and doing things, to prepare to establish in Nigeria. The environment became too hostile for them. They went to Rwanda. Rwanda, a short while ago, some years ago, had the kind of crisis we had with the herdsmen and the farmers. And they faced an existential crisis. But they solved their problem. And now they have become investment destination for everybody around the world. We can do the same thing here. But let there be sincerity. Let there be sincerity. First of all, in the election of our representatives, of those who govern us. Are they the people we voted for? Can the judiciary do us a favor and call a spade a spade? If we don't do these things, we can only dance around. If we don't bring out the best foot forward, we cannot be stewing, going around, stewing around like as if we are not a serious people.
Honorable, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's been my pleasure.
My pleasure too. Thank you.
And joining me now is Professor Samson Alhaji Shaibu, former acting Director General of Radio Nigeria, also known as FRCN. He's now a Professor of Media Studies at the Bingham University in Nasarawa State, very near Abuja. He's a satirist, author, writer, producer, and he has, well, back when he was in radio, he used to produce a program called Zuma Echoes. But many years, even after being Director General, you have continued to sustain this program, Professor Shaibu. But let me even start by saying welcome to our program.
Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here.
You've continued to sustain this program on social media, Zuma Echoes. There was an episode that caught my attention, actually, where I started looking for you everywhere and wanted to have this conversation. It was the one you entitled Not Yet Uhuru, and then the other one that you entitled How Can It Be Well with Us? Prof, the living condition in Nigeria for some people have become killing, in quotes. A lot of families find it very difficult, to put food on the table. Nobody's talking about 3 square meals anymore. People are just trying to even survive.
Yeah.
How did we get here as a country?
Yeah. It's a long story, but the dread alarm for where we are staying now has been sounded very, very many years ago. If you take a retrospective view of our nation, you remember we had a first republic that had vision. We had the likes of Sardauna of Sokoto, we have Tafawa Balewa, we have Zik, we had Awolowo, and so on and so forth. These were visionary politicians who were working on political manifesto and agenda. And then we had what we call 5-year development plan, 10-year development, and so on and so forth. Those people were not narrow identity politicians. They were passionate politicians. They were committed politicians. They were not there to satisfy their pockets. They were there to render service to humanity. And by their simple move, you will agree with me that the First Republic politicians left so many legacies. For example, if you talk of Sir Ahmad Bello, yes, he was a conservative. He was seen by many as a religious bigot, but yet he left legacies. What are the legacies? ABU was the legacy. Kaduna Polytechnic was a legacy. There was a Northern Nigerian Development Corporation legacy. There was a Bank of the North, another legacy. These were destroyed by these narrow identity Northern politicians. If you go to the West, for example, Awolowo left legacies. We met how many years ago? About 30 years ago. If you go to Ibadan up till now, you see the Cuckoo House. These are valid living legacies. And then you are talking of free education, these were legacies, and so on and so forth. But when you fast forward, you discover that the politics we are playing now are no politics of direction. They are visionless politics of visionless politicians rerouting us to further destructions, and they cover up with their religious bigotry, they cover up with tribalism, they cover up with narrow identity politics. So it's a gradual progression.
That got us here.
That got us here. You remember in radio, in those days when we met, the training schools were functioning very well. You had a radio station, you have a servicing training school that produces people for succession of broadcasting. This has been killed. Then you look at other areas, banking sector, succession formula was there. Then you look at the school system, succession formula, they were there. And then you look at even politics. They were building politicians that would take over. We had the likes of Aminu Kano, we had all of them. Yes, they may belong to different parties, but they were united in leaving legacies of progress and development for the nation. So if you fast forward now, what do we see? Local governments that are dead, state functionaries that the governors are despotic and ruling like tyrannical rulers of empires. So, and then if you look again, the media, where we were over 30 years ago, there were dread alarms warning politicians that if they continue doing what they were doing, they were going to sink. Now, the First Republic politicians did not listen, they sank. Shagari and his group did not listen, they sank. Fast forward a little bit, NPN and even PDP were warned. They didn't listen. Even in ABU, where I had my first degree, there were serious warnings by the likes of Bala Usman. There were warnings from the Southern universities, from the likes of Professor Escott Toyo, Patrick Wilmot, ABU, and they were warning. And they came up with a theory in ABU in those days. And the theory was, it was rooted on that we cannot survive as politicians or as a nation because if we continue with corruption, there was the indispensability of they call it fragility of stability. That the nation cannot be stable if there is fragility of stability. The dons were warning us. I was young, I was a student. They didn't listen. Politicians never listened.
Okay.
Yes.
You've been doing a lot of fast forward. I want to do a rewind.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go back to
Yeah.
the era of Michael Okpara, Sardauna of Sokoto, Awolowo. They achieved so much.
They did.
They achieved so much. And I want to ask, was it the system that we operated? Because at that time there was parliamentary system. And you saw a lot of competition, healthy competition between the regions. So Sardauna builds, I'm just saying, I'm not in terms of the way it came. Sardauna builds a university. Okpara wants to build a university. Awolowo builds a TV station.
First in Africa.
The other one wants to build another one. They build Cocoa House. Zeke builds the ACB house in Enugu.
Exactly. It worked.
You know, there was a lot of competition. Why were they so successful?
Well, they were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east. And the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives, and then you dovetail it.
They killed industries.
Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters.
Just
Yes.
a couple of weeks ago, we had a guest on this program, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obon Victor Atta. And he was advocating for a return to the autonomy that the regions enjoyed. He said we should take it down to the states, and that if anybody felt that it was going to be negative, that it was actually going to be positive, because no single state can threaten the bigger, the bigger nation. And he said it worked before. Why don't we go back there? Do you share that opinion?
Definitely. You know, if you look
because
at,
this also includes keeping a part of your resource, putting something in the center, being innovative.
Beautiful. I share the opinion with that great man, that governor, to a large extent. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffers. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as were made to believe in those days, were hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we are having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states.
But the Constitution does not allow the federal government to do that.
It is a skewed constitution to promote corruption. That constitution is not it. We discard the constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until we have no nation anymore. That's where we are going.
Let me go back to a word you've used more than 4 times in the course of this conversation. Narrow identity politicians. What does that mean?
Thank you. If you look at our systems now, let's take a look from Buhari era. You came as a president of the nation, you used your mouth to say you are president of the whole nation, not a president of a few. That was a statement. But you are empowering people. And then you empowered only your own people. Do you know Buhari succeeded in destroying himself, his regime? Because if you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds, kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, you bring we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
We have a new government. Does it look like it's changing?
So far, I think Tinubu should be given some kudos for inclusiveness.
That's not an opinion a lot of Nigerians share.
But government is not a popularity contest.
That was the same thing the Buhari people said. And now you're saying now that it's not a popularity contest. And Nigerians really don't think that there's a marked change from the Buhari regime to the Tinubu regime.
Let me take an example of where we are now, Abuja.
Yes.
I've been in Abuja since 1980. Are you getting it? I've seen ministers who have ruled. They are not one, they are not two, they are not three. But when you dovetail and compare them with the present minister, no matter the outcry against him, you could see work going on in all sectors. The roads are beginning to pick up in Abuja. If you say government is a popularity context, Wike is not popular, but he's productive. We had governors, what do you call them now? Ministers of Abuja who were, so to say, popular. They sat on land allocation to narrow identity, kith and kins.
Now you're talking about Wike. Not that he was going to be part of this conversation, but now that you're talking about him, what would you say about the controversy about his priorities moving forward? I mean, some of the things he has put up in his budget for the FCT, renovating the vice president's quarters for 2.5 billion, and then building another one for several billions. And the senator representing this federal capital says, yes, we need to build a cultural center. We need to do this. But we have other priorities that we should focus on. Do you agree with what she's saying?
Now, let me take it one by one. A leader must have vision and mission. If you don't have these two, you have no business in leadership. Wike has outlined his vision and mission. Among those vision and mission statements, you may have the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's natural with human beings. Now, if you look at it holistically, they should comparatively judge Wike with performances of previous ministers. You look, for example, take a look. Let's rewind a little bit. What are the national monuments that have been raised in Abuja for the past 8 years? I'm not a fan of Babangida, but you will agree with me that the National Assembly was built by Babangida, isn't it? He contributed. The villa, we are saying Babangida, ECOWAS, Babangida, and you can go on naming them. These people who are accidental leaders in our society, can you name legacies in front of them? You are talking of the road, the dualization of the road, maybe 10 lanes from here to the airport. That was done by Jonathan. These are legacies. Now, if you take ministers of Abuja one by one, and what legacies can you name in front of their name? For example, we are in this village now, they call it Mamman village. I told you I was close to Vasa. And this is a legacy. The vision and the mission were concocted by Mamman Vasa. He may not get fruition in his period, but many years after, we are talking of over 30 years ago, nobody can remove vision and legacies from leaders. So this is what we are talking about. Yes, they may have some negative policies. I can't see a sovereign nation building mansions for public functionaries and they are calling billions in the face of mass poverty. And you see that as a vision. That's a negative vision. So I won't agree with Wike in that area. But you can agree with him that he came, he wanted, for example, see, leadership without innovation is like soup without salt. People were sitting on Abuja ministerial seat before. They were waiting for allocations from government to do their projects. They didn't even know how to collect tax. You are getting it? The man has come with a formula for tax collection. He's doing one or two things. Apart from the federal grant to him, he's generating revenue within. So this is leadership.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to Zuma.
Yes, echoes.
It offers the opportunity to mirror society,
exactly,
to satirize, to use that subtle platform to hold leaders account.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Why did you choose to use that medium? Of course, you're a professor.
Yeah.
You have the lectern where you teach the future generation. Why do you think it's important for you to go out to the social media also to use this platform?
Good. You know, Vin, we didn't start yesterday, and you know where we are coming from.
Yes.
Many years ago, we were in the training school, we were in FRCN, we were in broadcasting, and as young boys, you and I, you believe we had a mission and a vision for the greatness of our country, Nigeria. And then you have no political power to actualize those vision and mission. But we had a power in our hands. That's the power of the pen. That's what we have been using over the years. Zuma Echoes, in the first instance, started as a radio drama program. It was a bitter satire on society. It was created to make Zeke had a statement I liked very well. Zeke says some of these politicians we are seeing now are nattering nabobs of negativism. You see, the Zuma Echo was created to satire nattering nabobs of negativism in our politics, in our economics.
You have to break this down.
Those are people who are accidental politicians. They have no mission. They are there because they claim to represent their people. And their people, if you ask their people, the people will tell you that they are not representing them well. So these are anachronistic politicians who are deceiving themselves that they are representing amorphous people that they are not carrying along. So these people must be exposed and ridiculed. Zuma Echoes attempts to expose these people so that they can laugh at themselves, they can cry at themselves, and they can think about themselves. And in thinking, they will move the nation forward. Let me give you an example. I was a beneficiary of Sardauna's program. When I call Sardauna, I'm talking of the likes of Zik, the likes of Okpara, the likes of Awolowo. If you see a Western man claiming that he didn't benefit from Awolowo, that's a bastard Western man. I benefited from Sardauna of Sokoto. I was in a village, a son of a poor man. I passed common entrance because there was what we call a northern common entrance examination. And then when those who passed, they send you to unity schools or star schools. That's how I passed. Secondary school, I was sent to a foremost GSS. No, there were less than 5 or 6 GSS, popular ones in the north. I was taken to one, GSS Dikina. Then after Dikina, I was taken to Federal Government College, Kaduna, for HSC. I had no godfather. I have no politicians to write a note and give me to go to Federal Government College. But today, can the son of a poor man do that? No. You must have a minister, or you must know somebody who knows a minister who must give you a note to do this, senator, whatever, before you are fixed.
Or they ask you to pay money.
Or they ask you to pay money. And in the system, there's a statement again, Roman Empire. They say every system has a negative capacity that is inbuilt for self-destruction. Politicians in Nigeria are self-destroying themselves. Instead of you putting a bill for the general masses, you are putting a bill for your pocket. Tomorrow there will be restiveness. And then you self-destruct. There are coups coming up now. Why are there coups? Coups come because of lack of democracy and good governance. And we must sit down to identify democracy. Democracy is not militocracy. Democracy is not garrison democracy. Democracy is not selection. Democracy is election. Democracy is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So all these aberrations that we are seeing now, except we check ourselves, we are self-destroying ourselves. Now the local government has been destroyed by our type of democracy. No local government works in Nigeria now. There must be restructuring to address that. States, are they working? No state is self-sustaining. There must be restructuring. And so on and so forth. Now they are killing systems to the point that the military system was about being killed. The military system was the center, a system built on national unity and security. But the way we were going, we were about destroying the military system that is synonymous with Nigeria and Nigerian ideals. So our dread alarm is to sound all these warnings so that we can check ourselves. And Zuma Echo tries to do that. Then over time, you remember in FRCM, we used to have 30 minutes programs, 40 minutes programs, so on. Now you see digitization and change in communication models is forcing us to now believe that, look, you can't hold people captive for 30 minutes anymore. Why not talk to them in few minutes? That's why we have the YouTube, we have the Facebook, we have Instagram, that are communicating to people in a jiffy, not the 30 minutes one. That's why I dovetailed into the social media to say many things at a time within a short period. That's the whole essence of Zuma Echoes.
Let's conclude, Prof.
Yeah.
Sometimes when one watches television or listens to radio or goes on social media, a lot of people get scared. I get scared sometimes about the future of our country, about the future of our children, about the unity of our country. Please, as shortly as you can, how do we navigate out of this seeming quagmire?
Yeah, the only way out is fiscal federalism in this restructured Nigeria. Because, let's even go a little bit, let's say what people are scared. You cannot heal a wound when there's iron built inside the flesh. The surgeons will tell you before you do effective healing, you must remove the external body, the iron first, before you. There are so many ions in the Nigerian system. Then some writers say, look, all lizards lie prostrate on the ground, but no one can tell the one with bellyache. All the ethnic nationalities, over 250 of them, they have political bellyaches rooted in marginalization, segregation, cheating, lack of promotion, blackmail, labelings. Are you getting it? And you feel you can build a nation along that line? It's impossible. Why is America great? America is great because of inclusion. I cannot tell my children to begin to hate Igbos, hate Yorubas, hate Hausa Fulani. My children will tell me that I am analog in thinking. Are you getting this? Is the modern child. They are not thinking in the primitive, retrogressive way. If Nigeria wants to move forward, recognize the Igbo's capacity in skills and industry. Recognize the Yoruba capacity in banking and finance. Recognize the Hausa man's capacity in agriculture. And recognize the other over 250 ethnic nationalities. They have capacities. But these capacities have been killed over time. That's why all tribes in Nigeria, all religions are lying prostrate like the lizards. They all have belly aches. And except you cure the belly aches, the nation is just, and our politicians are just merely indulging in what we call verbal orgasm. Those are political orgasms, full of sound and fury. Cannot take Nigeria anywhere.
Prof, I think that's where to leave this. And I must thank you for your time and for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I've been speaking with the former Acting Director General of Radio Nigeria and a Professor of Media Studies at Bingham University, Karo, Nasarawa State, and creator of the Zuma Echoes. He's also a satirist, author, producer, and many more. Don't go away. Signature Show continues in a moment.
think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Ojike, 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 Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Rivers accuses President Fubara's efforts. President Tinubu appoints Catholic Bishop Hassan Kuka as chairman of the Governing Council of a federal university. Yemen Soto says U.S. aircraft carrier in Red Sea attacked again. Australia raises concerns with China over letters targeting Hong Kong dissident in Australia. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The River State House of Assembly has served a notice of alleged misconduct on the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, and his deputy, Ngozi Odu, signaling an impeachment move. In a statement by the chairman of the House Committee on Information and spokesperson of the 10th River State House of Assembly, Enemi Alabo, the lawmakers accused the governor of setting the state back by failing to heed to invitation to present the 2025 appropriation bill to the River State House of Assembly, led by Martin Amewule.
It is in responding to this attitude that the Supreme Court, in its judgment, said, and I quote, "The government cannot be said to exist without one of the three arms that make up the government of the state under the 1999 Constitution. In this case, the executive arm of government has chosen to collapse the legislature to enable him govern without the legislature as a despot. As it is, there is no government in River State." That was the exact words of the Supreme Court. We had hoped that such strong words from the Supreme Court will help purge the governor of such despotic ways. Dear Rivers people, dear Nigerians, gentlemen of the press, our state must move forward. As an assembly, we are severely solicitous of progress for our state. All of us cannot be held to ransom by one man's ego. All of us must join hands to plead with the governor to do the right thing in the right and lawful way so our states can make progress. This assembly has borne the brunt of this crisis. We have endured immense hardship. We have been battered almost beyond our carrying capacity. We have been punished unduly and unfairly for trying to perform our constitutional duties. Our governor must not extend this punishment to Rivers people. No. Please no. We must not allow it. We have seen hell. Our hallowed chamber was burnt down by the governor. The House of Assembly complex was brought down by the governor, totally demolished alongside our personal effects and belongings. Our speaker's residence was brutally attacked. Our residential quarters was mindlessly invaded. Our allowances have been seized for about a year and 6 months now. We still continue to suffer. Yet, we are resolved to put all this behind us in the interest of our state so that our states can move forward.
Although the Assembly earlier denied any move to impeach Fubara, speculations about plots to remove the governor is rife. The River State government has accused the State House of Assembly of frustrating Governor Siminalayi Fubara's effort to implement the ruling of the Supreme Court on the political crisis in the state. Commissioner for Information Joe Johnson stated this in a reaction to comments made by the chairman of the House of Assembly Committee on Information, Enemi Alaba George, accusing Governor Fubara of stalling the process. Mr. Johnson stated that the Assembly has consistently refused to acknowledge correspondences from the governor despite multiple attempts to engage with them. Said there are video footages showing the government's effort to deliver official documents, which he said were deliberately ignored by the lawmakers, revealing that some of the correspondence had been made public through national newspapers.
His Excellency Sir Dr. Siminalayi Fubara personally issued and signed a letter addressed to the Right Honorable Martin Amehule, Speaker of the House, formally notifying him and unambiguously indicating his intention to come before the honorable members of the state legislature to lay the 2025 budget before them on Wednesday, March 12, 2025 for consideration. He followed this up by making phone calls to the Honorable Speaker. Sadly, Governor Fubara, accompanied by government officials, were denied access into the legislative quarters where the Assembly members currently hold their sitting on the appointed day. Just last Friday, March 14, 2025, Governor Siminalayi Fubara, in keeping with his resolve to do the needful, sent another letter personally signed by him to the House Speaker, Right Honorable Amehule, again to notify him and members of the House under his leadership, indicating his plan to come to represent the 2025 budget to them on Wednesday, March 19, 2025 by 10 a.m. or any other day that may be convenient to the House in compliance with the Supreme Court verdict in order to keep the wheel of government of the state running. The State House of Assembly refused to receive and acknowledge the letter. A courier company which was engaged to deliver the letter also returned it with a report that it was rejected at the Assembly quarters where the members currently sit. I have the video of that event. Yes.
Johnson also criticized the Assembly's recent call for a probe into the Chief Judge, stating that the latest actions showed that the priorities were not in the interest of the state, saying that the action of the lawmakers from the onset have been self-serving rather than focused on governance and the well-being of Rivers residents. On latest accusations of gross misconduct against Governor Fubara and his deputy, Commissioner said the executive arm was yet to receive any correspondence from the State Assembly. The Central Zone of the Ijaw Youth Council has called for the immediate sack of a Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Yes, the chairman of the Central Zone, Perez Inefe, hinted that a move against the FCT minister is a call for total cleansing on the utterances and disjointed history presented. The Emergency Congress concluded that a 2-kilometer walk be observed to peacefully protest against a false statement by the minister against the Ijaw people, which it claimed is the 4th largest ethnic group in Nigeria. The APC, All Progressive Congress, at Amugaba, has warned that the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, may scatter the party like it did to the People's Democratic Party, PDP, if left unchecked. In a post on his Facebook page, Garba said Wike should exercise restraint while appearing to be more powerful so that he does not scatter APC like it did to PDP before 2027. Wike and Fubara have been at loggerheads over the political control of Rivers State since the governor assumed office in 2023. The crisis had affected the Rivers State House of Assembly, with 27 lawmakers loyal to Wike initially. The faction had led to a parallel assembly with Victor Kojombo emerging as Speaker, which was overruled by the Supreme Court that ordered the reinstatement of the Martins Amewule-led assembly. The Anambra State Governor, Chukwuma Soludo, says he does not see any serious challenge from opposition parties in the state as he seeks re-election in the November 8, 2025 governorship poll. Soludo, who spoke in a media chat to celebrate its 3rd anniversary, said there is a consensus among delivered dividends of democracy and should be given another chance in the election. Said the people of the state can vote for any party during national elections, but are loyal to the APGA when it comes to governorship and local government chairman seats. The former governor of the central bank said he has gotten called to run for a 2nd term, where his party will take the decision on who becomes the standard bearer. Anambra is one of 8 states where governorship elections are held off-season due to litigations and court judgments. Others are Bayelsa, Edo, Ekiti, Imo, Kogi, Osun, and Ondo. Many people have been reported injured and houses burnt in Shimanka Community, Shandam local government area of Plateau State following violence that erupted on Monday. Residents are struggling to come to terms with the destruction after the incident, which lasted several hours, sending shockwaves through the community. According to reports, the violence began as a clash between 2 groups over disagreement on traditional rites and ritual performance in the community. A former senatorial candidate for Plateau South, Tobias Kwamen, who confirmed the development in Jos, stated that the situation quickly escalated, with homes and businesses being set ablaze. According to Kwamen, the issue started as a little dispute between some traditional worshippers and some Muslim groups in the community, said that the traditionalists were resisted when they went to perform their noble ritual in a place within the community, leading to disagreements and violence. A spokesperson for the State Police Command, Alabo Alfred, has yet to respond to inquiries about the development as at the time of this report. A bill to establish the National Cashew Production and Research Institute has passed first reading in the Senate. The bill, which has been sponsored by Jibrim Echocho, representing Kogi East Senatorial District, proposes that the institute will be situated at Ida, headquarters of Igala Kingdom, and be charged with the responsibilities of cashew research, processing, and boosting production for local and export consumables. The proposed bill is designed to ensure that the federal government would leverage on abundant cashew production in Kogi East, by extension Kogi State and other parts of the country, to ensure that the quality of cashew will be of global standard. It said the legal framework of a research institute will identify the value chain and processing, ensuring that at each level there is job creation for the teaming groups. The absence of former Taraba State Governor Darius Ishaku stalled his ongoing trial at the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja. His co-defendant, a former permanent secretary of the Bureau for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs in the state, Bello Yero, was present in court. Ishaku and Yero are facing a 15-count charge brought against them by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission of alleged criminal breach of trust, conspiracy and conversion of public funds totaling 27 billion naira, to which they have pleaded not guilty. The FCC's counsel, Oluwaleke Atolegbe, informed the court that the court had granted Ishaku permission to travel for health reasons, but noted that the permission did not extend to his stay outside the country. Ishaku's counsel, Chris Umaru, told the court that the leave granted to his client to travel was given on January 29th, requested for a new date in June, which the court rejected. Justice Sylvanus Orji subsequently adjourned the case to April 28th. Still on judicial matters, the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has ordered Nigerian billionaire Oba Otudeko to take a plea in the charges filed against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The order by Justice Chukwujeku Aneke comes after the Anti-Graft Commission had filed a 13-count charge against Otudeko, who doubled as chairman of Honeywell Group, and 3 others over an alleged 30 billion naira loan fraud. At the hearing of the matter, the judge said Otudeko must take his plea before an application challenging the court's jurisdiction of the case can be decided, and subsequently adjourned the case to May 8. Otudeko had last month refuted allegations against him with his counsel, Bode Olanikmekun, protesting the charges against his client in a Lagos court. The All Progressive Congress in Lagos State has welcomed the 2023 People's Democratic Party governorship candidate, Dr. Abdul Aziz Adedira, popularly known as Jando, and his loyalists back to its fold. Jando will resign from the PDP on March 3, citing a lack of discipline in the party and betrayal by its leaders, announced his return to APC on Monday. Recall that Jando, a leader of the Lagos for Lagos movement and former APC governorship aspirant, defected from the party to PDP in 2021. Reacting in an interview, the state APC spokesman, Seyi Oladipo, stated that the party was excited to welcome gender back to its fold. Still to come, Awka police student protest alleged insecurity, police brutality. Cross river to privatize oil palm estates. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Ashford Islamic Foundation has called on Nigerians from all walks of life to engage in agriculture to boost food production and feed the less privileged. The founder and chairman of the foundation, Dr. Sharafuddin Atiagan, made a call at the foundation's 8th annual Ramadan lecture series in Abuja. He said the theme of the lecture, Ramadan Lesson on Food Security, building Nigeria's path to sustainable economic growth and development, was chosen due to widespread hunger in the land.
It is obvious to everyone that there is a kind of hunger in the land. So we need to see how this can be permanently resolved, how we can provide a permanent solution to this menace. So Ashraf Islamic Foundation thought it wise that we should discuss food security. We should encourage people on agriculture, especially smart agriculture. You can see this program has 5-in-1. We call it 5-in-1 program. Apart from the Ramadan lecture, the prayer for the nation, we have empowerment, we have training, we have exhibition. These 5 things has happened here today. As I speak, the exhibition is ongoing. People are buying and selling. So we want to teach people how to be on their own. We want to teach people what we call self-reliance. So when they are taught smart agriculture, they will to feed themselves instead of begging, instead of stealing, instead of committing crimes. When they are taught how to live their life on their own through smart farming, definitely this will solve part of the problem. Encourage people to go into farming and want to encourage those whom Allah has blessed.
President Bola Tinubu has appointed the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Kuka, as a Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Federal University of Applied Sciences, Kanchia, Kaduna State. Statement signed by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo ENUGU, said the President also appointed principal officers for the university, including Professor Quizrix Williams Barnabas as Vice Chancellor, Sanusi Gambo Adamu as Registrar, Ibrahim Dalhat as Bursar, and Professor Daniel Abubakar as University Librarian. President Tinubu also approved the appointment of Thomas Etu, representing the North Central, Fabian Nwora for the Southeast, Professor Femi Taiwo, Southwest, and Zara Buka from the Northeast as members of the university's governing council. Statement noted that all the appointees were carefully selected based on their distinguished careers, leadership experience, and dedication to advancing education in Nigeria. President Tinubu urged the newly appointed officers to provide visionary leadership and lay a solid foundation for the university's growth as it prepares to admit its first cohort of students in September 2025. Activist and politician Omoyele Sowore is alleging that officials of the local government inspector of the National Youth Service Corps NYSC in Lagos State absconded after inviting Corps member Uche Rita Uguamaye over our recent criticisms. Uche, who recently went viral for criticizing President Bola Tinubu's government, was summoned to appear in the office of a local government inspector for questioning on Monday. Showore, who gave the update on his X handle, said he accompanied the corps member to the office with some legal practitioners. Said he arrived at the Etiosa local government office of the National Youth Service Corps with Youth Corper Ushie Rita Uguamaye in Lagos, but met no officials of the NYSC. Students of Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, Ikot Osura, on Monday took to the streets of the campus over alleged insecurity, extortion, and police brutality. The students who alleged were gathered in front of the school gate were seen displaying different placards with inscriptions such as "End Police Brutality Now," "Protect, Save, Don't Abuse," "This extortion must stop," among others, before they were dispersed with tear gas. SUG President Geoffrey George, who led the protest, says students have suffered in the hands of police and hoodlums within the community. Said just last week, a trending video on social media was seen where a student of the institution was beaten and dragged, rolling on the ground by policemen. Reacting, the Police Public Relations Officer for Akwa Ibom, Tiffan John, said the State Commissioner of Police, Baba Mohammed Azare, has invited the students for a meeting to resolve all issues affecting them. The Cross River State government has commenced the privatization of 3 oil palm estates located in Biase local government area, including Ikum, Urubam, and Egbo oil palm estates. Privatization process has attracted 2 investors who have expressed interest in acquiring the farm estates. Speaking at a bid opening in Calabar, the Director General of the Cross River State Council on Privatization, Basio Kone, said the privatization initiative is aimed at increasing productivity, creating jobs, and stimulating economic growth in the state. He said the privatization process is expected to be transparent and competitive, with interested investors required to submit technical and financial bids. Representative of the Due Process and Intelligence at the Privatization Council, Cecilia Adi, urged the evaluation team to ensure a transparent and credible selection process. Kogi State Governor Osman Ododo has congratulated the Nigerian Union of Journalists on its 70th anniversary, emphasizing the need for press freedom and media independence. In a statement signed by the Special Advisor on Media, Ismail Issa, Governor Ododo commended the NUJ for its remarkable contributions to democracy, good governance, and national development over the past 7 decades. He described the media as a critical pillar for democracy, playing a crucial role in holding leaders accountable and ensuring transparency in government. The governor acknowledged the resilience and dedication of journalists in delivering credible information despite challenges and emphasized the need for them to uphold the ethics of journalism, combat misinformation, and embrace technological advancement and innovation to enhance their professional excellence. Ododo also assured media practitioners in Kogi State of his government's continued support in strengthening the press as a force for positive change. Nigeria's inflation rate eased for the 2nd consecutive month in February, raising hopes that price pressures may have peaked and could continue to moderate in the coming months. The National Bureau of Statistics, in its latest report, released on Monday, said the country's headline inflation rate dropped to 20.18% in February 2025 from 24.48% recorded in January, reflecting a 1.30% decrease within the month. The inflation rate dropped by 8.52 percentage points on a year-on-year basis from 31.7% in February 2024. The NBS noted that while the inflation figures were calculated using a different base year, the decline suggests a significant slowdown in price increases compared to the same period last year. Up ahead, Yemen's Houthis say U.S. aircraft carrier in Red Sea attacked again. Iran to resolutely safeguard sovereignty and territorial integrity. Stay with us. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says remarks by South Africa's ambassador to the United States are acceptable after Washington last week made the decision to expel the envoy. Bruce told reporters on Monday that the ambassador's privileges expired on Monday, that he would have to be out of the country by Friday. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio last week said Ibrahim Rasko was a race-baiting politician who hates President Donald Trump, reposting an article from right-wing website Breitbart that quoted the envoy as saying that Trump was leading a white supremacist movement.
It's not about criticism. This was the equation of the president and the country with white supremacy. It was an allegation that casts such an awful light on the nature of the country, on individuals. It is, I mean, if we don't have a standard about the nature of someone who is in this country, who is supposed to be a diplomat to help facilitate the relationship between two countries, and that this is the standard, you know, we deserve better. We've had a decent level of diplomacy with South Africa. There are some challenges, but you want people in each embassy who can actually facilitate a relationship. And these remarks were unacceptable to the United States, not just to the president, but to every American. They were pretty much obscene when it came to the nature of what was alleged.
Houthi military spokesman Yahya Sarris said, without evidence in a televised statement on Tuesday, that the group had launched a third attack against the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman in the Red Sea. Sarris added that the U.S. destroyer had also been targeted, and the Houthis will continue attacks on all hostile targets in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea until the aggression against our country stops.
Over the past few hours, the Yemeni armed forces have successfully targeted the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman in the northern Red Sea with 2 cruise missiles and 2 drones, and targeted a U.S. destroyer with a cruise missile and 4 drones. The targeting of the aircraft carrier is the third in the past 48 hours. The enemy was struck by a state of confusion, which prompted many of its warships to retreat towards the northern Red Sea region, and an air attack that was being prepared against our country was thwarted. The U.S. aggressor bears all the consequences of militarizing the Red Sea and expanding the scope of confrontation by continuing its aggression against Yemen, which negatively impacts international shipping traffic. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that they will not cease targeting all hostile targets in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea until the aggression against our country stops. They are prepared, relying on Allah, to confront any American or Israeli escalation in the coming hours and days.
The Houthis have repeatedly fired drones and missiles towards Israel and launched attacks on international shipping in waters near Yemen since November 2023, supported by Palestinians over Israel's war with Hamas. The U.S. has responded with airstrikes, as have Britain and Israel. Tens of thousands of people gathered in massive rallies across Houthi-held areas in Yemen on Monday afternoon, including the capital city of Sana'a and the Red Sea port city of Hodeidah, in protest against the latest U.S. airstrikes targeting Yemen that have led to dozens of deaths. U.S. forces launched a large-scale air and sea operation against Houthi forces in Sana'a, Hodeidah, and the northern province of Sada since Saturday. Following the strikes, demonstrations were called by Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi. Demonstrators, with many carrying guns, chanted slogans denouncing the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump. Senior Houthi officials were seen attending the rally in Sana'a, condemning the U.S. military operation. Nasser el-Din Ahmed, deputy head of the Houthi media office, accused the U.S. of supporting Israel's operations in Gaza. The Western Yemeni crisis has severely threatened the security of the Red Sea, one of the world's busiest maritime routes, with analysts warning that the situation is increasingly spiraling out of control. Many believe that easing tensions in Yemen hinges on resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. North Korea condemned recent U.S. strikes on Yemen as an act violating international law and a country's sovereignty and said such a move could never be justified in any way. Large-scale U.S. strikes were launched by President Donald Trump last week, targeting Iran-aligned Houthis over the group's attacks on Red Sea shipping. The Houthi-run health ministry said the strikes killed at least 53 people, including women and children. North Korean ambassador Park Dong-hyo, who the KCNA state news agency said was Pyongyang's envoy to Egypt, said Washington indiscriminately targeted civilians and property by mobilizing air and navy forces, including an aircraft carrier. The Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong said on Tuesday she had raised concerns with China over anonymous letters sent to Australians offering a reward for information on the whereabouts of an Australian-based Hong Kong dissident. Some residents in Melbourne received the letters late last week offering $130,000 for information about Kevin Yan, an Australian citizen and Hong Kong pro-democracy activist wanted by Hong Kong authorities for his role in organizing anti-government protests in 2019. Local media reported that the letters were mailed from Hong Kong and contained contact details for the Hong Kong police. However, it was not clear who sent the letters, and there was no evidence that Beijing or Hong Kong were involved. Wong added that she had raised the issue with both spokespeople for Chinese embassy in Canberra, and the Hong Kong government did not immediately respond to requests for comments.
The Australian government does not accept other governments interfering with our citizens, making anybody feel unsafe. We expect our citizens to be respected, and we stand firm against any foreign interference and against any infringement of our sovereignty. We will make and have been making appropriate representations since this was alerted to us. Those representations are being made in the usual way through the diplomatic arrangements. I'll await whatever investigations come to light, but I have made my view about Australians being targeted by the Hong Kong authorities very clear to both Hong Kong and to China.
The Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai said at a press conference about regional hotspot issues in Tehran that Iran will respond resolutely to any act that violates its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Baghai called the latest deadly U.S. military operation against Houthis in Yemen as a criminal act, saying that it is in violation of the United Nations Charter and fundamental principles of international law and thus deserves condemnation. Called on the international community to take urgent action regarding the matter. Furthermore, Baghai noted that the Houthis in Yemen do not operate under Iran's command, but rather make decisions independently based on their own principles and positions. Regarding the developments in Lebanon and Syria, Baghai pointed out that the only beneficiary of the regional conflict is Israel, whose aim is to split Syria and weaken other countries in the region. Iran hopes that the leadership of the Syrian administration can see through Israel's attempt to incite and create divisions within the region, thereby preventing further escalation of the regional crisis. Baghai stressed the serious contrast between the acts and the words of the U.S., who expressed willingness for negotiation and dialogue on the one hand, but continues to impose new sanctions on Iran on the other. A plane crashed just off the Caribbean coast of Honduras on Monday night, minutes after taking off from Roatán Island, killing 7 people, while 10 others were pulled out from the wreckage alive. The Jetstream aircraft, operated by Honduran airline Lanhash, was carrying 14 passengers and 3 crew members, according to the country's transport minister, who said the wreckage was found about 1 kilometer off the island's coast. According to the flight manifest shown by local media, the passengers included a U.S. national, a French national, and 2 minors. The plane was scheduled to fly to La Ceiba Airport on the Honduran mainland. Similarly, the Honduran military provided 2 aircrafts for the air transfer of passengers injured after the plane crash, which fell into the sea after taking off from Roatán Island. Eyewitness video from the National Police showed officers and other rescue workers carrying survivors onto the rocky coastline, some in stretchers, as a nearby boat shone a bright light into the darkness. The plane crash, which occurred on Monday night, just minutes after the takeoff, killed 7 people, adding that 10 others were pulled out from the wreckage alive. The military posted stills of the operation on its Facebook page, saying that it continues to transfer the passengers to the city of San Pedro Sula, where they will receive medical assistance. Medics and people rushed to rescue Palestinians after an Israeli airstrike hit northern Gaza on Tuesday, leaving casualties and West Strip destruction. Israeli airstrikes in Gaza killed at least 200 people, Palestinian health authorities said, as attacks hit dozens of targets early on Tuesday, ending a weeks-long standoff over extending a ceasefire that had altered fighting in January. The Palestinian military group Hamas issued a statement accusing Israel of breaching the ceasefire. Strikes were reported in multiple locations northern Gaza, Gaza City, and Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah in central and southern Gaza Strip. Palestinian Health Ministry said many of the dead were children. Also, the senior Hamas security official, Hamoud Abu Wafta, was killed in Israeli strikes on Gaza on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations said in a video message released on Tuesday that the country will show no mercy to its enemies for the resumption of military action in Gaza. Speaking from an unknown location, Ambassador Danny Danon confirmed that the Israeli army initiated attacks against Hamas targets inside the enclave. Israeli military, which said it hit dozens of targets and the strikes will continue as long as necessary and would extend to beyond airstrikes, raising the prospect that Israeli ground troops could resume fighting. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said on Tuesday instructed the military to take strong action against Hamas in Gaza in response to the group's refusal to release hostages and rejection of all ceasefire proposals. Meanwhile, the Israeli army confirmed via X it was conducting offensive strikes on terror targets belonging to the Hamas terror organization in the Gaza Strip. Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, visited 10 Downing Street on Monday as he seeks to strengthen ties with reliable allies in Europe. Carney's decision to visit Paris and London instead of Washington, as is usual for Canadian leaders, comes after U.S. President Donald Trump escalated trade tensions with both Canada and Europe and floated threats of annexing Canada. The former Bank of England governor earlier met King Charles, both Canada and Britain's head of state, before the meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Downing Street. The European Union and its partners have pledged €5.8 billion for Syria and its neighbors at its annual conference in Brussels. EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said the aid will support Syria at a crucial time of transition and address the dire needs on the ground.
We just closed the Syrian pledging conference. This was 9th conference in a row. It was very successful. We pledged a lot of money. Better to say it is 5.8 billion euro, out of which there is 4.2 in grants and only 1.6 in loans. I think this is good for the recovery, for the early recovery of Syria. And I also hope that Syrian authorities, who were represented by their Minister of Foreign Affairs, can be satisfied, and this money could and should be used for their early recovery and for the benefit of all Syrian citizens.
Represented at the conference to drive donations for the war-torn country, Bulgarian Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani attended. The conference has been hosted by the European Union in Brussels since 2017, but took place without the government of Assad, who was shunned for his brutal actions in a civil war that began in 2011. That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Effiks, you have the BBOs, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I'm advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, that's the way they serve their food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she would take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, no, even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all go that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's clean tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate, at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. They hurry to bring out food to sell. Their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money, and we are all buying. After which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there, as this is one of the consequences. Diarrhea, and these are causes of food poisoning, or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want waste. They don't want to lose their money. The next day, if they do not finish the stock they have, the next day they continue. They don't even care about our health. It pains me. One of my cousins died in December. What happened? After eating food served at Lagos, started purging, vomiting. Today she's no more. What caused the problem? She ate food served by the vendor on the road. Then there are so many people who want to make money quick. They add a lot of things. People say they add water from cups. Some people say they wash something, put it inside. Please, before we eat outside, let us verify the source of the food, because 70 to 80% of the food served by these vendors on the road are not healthy. And a lot of consequences that I've said, starting from
afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is another day, another Tuesday, of course. Today is the 18th day of the month of March. And of course, here on E-Vibes, we give you arts, pop culture, news that has to do with drama, and of course, what's been trending in entertainment globe. Today is Tuesday, and of course, we always have our celebrity pick of the week. So you have to stay tuned, stay jiggy for that particular segment. I also have a guest that will be coming via Zoom, who is a blogger, and he's coming via Zoom from Umuahia. Actually, he's not coming live. He's not here in ENUGU State. So you see, we have a lot covered up for you. So stay tuned, stay jiggy while we delve into this 1 hour together. Let's delve into the stories of the day. Universal Music Group filed a motion on Monday seeking to have Drake's lawsuit against the label dismissed. UMG argued that Kendrick Lamar's song Not Like Us falls within the long-standing tradition of hip-hop disc culture and claimed that Drake was merely trying to retaliate after losing the rap battle. The label also contended that Lamar's remarks and the song were protected under the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech. UMG pointed to Drake's use of an AI-generated voice of late rapper Tupac in his tailor-made freestyle, in which he called on Kendrick Lamar to respond. The label argued that this demonstrated Drake's active participation in the ongoing feud, suggesting that his lawsuit was simply a response to losing the battle. Drake's lead attorney, Mike Gottlieb, countered UMG's claims, accusing the label of trying to mislead the public by framing the matter as merely a rap beef, rather than addressing like more serious issues of UMG profiting from what Drake claimed is harmful misinformation. The dispute between Drake and Lamar has been one of the most talked about rivalries in hip-hop history. Lamar's song Not Like Us became especially controversial after it included the accusation that Drake was a certified pedophile, a claim that is at the heart of Drake's lawsuit against UMG. Adding insult to injury, Kendrick Lamar's song won 5 awards at the 67th Grammys, and Lamar performed it at the 2025 Super Bowl. The song's success has further fueled the legal battle with Drake, alleging that UMG played a role in artificially boosting the song's popularity to cause him greater harm. Both UMG and Drake's legal teams will present their arguments in courts, with the label seeking to have the case dismissed, while Drake's lawyer aims to prove that the false allegations in Not Like Us are grounds for the lawsuits. Drake will also assert that UMG's actions were unethical and led to further damage to his reputation. Despite the fallout from the beef, Drake remains a dominant force in the music industry. He was named the best-selling hip-hop artist of 2025 by the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, maintaining his global status. You know, that was last year when we actually said Drake is being petty and dramatic and all. I mean, you coming out to say that music had a boost. Maybe they paid for the publicity and all because you heard it airing in a particular radio station, and you filing a case that I'm not saying that the statement he actually said in that song doesn't look like where someone is trying to speak ill of you. Yes, he actually did. Drake actually did. Lamar actually did. And of course, filing a case is guaranteed. But apart from that, for me, Kendrick Lamar's song is quite interesting. I mean, it's been trending on socials. So many people have been using it. Business people, travelers, you know, even relationship people. You know that particular lyrics where they say, they're not like us, they're not like us. people tend to like that part. Even the other part of the lyrics, people tend to create a drama behind it and all that. But I just pray and I hope and believe that this whole thing will be resolved, because I said this is one of the biggest fights in the hip hop, Drake and Kendrick Lamar, which is even prompting Ye to pick side. Ye is now picking side, saying that he loves Drake's music, and him coming to say that Kendrick Lamar's music, that he's a good rapper, but he doesn't really like his song. I don't know. So it looks like Ye is picking a side. Maybe he's picking the side of Drake, but forgetting that him and Drake also had their own backlash before all this. So I don't know. I just hope this thing gets to the last point where we don't need to talk about something like this any longer. Now, Timini Ebusan's cinematic debut, Real Love, has taken the Nigerian box office by storm, grossing over 300 million naira and continuing to dominate the charts. The romantic drama, which has now earned a remarkable 303 million naira, has held the title of the highest grossing Nollywood film for 5 weeks in a row. The film distributor Film One shared the exciting news on Instagram, celebrating its continued success at the box office. Real Love tells a captivating story of romance, heartbreak, and redemption, keeping audiences engaged with its emotional depth from beginning to end. The movie features an impressive all-star cast and follows the journey of two lovers as they navigate the complexities of love amidst societal pressures, personal struggles, and unexpected twists. The chemistry between the lead character has been widely praised, with viewers drawn into a love story that feels both genuine and relatable. Blending drama, humor, heartfelt moments, Real Love has captivated moviegoers and sparked conversations across the country. With its ongoing success, it's clear that the film is on track to become one of the highest grossing Nollywood movie of the year. If the momentum holds, it could break even more records in the weeks ahead. Now, directed by Kayode Kaso, Real Love features a stellar ensemble cast including Funke Akindele, Dakore Akande, Muyiwa Ademole, Shafi Bello, Bimbo Ademoye, Efa Iware, Hermes Iyele, Atlanta Brigade, Johnson, and Lillian Efebai. The film is playing in cinema nationwide, continuing to captivate audiences and make waves in the Nigerian film industry. Yes, today is not our movie train, but of course, this is trending on social media. And of course, we reviewed Real Love to you this year. Yes, that was February. We reviewed Real Love to you, and of course, it gave a little bit of what the movie is talking about. I'm not going to go back into that. And if you've not seen the movie, I mean, this is high time you go see the movie. If you're wondering why it has gotten up to 303 million. And of course, it's going to, like they said, if care is not taken, as of this year, it is going to be one of the most exciting movie in blockbuster of Nollywood. So yes, Timini is a great actor, a one-of-a-kind actor, and of course now he's a director and a producer of this kind of movie that is captivating with a great sense of humor, emotions, speaking about love. And you'll be wondering why it is real love, like Instagram Reels. This movie tells a story of an Instagram influencer that tends to bring up his spies, creating a blog between him and his friends, him and his best friend actually, having a relationship. You know, there's this thing we used to call TikTok relationship. Like, there was this thing they say, oh, they are TikTok relationship people, they are dating for TikTok. It's not like a real, you know, that kind of thing. So this is more like content relationship, but it's actually backfired on his real relationship. So yeah. Let's move forward to more juicy story. Nigerian singer Dimi Dakolo has responded to recent remarks made by Apostle Lazarus, who criticized gospel artists for charging fees to perform at church events. The pastor had raised concern about the commercialization of ministry. mentioning an instance where a singer reportedly charged 5 million naira to perform for his congregation. His comments sparked a debate within the gospel and gospel music communities. In a thoughtful social media post, Dakolo defended gospel musicians, emphasizing the significant financial investment required to maintain their craft. He urged Christians to recognize that that while gospel music has spiritual value, it is also a profession that deserves fair compensation. The singer also highlighted the considerable expenses churches incur for things like architecture, events promotion, and pastoral engagements, questioning why musicians are often expected to offer their services free of charge. Dakolo's response has resonated with many, shedding light on the financial reality faced by gospel artists in the industry. Let's get to listen to what Pastor Lazarus said.
Why what we call many of the worship meetings in Africa, in Nigeria, has become performance. Somebody has charged 5 million to come here to sing. He will do drama. He will roll on the floor. He will cry. He's doing his business. He will pay drummer. He will pay saxophonist. He will pay keyboardist. He will pay guitar. And if he doesn't charge, how will he pay them? Because we have been so far from the presence, we don't know he supplies needs. That question is a question of someone who doesn't know God. He told disciples, he said, when you go, don't take script, don't take pause. He said, the laborer is worthy of his wages. It is, see, the life we have been called to in ministry is the life of daily supply. We are to look up to him for the next supply. The reason why you are saying, how will he pay this? Because those people who are playing the keyboard, the guitar, they are hirelings, not ministers. If we are all ministers together, God supplies our needs. The person charge 5 million. He will do drama now. You'll be amazed at the ruthlessness with which ministers charge while on phone. Somebody is doing the charging for them. And when they begin to minister, you are wondering, not be you they negotiate for this performance now. It's business. It's business. I said, but why is God moving? He's responding to the hunger in the heart of those people, not the anointing of the person. He's responding to the hunger. And I've given this warning again and again and again. I have warned and warned and warned. What makes you feel that the most powerful ministers are coming from Nigeria? It will stop. It's just a matter of time. God will begin to bring up voices from countries you don't expect, Uganda, Sudan. Once God sees that there's a devilish wisdom flowing from here that will corrupt the remaining part of the world, go and check. The Western world had this before us. Listen to what I'm saying. As they began to do all this, promote all this, listen to what I'm saying. Many of those musicians became gay and lesbians, and the move stops. Many of the powerful songs, I can call 5 names now. 5 names. His promoter, they began to sing with Nicki Minaj, this. They blew out. They blew out. You see a powerful gospel singer come out and sing with Nicki Minaj, and people say, I was there. And you notice what is from that moment the microphone get dropped. Many of the people you are looking for, it's not like they are not still singing. They are singing, but the mic is off. The same one who can shine the light on you can take it off. Very important we understand. And it's a warning. One time I saw a boy, he sang one song. Everybody was singing the song across the body of Christ. One song. The next moment they say his bill is 2.5 million to invite him. One song. Oga, go and stand the test of time. Many of us don't know the God we claim to represent. Go and watch the video of, is it 1985 or 1987? Can't remember now. Ibadan Crusade, Archbishop Benson Daosa and Mama Bolare. You'll be shocked at what you see. There were no sophisticated bases, Cubase, MP strings. Oh God. I say it's something bass, it's smoky igbo. and come here, do, 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 do. He's smoking weed. There must be a dividing line. See, there must be a dividing line. There must be a dividing line. Go and watch all those. Look at thousands of people in that crusade. The mic Mama Bolare was holding was one mic like that. There was no sophistication as it were, but you can see it. Over 35 years after, the fire in that ministry is still fresh because of where it came from. How many of your powerful, listen to what I'm saying, and I call me out. How many of your most powerful worship in Africa, most populated worship, how many of them can you replay in your room and break down in tears? Because the glory filled everywhere. When was the last time in our most powerful crusade a minister stepped on the altar to raise a sound and the other program had to be stopped because God came? What changed in our generation? We began to raise performance. That people who are giving spoken words and those who are singing, their breast is outside. Breast is outside. Laps is outside. I have said this again and again. If we don't rise to know the true God, our children will have to find him in museums by checking the story of those who passed. We must call ourselves to order and stop this charade of shame.
All right, so I totally understand what Pastor Lazarus is saying. He's right in a way, but Timmy is also right in a way, honestly speaking, because I mean, this is a performance, and there are miscellaneous to this. You have to pay drummers, your logistics, and the rest of them. You have to pay the keyboardists. You have to do this. You have to do that. It is a profession, like Timmy Dakole said. But charging much is not right for me. You know, Pastor Chris actually said something like this sometime during this messaging saga, complaining about music artists coming to perform and not being part of what's going on in church. They just perform and leave, you know. But on another note, there are most worship songs that you listen to and the fire falls upon you, like I just said. The whole place is filled with fire. There are artists that you listen to their songs and you can resonate with it. Like if you want to feel with the Holy Spirit, there are so many of them. But I understand his whole flair. Charging 5 million naira for appearance is so much, especially if it is in the body of Christ. Like very dark man said. All right, let's move forward. Kim Kardashian is contemplating a major legal move. She's considering going to court to request that a judge remove Kanye West's joint legal custody for their 4 children. This decision comes after Kanye's blatant disregard for their custody agreement. The latest conflict erupted when Kanye agreed during a meditation on Friday not to release a song featuring their daughter North. The track titled Lonely Roads Still Go to the Sunshine includes North rapping and a phone conversation between Kanye and Diddy. Kim had firmly opposed allowing North to participate, and their divorce settlement stipulates that both parents must agree on decisions involving their kids. Sources familiar with the situation says the divorce settlement outlines that in an event of a dispute, Kim and Kanye must first seek resolution through a private judge. Kim, alongside her attorney Laura Wassa and Kanye's lawyer Patrick DeCarlos, attended the mediation where they reached an agreement that North would not appear on any released version of the song. However, Kanye ignored the agreement and released the song over the weekend, featuring North's voice. Kanye later posted on X stating, "The man makes the final decision." While Kanye rarely sees his children, making physical custody less of an issue, Kim has always facilitated their relationship with their father and wants them to maintain the connection. However, she did draw the line when Kanye held an event promoting swastika shirts, deeming it inappropriate for the children to attend. Though Kanye isn't heavily involved in legal decision making, his disregard for agreement has raised concern. Kim is now seriously considering going to court to ask a judge to strip him of joint legal custody. I don't know. I keep saying that Kanye, is very petty and dramatic. You guys have an opinion. Equal rights for decisions that can be taken, that has to be taken for your children, right? And the mother of this child said, I don't want her part of this particular music. I don't want it. She has a reason for that. You guys came with a judge, had an agreement, and everything was sorted out. You went ahead to upload the music, and rather, you even went on X to say the man has the final decision. You just had to. Like, you just had to. I don't know. I don't know why you just had to do that. I know you have this whole masculinity energy and all that, but don't forget that this is a child you're talking about here. And at the end of the day, it is what is good for her that is supposed to work for the both of you. Now, Kim is angry and saying that she doesn't want you to have joint decision between she and that child. All the children. Talking about the fact that you're not even physically available for your children. So you doing this is something to question, seriously. I don't know how others will see, but for me, it is something to question. Because why did you do that? The judge was there, your judge was there, there was an agreement, there was a settlement, and you went ahead to do what you like. Anyways, let's move to the foreign scene. Second part of the foreign scene, actually. Britain's Princess Kate attended a St. Patrick's Day parade at Wellington Barracks in London on Monday. Kate handed out traditional sprigs of shamrock of members of the Irish Guards and enjoyed a half pint of the famous Guinness stout. The princess missed last year's parade as she was undergoing preventative chemotherapy to treat cancer. Take a look at that.
Ready on 3, 1, 2, and 3.
So imagine like all the outfits and the costumes out there. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. There you go. Now you can sit down. Is it taking you time to come through and bridge the gap really between?
No, I think it's very well.
that was so beautiful to see. I know some of you will say, oh, she's drinking Guinness Stout. Of course, yes, she is. Why not? Why not? All right, so thousands gathered on the streets of Dublin to take part in the annual St. Patrick's Day parade on Monday. The March 17 public holiday observes the death of St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland. The day has evolved into a celebration of Irish culture with parades taking place in towns and villages across the world. There are St. Patrick parades all over the world, but this is Dublin, the original one, the big one, said Ukrainian Audrey, who attended the parade in Ireland's capital. So take a look at that.
I think it's just the atmosphere of the day and celebrating the culture of Ireland. It's great to see people of all different corners of the world getting together, celebrating Irish culture and being in Dublin all together. Nothing beats it. I've been doing it for the guts of nearly 27 years and it's great to see it every single year celebrating the culture of Ireland all together.
I like how everyone just comes together. I think I've seen people from all over the world even come, and it's just nice to see everyone know that we're here too. Do you know what I mean? Support a holiday from here. I think that's nice.
It means something like it's like being somewhere where you belong. It's like this one place you've heard about it, and it's like there's St. Patrick's Day parades all over the world, but this is like Dublin. This is the original one, the big one.
Yeah, that's like making the dream come true.
How do you know if you're a pirate?
Well, I do think that the Irish people are very nice, very gentle, they are helpful, and I think it reflects a little bit in the parades. You can see the joy and the happiness that people have over here, and it reflects, yeah, and I do think so. And also, you have everything in the parade. You have the Garda, you have the fire department, you have everything, really everything. I really like it.
word should I use in particular? Because I enjoyed it. Of course, I did. So we're done with the news this hour. We'll go on a short break, and of course, when we return, we'll review our celebrity pick very quickly. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to everyone that today happens to be your birthday, especially to Mr. Loy Beinwa, our head of news. He is the management of the news department. He's such an amazing person. So I'm here to wish you long life, prosperity, more wisdom, more greater heights, and of course, answers to all your secret prayers. So this segment, I'm sorry, we can actually review our celebrity pick for you, but trust me, we'll do that next time. We don't want to keep our guests waiting. So we'll be having a conversation with a blogger. We'll be talking about blogging, trends, and everything that has to do with blog. His name is Uche Osuagwu. Like I said before, he'll be joining us via Zoom from Umuahia. So over to you, Uche Osuagwu. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right. So let's delve. Talk to me. Why did you choose blogging?
If actually we understand what blogging is and it's all about, I'm not talking about basically the Nigerian perspective of blogging. I will tell you that anybody who loves public affairs, anyone who likes or reads articles, anyone who sees he or herself in the position where people want to listen to him would actually go into giving possibly good information, trending informations that are somehow educative and entertaining. So why I go into it is coming up, I discovered that I talk, people listen to me. Whenever they see me talk, whenever things happen, they try coming closer to me and say, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? So that is one of the reasons that led me into doing blogging.
All right. So, you know, bloggers are Toronto people, Toronto persons. Like we have Linda Ikeja, Gist Lover, and the likes. I don't even know where to put Mazitunde Ednut right now. I don't know if I should call him a blogger, but of course they are the Toronto people where we get to get the trending gist and story, juicy gist for that matter, because you know you bloggers tend to add spice and onion into the stories, right?
Yes, and I can tell you the reason behind it, especially
okay,
as
tell me
Nigerians.
the reason behind it before I ask the next question.
You know, if you have audience, you actually know what they want. Nigerians, there's some style Nigerians want. There are things you write to them clearly the way it is. They will not pay attention to it. So as a good blogger, in order to draw their attention, you have to put some things that even make you look for sometimes. Some people that wouldn't be interested in it will run. Let me go and see. For example, Nigerians put the emotions into things. So when you are bringing some news, you try to either bring some pictures that will make them rush to go and see it. That is why it looks like Nigerian bloggers, they add or they remove just to get the attention of their listeners. And then, Nigerians, if you are writing exactly what is happening, like news, political news, and all this, writing exactly what is happening, you might not even know that people are even listening to it or watching it. They might not talk. But once you add something that looks like life, they will come. Those that are for or against will come.
So,
whether it's attack, whether it's attack or compliment, it's blogging.
Sorry to cut it short, right? Sorry to cut it short. So are you saying that we out here, we tend to get interest in things that are lies? Because, there's something bloggers do that quite interests me, actually. There's this particular headline that will just pop up and you have no other choice than to click it. And sometimes you tend to hear people say, trust all these bloggers. I don't even know how you all get this deep information, especially people's private matters. How do you get to the point where you tend to know literally everything, all the dots and the T's, crossing of the T's rather, and putting the dots where you're supposed to? How do you people tend to do this? Because now you're saying you tend to upload things that Nigerians want to hear, even things that are possibly false, right? So tell me, how do you people get to this information, private information, that only people inside the house could come out and say bluntly?
Okay, just like I told you, it's all about interest. You know the interest of the people. Nigerians like gossip. Sorry to say it. So they like gossip. If you tell them about what is happening in the government, they might not pay attention so much. But once they hear, this one is pregnant, this person is this person is marrying another person, this person is leaving his wife, they will rush. So actually, if it is your job or if it is the line where you are, just as a newscaster knows how to get information, we also know how to, because most of us follow ourselves. So you follow when you know actually the people that normally get this information, follow them. And of course, if it is your line, just like I said, you'll actually know how to get information. Don't ask me to reveal everything to you. Do you want me to do that?
Of course, why not?
No. If I reveal it to you, then you will take my work and begin to do it.
Oh, are you serious? Okay, talking about that, right? Do you think that there are consequences to some of the actions you guys put up on social media?
Yes, some of all these actions sometimes mislead the public, especially people that cannot read. Are you getting me? There are some people that are impatient to even click to check what is happening. There are some people that are impatient to even read through the body of the article or the news. So once they take that headline, sometimes they can't even interpret it very well. So it will mislead a lot of people. I can say that such acts are actually misleading the public, especially the gullible ones who are not able to check clearly, compare and contrast among the information gathered. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. So, you know, like you just said, you're not going to give me the whole dots, how you guys get your informations and the likes. Now let's talk about the trending story of the NYSC core members and the likes. You know, there's something that bloggers do. They would, quote me if I'm wrong actually, they don't mind going into details of what that girl does, her village name, her family name, where she came from, and what she really spent, right? But let's talk about the real deal. Do you think that what she actually uploaded on TikTok is a content, a normal content?
I might not categorically state, because sometimes we misinterpret things. So someone can say it's content. But the issue is whether it's content or not. Is what is saying, I think, that's coming, whether it's content or not. Does it make sense? Because assuming it is not something that actually hit what people actually wanted to. You know, many people wanted to say something about that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that many NYC members want to say it. Many are frustrated because you know when this 33,000 naira of payment started, check that time, check the prices of things, fear and everything. Check that time and check now. That was when dollar was below 500 naira. But now dollar is above 1,005. So many people want to say something, but most people are afraid. Most people don't have the channel to say it. So immediately she made that statement or made that video, it captured what people wanted to say or wanted to hear, and it captures what bloggers too want to see. Because once you see something like that, you know this is going to be a massive market. So
Yes.
I will not say it's a content initially when she wanted to say it. I will not. Only her can say it. But for us, it looks like content. For us, it is reality too. So we combine the two. You get the point?
Yeah. So I want to ask, right? Are there specific trainings for bloggers? Do they? I don't think they do, but quote me. Are there schools, are there trainings that bloggers tend to go to, or if you find interest in what's happening around you, whether news, entertainment, drama, or word source, however you want to put up your information out there, true or false, are there trainings for bloggers? Do they go for classes? Do they go for auditions? Do they go for, you know, schools that teaches how to blog?
Actually, in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge, those things can be voluntary. You know, someone can decide to, just like I told you, if you check the exact definition or meaning of blogging, it did not have any connection with falsehood. It just trying to be able to be available to to have access to information on time, be among the people that gets information on time and be able to expedite articles, things like that. So now, anyone that wants to improve, if not, basically what happens here is that so long as it's a market that's moving, people do it. They do it anyhow, the way it's moving, giving money. But anyone that wants to be okay, anyone that wants to be, what will you say? You want to beat the test of, here, what here demands alone, in case you find yourself somewhere, will actually enroll he or himself, possibly under someone who has been into it. The way we follow people online, the way people that actually doing the best thing or the better thing. So you can roll or queue behind them and get tutored on more things, or read books, or go through YouTubes and get information. But at least for now, I don't think there is a school of blogging or a department of blogging in any of the universities.
That's true, actually. I thought I was wrong. But anyways, thank you so much, Uche Osuago, for joining me this few minutes. I hope you enjoyed having a conversation with me.
Yes.
All right.
I did.
All right. I'm sure you would like to join us same time, some other time, right? You are not sure. All right. This is where we draw the curtain for the show. And of course, follow us on all our social media platform. Join us same time tomorrow. Don't forget that tomorrow is Playlist Power and of course TikTok Trend. And I'll be doing that with somebody, of course, you know. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I don't know how else I'll have to beg you people. You think, Lie on Me has the medicine for you all watching that have not subscribed. But that's by the way. Join us same time tomorrow. Like I said earlier, we have more juicy and interesting stories for you. And of course, what's coming up next is Global News by your lovely host. I remain your baby girl, Queen Etwonkonta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I
don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of in fact, I saw one woman who sells food ask the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she will take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, no, even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all go that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's clean tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate, at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. They hurry to bring out food to sell. Their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money. And we are all buying, after which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there, as this is one of the consequences. Diarrhea. And these are causes of food poisoning. Or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then, the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want waste. They don't want to lose their money.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, activists in The Hague called for Duterte to be held accountable as faces trial in the ICC. Macedonians light candles and sign condolences book after nightclub fire. Ukraine can achieve just and lasting peace under Trump, says Foreign Minister. And Trump to release 80,000 pages on John F. Kennedy assassination. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Several dozen activists held a protest and vigil at The Hague on Monday, calling for former Philippines President Rodrigo Duterte to be held accountable as he faces trial at the International Criminal Court for his war on drugs campaign that killed thousands of people. On Friday, Duterte made his first appearance via video link before the ICC for an initial appearance. He is set to appear for the confirmation of charges hearing on September 23rd. Duterte, who led the Philippines from 2016 to 2022, is set to be the first Asian former head of state to go on trial at the ICC, a court of last resort created more than 2 decades ago to prosecute individuals for war crimes, crimes against humanity, aggression, and genocide. Thousands of purported drug dealers and users were killed during a crackdown when death squads he allegedly created and armed carried out widespread extrajudicial killings. Japanese baseball star Shohei Ohtani stepped out into the pitch for training on Tuesday ahead of the opening game of the 2025 Major League Baseball season. A capacity crowd of 55,000 people cheered as they watched national hero Ohtani and 5 of his countrymen all don their MLB uniforms as the Los Angeles Dodgers faced the Chicago Cubs. Ohtani is joined by Japanese teammates Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki, both pitchers for the Dodgers, while the Cubs have outfielder Seiya Suzuki and pitcher Shota Imanaga. It marks the highest representation of Japanese players and the 6th time the MLB has held season openers in Japan since 2000. Ohtani and Yamamoto are among the opening day starters for the Dodgers, while Shota Imanaga takes the mound as starting pitcher for the clubs. Local residents lit candles and signed a condolence book in the North Macedonian town on Tuesday, where 59 people were killed in a nightclub blaze at the weekend. The fire broke out during a hip-hop concert in the town of Kotkani at around 3 a.m. on Sunday when sparks from flares set a part of ceiling alight. Hundreds of people scrambled for the unlicensed venue's only exits as flames spread across the roof. The incident has shattered the town of 25,000 people, 50 miles east of the capital, Skopje. Bulldozers and workers with shovels dug a line of fresh graves in the town's cemetery on Monday. People with missing loved ones queued outside the hospital to give DNA samples in case their relatives were not immediately identifiable. Officials said that the Pulse nightclub's license had been illegally obtained and that the venue lacked fire extinguishers and emergency exits, and more than 150 people were injured. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andrei Sybiha said on Tuesday that Kyiv was not the obstacle for a peace deal with Russia and believes it can achieve just and lasting peace under the leadership of U.S. President Donald Trump. Ukraine was waiting for clarity to emerge on the peace process after the conversation between Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin expected later on Tuesday, Sybiha said during an annual geopolitical conference in New Delhi.
We are not the obstacle to achieve peace. Let's see what will be the response from Russian side to settle ceasefire. Ukraine supported US proposal about ceasefire. This meeting in Jeddah between Ukrainian and US delegations sped up the process. And if we are talking about Ukrainian side, we are ready to start to implement the outcomes of Jeddah meetings.
Trump has been trying to get Putin to agree to a 30-day ceasefire proposal that Ukraine accepted last week, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also consistently said Ukraine's sovereignty is not negotiable and that Russia must surrender the territory it has seized. President Donald Trump plans to release about 80,000 pages of the material related to the 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy on Tuesday, seeking to honor his campaign promise to provide more transparency about the shock event in Texas. Trump signed an order shortly after taking office in January related to the release, prompting the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation to find thousands of new documents related to the Kennedy assassination in Dallas. Experts doubt the new trove of information will change the underlying facts of the case, that Lee Harvey Oswald opened fire at the Kennedy from a window at the school book deposit warehouse as the presidential motorcade passed by on a Dallas highway. He said some of the pages could simply be the release of previously published materials that had a few words redacted. Trump has also promised to release documents on the assassination of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. and Senator Robert Kennedy, both of whom were killed in 1968. Trump has allowed more time to come up with a plan for those releases. One revelation the documents could contain is that the CIA was more aware of the Oswald than it was previously disclosed. Questions have remained about what the CIA knew about Oswald's visit to Mexico City 6 weeks before this assassination. During that trip, Oswald visited the Soviet embassy. Carrying their belongings on foot and moving up trucks, Palestinian families fled their eastern Rafah, Gaza on Tuesday following Israeli evacuation orders. After heavy strikes, the Israeli army issued evacuation orders for a number of neighborhoods in Gaza. Israeli airstrikes pounded Gaza, killing 326 people, Palestinian health authorities said on Tuesday, threatening the complete collapse of a 2-month ceasefire as Israel vowed to use more force to free hostages held by Hamas. Airstrikes hit houses and tent encampments from the north to south of the Gaza Strip, and Israeli tanks shelled across the border line into the east and south of the enclave. The Palestinian militant group, which still holds 59 of the 250 or so hostages seized in October, accused Israel of breaching the ceasefire and jeopardizing efforts by mediators to secure a permanent truce. Indonesia will question hundreds of its citizens arriving in the capital on Tuesday after they were rescued from online scam compounds in Myanmar, the largest batch of arrivals in the country following a multinational crackdown on the operation. Videos obtained shows the arriving Indonesians wearing red masks and bandanas and being welcomed by the authorities, including Foreign Minister Sugiono, after landing. Some of them cried and hugged the officials. A total of 554 Indonesians would arrive at Jakarta airport on Tuesday and Wednesday, March 19th. The arrivals would then be taken to a dormitory usually reserved for Hajj pilgrims, where they will be questioned by police to determine if they were victims or perpetrators. Some of them have been beaten and electrocuted before being rescued. Others were also threatened that their body parts would be taken if they failed to meet targets set by the cartel. Earlier this month, another group of 84 Indonesians returned home from Myanmar, while 70 others remained in the country. Myanmar's Mewadi scam centers are part of a Southeast Asia network involving criminal gangs, trafficking hundreds of thousands of people to help generate illicit revenues running into billions of dollars a year, according to the United Nations. We're headed for a short break. We'll be back after this, to stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Houthi military spokesman Yahya Sarrier said without evidence in a televised statement on Tuesday that the group had launched a third attack against a U.S. aircraft carrier, USS Harry S. Truman, in the Red Sea. Sarrier added that a U.S. destroyer had also been targeted, and the Houthis would continue attacks on all hostile targets in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea until the aggression against our country stops.
The Australian government does not accept other governments interfering with our citizens.
Over the past few hours, the Yemeni armed forces have successfully targeted the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman in the northern Red Sea with 2 cruise missiles and 2 drones, and targeted a U.S. destroyer with a cruise missile and 4 drones. The targeting of the aircraft carrier is the third in the past 48 hours. The enemy was struck by a state of confusion, which prompted many of its warships to retreat towards the northern Red Sea region, and an air attack that was being prepared against our country was thwarted. The U.S. aggressor bears all the consequences of militarizing the Red Sea and expanding the scope of confrontation by continuing its aggression against Yemen, which negatively impacts international shipping traffic. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that they will not cease targeting all hostile targets in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea until the aggression against our country stops. They are prepared, relying on Allah, to confront any American or Israeli escalation in the coming hours and days.
The Houthis have repeatedly fired drones and missiles towards Israel and launched attacks on international shipping in waters near Yemen since November 2023 in support of the Palestinians over Israel's war with Hamas. The U.S. has responded with airstrikes, as have Britain and Israel. The Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong said on Tuesday she had raised concerns with China over anonymous letters sent to Australians offering a reward for information on the whereabouts of an Australian-based Hong Kong dissident. Some residents in Melbourne received the letters late last week offering $130,000 for information about Kevin Yam, an Australian citizen and Hong Kong pro-democracy activist wanted by Hong Kong authorities for his role in organizing anti-government protests in 2019. Local media reported that the letters were mailed from Hong Kong and contained contact details for the Hong Kong police. However, it was not clear who sent the letters, and there was no evidence that Beijing or Hong Kong were involved. Wang added that she had raised the issue with both spokespersons for China's embassy in Canberra, and the Hong Kong government did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
The Australian government does not accept other governments interfering with our citizens, making anybody feel unsafe. We expect our citizens to be respected, and we stand firm against any foreign interference and against any infringement of our sovereignty. We will make and have been making appropriate representations since this was alerted to us. Those representations are being made in the usual way through the diplomatic arrangements. I'll await whatever investigations come to light. But I have made my view about Australians being targeted by the Hong Kong authorities very clear to both Hong Kong and to China.
The Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bagay said at a press conference about regional hotspots issues in Tehran that Iran will respond resolutely to any acts that violate its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Bagay called the latest deadly U.S. military operation against Houthis in Yemen as a criminal act, saying that it is in violation of the United Nations Charter and fundamental principles of international law and thus reserves condemnation. He called on the international community to take urgent action regarding his matter. Furthermore, Bagay noted that the Houthis in Yemen do not operate under Iran's command, but rather make decisions independently based on their own principles and positions. Regarding the development in Lebanon and Syria, Bagay pointed out that the only beneficiary of the regional conflict is Israel, whose aim is to split Syria and weaken other countries in the region. Iran hopes that the leadership of the Syrian administration can see through Israel's attempts to incite and create divisions within the region, thereby preventing further escalation of the regional crisis. Bagay stressed the serious contrast between the acts and the words of the U.S., who expresses willingness to negotiations and dialogue on the one hand, but continues to impose new sanctions on Iran on the other. Tens of thousands of people gathered in massive rallies across Houthi-led areas in Yemen on Monday afternoon, including the capital city of Sana'a and Red Sea port city of Hodeidah, in protest against the latest U.S. airstrikes targeting Yemen and that have led to dozens of deaths. U.S. forces launched a large-scale air and sea operation against Houthi forces in Sana'a, Hodeidah, and the northern province of Saada since Saturday. Following the strikes, the demonstrations were called by Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi. Demonstrators, with many carrying guns, chanted slogans denouncing the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump. Senior Houthi officials were seen attending the rally in Sana'a, condemning the U.S. military operation. Nasser el-Din Ammar, deputy head of the Houthi media office, accused the U.S. of supporting Israel's operations in Gaza. The worsening Yemen crisis has severely threatened the security of the Red Sea, one of the world's busiest maritime routes, with analysts warning that the situation is increasingly spiraling out of control. Many believe that easing tension in Yemen hinges on resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. North Korea condemned recent U.S. airstrikes on Yemen as acts of violating international law and the country's sovereignty, and said such a move could never be justified in any way. The large-scale U.S. strikes were launched by President Donald Trump last week, targeting Iran-aligned Houthis over the group's attacks on Red Sea shipping. The Houthi-run health ministry said the strikes killed at least 53 people, including women and children. The North Korean ambassador Ma Dong-hui, who the KCNA state news agency said was also Pyongyang's envoy to Egypt, said Washington indiscriminately targeted civilians and property by mobilizing air and navy forces, including an aircraft carrier. A plane crashed just off the Caribbean coast of Honduras on Monday night, minutes after taking off from the Roatan Island, killing 7 people, while 10 others were pulled out from the wreckage alive. The Jetstream aircraft, operated by Honduran airline Lanhasa, was carrying 14 passengers and their 3 crew members, according to the country's transport minister, who said the wreckage was found about 1 kilometer off the island coast. According to the flight manifest shown by local media, the passenger included a U.S. national, a French national, and 2 minors. The plane was scheduled to fly to La Ceiba airport on the Honduran mainland. Similarly, the Honduran military provided 2 aircraft for the air transfer of passengers injured after the plane crash, which fell into the sea after takeoff from Roatan Island. Eyewitness video from the National Police showed officers and other rescue workers carrying survivors onto the rocky coastline, some in stretchers, as a nearby boat shone a bright light into the darkness. The plane crash, which occurred on Monday night, just minutes after the takeoff, killed 7 people, adding that 10 others were pulled out from the wreckage alive. The military posted stills of the operation on the Facebook page, saying that it continues to transfer the passengers to the city of San Pedro Sula, where they will receive medical assistance. Medics and people rushed to rescue Palestinians after an Israeli airstrike hit northern Gaza on Tuesday, leaving casualties and widespread destruction. Israeli airstrikes in Gaza killed at least 200 people. Palestinian health authorities said as attacks hit dozens of targets early on Tuesday, ending a weeks-long standoff over extending a ceasefire that had halted fighting in January. The Palestinian militant group Hamas issued a statement accusing Israel of breaching the ceasefire. Strikes were reported in multiple locations, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, and the Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah in central and southern Gaza Strip. Palestinian Health Ministry officials said many of the dead were children. Also, the senior Hamas security official Mahmoud Abu Watfar was killed in the Israeli strikes on Gaza on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations said in a video message released on Tuesday that the country will show no mercy to its enemies following the resumption of a military action in Gaza. Speaking from an unknown location, Ambassador Danny Danon confirmed that the Israeli army initiated attacks against Hamas targets inside the enclave. The Israeli military, which said it hit dozens of targets, and strikes would continue for as long as necessary and would extend beyond airstrikes, raising the prospect that Israeli group troops could resume fighting. We're headed for a short break. We're back after this, so stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office says on Tuesday he instructed the military to take strong action against Hamas in Gaza in response to the group's refusal to release hostages and rejection of all ceasefire proposals. Meanwhile, the Israeli army confirmed via X it was conducting extensive strikes on terror targets belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. El Salvadorian citizens and human rights groups voiced concerns on Monday, March 17th, after the U.S. deportation of Venezuelan migrants to the country. President Donald Trump's administration deported more than 200 Venezuelans it claimed were members of the Trans de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang that has been linked to kidnapping, extortion, and contract killings to Salvador over the weekend, even as U.S. federal judge temporarily blocked the government from using wartime law to carry out the deportations. Residents and human rights organizations in the capital city of San Salvador expressed their disagreements with the measure as President Nayib Bukele has spearheaded an anti-gang crackdown that has included mass trials and the construction of a mega prison. Washington last month designated Tan de Agragua and other criminal groups across the country as global terrorist organization as a move some analysts said could expose migrants who pay human smugglers to persecution. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro condemned on Monday the treatment received by Venezuelan deportees from the United States to El Salvador and announced Venezuela would take measures to denounce this massive violation of human rights. Maduro spoke on his TV show questioning Salvadoran counterpart Nayib Bukele on the way Venezuelan deportees were moved to a mega prison until the Bukele's anti-gang crackdown, a controversial policy that has included mass trials and detentions. In the proclamation published on Saturday, U.S. President Donald Trump invoked the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to swiftly deport the White House said were members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. The Trump administration used the authority to deport 137 Venezuelans to El Salvador on Saturday, even after a judge ordered the removal of halted, sparking a legal standoff. Authorities claimed indefinite curfew on parts of the Indian city of Nagpur after more than a dozen police officers were hurt in clashes by Hindu groups' demand for the removal of the tomb of 17th century Mughal ruler. Monday's violations in the central Indian city damaged many vehicles and injured several others, among them at least 15 police personnel, one of whom was in serious condition, a police officer said, speaking on condition of anonymity. Police said in a statement that members of the Hindu group The police said the situation escalated after several members of the Muslim groups marched near a police station and threw stones at them. Nagpur, which is the headquarters of the Roshnaya Swayamske Sangh RSS, the ideological parents of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party. The VHP belongs to the same family of organizers. Modi's critics have often accused him of discriminating against Muslims and failing to act against those targeting them. He and his other governments have denied the allegations. Distraught families took on Monday the arduous task of exhuming and relocating the remains of their loved ones from Bolivim Cemetery and suffered a partial collapse due to heavy rainfall. The incident, which occurred on Sunday, March 16, in the Ovejoyo neighborhood of the palace, located southeast of La Paz, where torrential rains led to the collapse of a section of the cemetery, leaving some coffins and bodies exposed. In response, families hurriedly worked to recover and move the remains out of there. Reports from La Paz news agency Amun revealed the cemetery was operating without the necessary environmental and operational licenses. At least 14 bodies have been accredited or retrieved and relocated by their families. A local official quoted by Amun urged families to exercise extreme caution during the exhumation process due to the potential risk of contamination. The Trump administration deported more than 200 Venezuelans in states where members of 10 de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang that has been linked to kidnapping, extortion, and contract killings, to El Salvador over the weekend, and even as the judge temporarily blocked it from using a wartime law to carry out the operation. Catherine Yom Abright's counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice said the administration could pose a serious threat to our system of checks and balances to the rule of law and in the United States.
It doesn't matter in these cases whether the planes were over international waters or not. The defendants, President Trump, the Secretary of Homeland Security, those folks were all within D.C. and so subject to federal jurisdiction. The larger issue is the Trump administration seems invested in making this a fight. And that really does raise this huge question of what happens if the executive branch can get away with defying court orders. I don't think, non-compliance with one order in one case is necessarily the end of the rule of law. But the question is, what is to compel the government to comply in future cases? Because in a world in which the government can pick and choose which court orders it wants to comply with, the law is going to mean whatever the president says, not whatever the courts say.
The reason that the president is invoking the Alien Enemies Act is to bypass those due process protections that exist in immigration law. This wartime authority has never been interpreted to include due process protections for individuals who are the citizens or natives of a country with which we're at war. And so even if a person is not actually a member of Tren de Aragua, just the government is accusing them of that without evidence, Trump is hoping that that will be enough for him to put people into detention and then deport them out of the country. So deporting people who we actually don't know what they've done, deporting people who very well may be innocent. And then I think the other thing that's worth noting here is that the Alien Enemies Act proclamation issued by the president includes people who are lawfully present in the
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, the way they serve the food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she would take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, or even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all go that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's plain tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate, at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. The way to bring out food to sell, their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money, and we are all buying. After which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there. These are causes of food poisoning, or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then, the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want waste. They don't want to lose their money. The next day, if they do not finish the stock they have, the next day they continue. They don't even care about our health. It pains me. One of my cousins died in December. What happened? After eating food served at Lagos, says purging, vomiting. Today, she's no more. What caused the problem? She ate food served by the vendor on the road. Then there are so many people who want to make money quick. They add a lot of things. People say they add water from cups. Some people say they wash something, put it inside. Please, before we eat outside, let us verify the source of the food, because 70 to 80% of the food served by these vendors on the road are not healthy. And a lot of consequences that I've said, starting from gastrointestinal problems and so many others. And then mortality. If you come to the hospital where I work, a lot of food poisoning, E. coli, a lot of problems, including children. So we should be careful when we want to buy food from outside.
Roadside food, if anybody can help it, please avoid it. The reason is this: look at the environment, the dust in the environment itself. Most times this roadside food is not cooked in a good environment. The preparation process is poor, and the people preparing it are not educated enough to handle food. They don't wash hands well. You know, the commonest disease we have in Nigeria after malaria, which is typhoid fever, it is a fecal-oral disease. In other words, it comes from the anal parts, where we put out what we have eaten, where we defecate. That's where it comes from, and it goes into the mouth. What do I mean? Somebody goes to eat herself, she defecates, then she cleans. After cleaning, how do we wash our hands? These roadside food vendors, how do they wash their hands? Do they use soap? No, they simply put their hand in water and just do and bring out, and they use that same hand and prepare the food. And this food, you take it now, put it in your mouth, and the organism begins to, that is the chain. So you see, typhoid fever is multiplying. We are processing it because people who are not well informed are preparing food for us. And where do we meet most of these people? At the roadside. I'm not talking about the dust that gets into the food. Yes, have you seen suya in the open place? Your vehicle is passing, you splash dust. Inside that dust, you have people who have spat out their phlegm, their cough, any kind of cough. I don't want to mention the tuberculosis and all that, which although tuberculosis, you can just, by inhaling it from the food, you can have that. So it is not advisable as much as possible. They don't cover the food well. You see akara. Only few people put their akara in a glass case. Others will keep it in an open basket. Anything that can fly around goes into it. And that same akara, how you will know how clean the food is? Take a piece of a white handkerchief and keep beside that, on that table where the akara is, and give it 10 minutes. That hanky will turn brown. It is the same dust that fell on the hanky that has been falling on the akara and the yam that is fried there. So roadside food is not the best, but the poverty in our country cannot help us because they appear to be cheap. And the reason they are cheap is because they don't go through the normal process of processing that food, of cooking that food.
I don't consume roadside food. The reason is the way I was brought up by my mom and my family. We don't, because if as a student now, you know how to cook, and maybe you go to the market and buy foodstuffs and ingredients and cook, you find out that you eat more healthy than roadside food, because most of the ingredients used in cooking roadside food are not actually that healthy. Because all these, if you go to market now, there's a video I watched once about a tomato that used to have frogs on it. The man in the video said that tomato was made by snakes. That if it's punctures it, the venom enters, and if you use it to cook, it can be really dangerous to the health. And the money you use that you could have used to buy the more quality tomato, now you add more and start using yourself of some illness you don't even know about, or that you just cost upon yourself by consuming roadside food. And you can't actually blame the vendor or the people that cook roadside food, because everybody's trying to make a living. So if they see something cheaper, of course, definitely they have to go for it. And that everybody's trying to make a living. I won't say what they're doing is right, but the country is just getting hard by every day about it. So everybody's trying to make a living and survive. So I just believe that the ingredients used in cooking of roadside food or preparing roadside, I feel that they're not, should I say, they're not quality products. So you can just, you don't know, and the environment in which they cook, the environment and everything, you don't know whether it's clean and everything. So you consume of roadside food can be really very dangerous to the health.
My name is Rose Onwa. and I sell akara. The reason why I sell akara is to help people out because akara is the only common food that anyone can purchase with at least 500 naira. Even with the smoke and stress that comes from it, I choose to sell akara because I use it to help people out.
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, oh, my head is, but it started with one prime minister, one after another, after another, after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America, Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away, but jail you because you stole our money. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then fine it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know, but I was going to ask you, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means the person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interest because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty. I am blaming the Constitution and blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it. So do you think everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the party that's even deciding. Party may take initial decision, but now the judiciary that's doing election for us. It never happened before because you cannot come to if I'm to elect my representative, my leader from my community, we will know who we want and we'll elect him and we will hold him accountable, and if he doesn't account to us, we remove him. But you don't have that now. You don't have that in this system.
It's an honor to actually sit with you. I will just get right to it. I am with Honorable Dennis Nnamdi. I actually would prefer to put Honorable Nnamdi Dennis Abo. He's an honorable member, House of Representatives, representing Iweze North Udenu Federal Constituency of Enugu State. Good day, sir.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
How do you feel? How do you feel getting your victory back? Let's just start with that.
I feel happy, obviously. I feel excited. Happy in the sense that it is not good when people have given you their mandate for you to lose it. I believe it's my responsibility to keep the mandate popularly given to me, a popular mandate given to me by my people. So when this is threatened, I believe it's my responsibility to chase the mandate and recover it for the good of the people. The reason is that there is, for their House of Representatives, for that particular constituency, that's a person they want them they want to represent them. My people have somebody in their mind, and that person is me. They want me to represent them. If they therefore come out and vote for me and give me their mandate, and then somehow, because of the ills and the failings of society, that mandate is threatened, it is my responsibility to pursue that mandate and recover it. In fact, the recovery of mandate is an additional proof that you are able to discharge the responsibilities of the mandate. First of all, reclaim that mandate on behalf of the people. It is not good for... The worst thing that can happen to society is that people exercise their choice, and that choice is thwarted. It is not good at all.
Okay. We learned that during the election, you went to one of the... Well, some people would dread the place, but you felt it's your constituency. It's part of the people if you were elected to lead. But you went there nonetheless, and a lot of people won't even do that, let alone take their first son with them. What influenced that?
Yeah. Number one, if you ask me what influenced that, I should say this thing about representing people is about service, and that's the way I understand it. Other people may understand it any other way. It's about service, and to serve, you have to be the least. You cannot be the greatest when you serve. We have examples of service. So therefore, if the people I'm wanting to represent are locked up somewhere called the den of bandits, I cannot pretend or assume that I'm representing them when I cannot reach where they are. These people, they are made to pay some kind of ransom to conduct their daily life to people who have besieged the place. I have to go and find out how are they doing, because they are part of the constituency. If without them, the constituency is not complete. So we have to go there, ask them for their vote, explain our programs for them, find out how they are doing, and then put myself in their situation. And then that is the best way you can devise a solution to their problem. So I had to go. People say it was dangerous, and I said, how can it be dangerous? I belong to this place. This is my constituency. I represent everybody here. I have only tried to represent my people. I've not done any other thing. I've not muzzled them. I've not oppressed them. I've not stolen from them. I've grown up among them. And I've not done any evil. I'm not accused of anything that is untoward in my community. I've not taken what does not belong to me. I'm not going to even chase what does not belong to me. I'm not going to try to take what does not belong to me. I've not sent young men to go and play thuggery for me. I've not sent people to go and kill for me. I don't have a band of armed robbers that I breed. I don't have any evil person that can say I am the one lending him protection. I am not part of any evil system. Therefore, why should somebody want to hurt me or to do it? I didn't send anybody to go and rob for me or to go and kill for me. So I have only built schools. I've only intervened on electricity distribution, water, empowerment, name it. These are the good things I've just lent my life to do for them. And they know me. They know I'm not telling them a lie when I tell them, oh, I've built this school. I will name the school. They can associate and relate with the schools or the projects that I've done. Nobody thinks evil about me in my place. So I said, we're going there. Let me see the kidnapper or the bandit that will come and take Dennis Agbo. What are you taking me for? Is it for the bad I've done or for the good I have done? So we went. And then going, I had to show my people that, look, I mean this thing to the best of my intentions. So I went with my first son. He is schooling now in the UK. We went together. So, and on our way going, the car broke down. We had to come out from the vehicle.
And that was in the midst of these bandits. And but they were watching us from their hideout, from their den, and they must have asked among themselves, who is this person coming in here? And they say it's Dennis Abu. And they said, look, leave that one alone. I didn't feel there was nothing like anybody bothering us. Nobody bothered us. Nobody disturbed us. They watched us. We finished cutting trees and putting on the road to enable the cars to pass. And we passed and we continued to where we went to for the campaign. We campaigned successfully. And the people, you can imagine the excitement. I was the only person who ever came there to campaign. No other person did. So today, I am one with them. And they know how and why they can say that I'm one with them. Nobody else can claim that. So if this thing about serving, it takes some of that kind of engagement with your people. Extreme engagement.
Okay. What is your plan if your opponent, I'm talking about Atigwe, Honorable Atigwe, if he appeals, what is your plan?
My plan would be to meet him in court. If he appeals, we'll meet in court. And, for me, I have found out that if we have to repair our society, it will take some of this work. Okay? For my election to just become a candidate, I went to the court 7 times. I went to the Supreme Court 2 times. I went to the appeal court, this appeal court they are talking about, I went there 2 times. I went to the High Court 3 times. That's how many times and I won all those 7 cases, back to back. Okay, because I will, like I said, I will not take what does not belong to me. But if you want to take what belongs to me, I will fight for it. So if they decide to go on appeal, I'll go and meet them. One thing is true. I will not even go to a family meeting, not to talk of a court, if I lost an election. I won't even complain to a neighbor. I will walk away. But if I have won an election and there's a threat to take that mandate, I will fight it with everything that I've got because my people expect me to do that. And okay, yesterday when this judgment was given in my favor, and I was declared the rightfully elected candidate or member for my federal constituency, come and see the spontaneous joy in my town, in the 2 local governments, everywhere. People were doing cannon shots. People were buying drink, thanking God, going to church, going to mountain, praising God, singing, praising, feeling happy. Everybody. The whole people in my constituency, they were all excited. They were filled with joy. Now, for that joy in the hearts of my people, on their faces, the smile and laughter on their faces, I can do anything. So going to appeal court is normal. If that's the process of asserting that, yes, this mandate is mine. Okay? Now, and I hope you know how we came here, so that it's not like I am anxious at what will happen in appeal court. There can only be one thing that will happen. That's confirmation of my mandate. That's the only thing that will happen. And in all of this, I have God with me, and I take that seriously. I take that one seriously. It's an advantage I have. So I have no fear in my mind at all. I fear only one person. I fear God, and when I fear him, I have no other fear in my mind. Okay. So we'll meet them in court. And by the way, even certain issues that I'm not happy with that judgment, I'm going to cross appeal. So they're going to appeal. Me too, I'm going to appeal. Even though I want but certain things need to be put right. Certain pronouncements of the tribunal that I don't agree with, I'm still going to cross appeal. That is how serious it is. Because we are building our electoral jurisprudence. So as we are going, we are picking the experience, we are trying to correct things. Even my experiences on all this journey will form a mandate I have, even when I go back to the House of Representatives, in terms of making laws and legislation.
Okay. I would ask the next question. Are you going to return to the House immediately, or will you wait after the appeal?
I want to return. The order of the court is very clear. that a certificate of return should be issued to me immediately, and that I should be sworn in and inaugurated into the Federal House of Representatives. So I expect that my swearing in should be immediate. If because the other candidate wants to go to appeal, and they want to wait till they exhaust their right of appeal, so be it. But the order of the court is of the tribunal is very clear that I should be inaugurated immediately, and certificate of return should be issued to me, and the one issued to him should be withdrawn. That's the order of court. Okay. So I expect the court, I expect INEC, I expect everybody to obey the order of court.
Okay, you've not actually yet assumed when there was a particular, will I say, bill of some sort that was passed for the legislators, as in talking about slashing their salaries to half. And what is your take on that?
It's a token, but it's just like to indicate that, okay, the National Assembly want to be in solidarity with the Nigerian people. Things are hard, that this is what we can also do. But I want to say it's just like a token. More can be done. More can be done. More and much more can be done. It's not, well, how much is our salary? Our salary is small.
How much is it?
Our salary, my salary as at the time is not more than 650,000 naira in a month, and then they take the tax. So if you talk of half of it, about 200 and something thousand, it's really nothing, because they talked about salaries.
Okay. So talking about representation,
That's 650 in a month.
Okay, that means it's like over 300 plus. If you're to cut the salary.
But you have not removed the tax. If you remove the tax, it may be less. That's why I say 200 and something thousand.
Okay. So talking about representation, before you got this far and you got this victory, you knew there were oppositions. Are you going to be, what kind of representation are you going to be doing? Would you carry everybody along, including those that fought against you, or would you segregate?
See,
there's a saying that it says you dine you keep the devil at a distance. So we want to know
the thing is, I'm going to represent everybody, and my people know that I represent everybody. Some people say this is a game, and I don't like this kind. I don't like playing the politics in this kind of way. So we want to, clean up our mandate, confirm our mandate, affirm our mandate. But after that, we go to work. Our people know that I work for them. They know that this 1 year they have lost a lot. I was inaugurated into the National Assembly in June last year. And by November, when I left my seat in the National Assembly for all these troubles, I had constructed 2 classroom blocks, started from foundation and finished it. One in Oda, one in Umobego. It was rainy season at that time. I was barely saying, so help me God, at my inauguration. And they told me that a classroom block had fallen and children were schooling under the tree. I had to shop around the whole federal ministries and agencies to get an agency that will help me construct the classroom back. So within, let's say, the first month, at the end of the first month or the beginning of the second month of my being in the house, they were already laying the foundation to construct a classroom. And it was finished, plastered, painted, tiled, sealed, everything completed, and then the classroom was handed over to the community. That was done. Then the other one again, the next community now came and said, okay, we have a dormitory. The students don't live in dormitories again. We want to use that dormitory for an examination hall. So to convert that dormitory, we had to pull it down because it was even decrepit. We pulled it down, reconstructed a brand new examination hall. It was also finished, done with, painted, tiled, sealed, finished before that November. Before that November, another community called Umagwedeg. They came, that they have made some community efforts to do rural electrification for themselves. And I say, how far have you gone? They say, okay, they are just looking for a transformer. I purchased a transformer for them with which they were able to complete their rural electrification project in Umagwedeg. The same thing happened at Umadonowo. They came, almost the same problem. I gave them a transformer with which they completed their rural electrification project. At the same period, again, within the same 6 months or 5 months, if you go to Boleke, from the market, a distance of about 1.5 kilometers to the church, St. Patrick's, the whole church compound have put solar street lights there that lights the compound completely in the night. Then from the market to that college. It was when we were doing campaigns, and we had to come to this particular church in the night conducting our campaign that I looked at such a massive school to be in that state of darkness, no light, no electricity connection there. So I now said, okay, when I get into the House of Reps, this is one of the very first things I'm going to do. So putting solar street light and lighting that entire compound of St. Patrick's was part of the things I also did within the same period. And so on and so forth. So those 5 projects, the 2 classroom blocks, the 2 electricity projects, and the solar street light project, all of them were completed within 5 months. Now, so you can imagine if I have been there for the last 1 year or almost 1 year, this is the way projects will be rising around the constituency. Rising for people in Labour Party, people in PDP, people in other APC, other political parties. The delivery of dividends of democracy does not recognize party. Everybody is a member of the constituency. You can belong to your political party, but you go to the same school that I built. I built a technical college, finished in my first tenure, which everybody attend. Everybody attends the school, whether you are from Labour Party or whether you're from APC or PDP. Everybody goes to school. So I serve everybody, and our people actually know. I don't play too much of politics. If anything, I'm in a hurry to deliver service. I'm not in a hurry to play politics. But our people know that the best politics you can play is the politics of service. So you could also say that I understand my politics very well. But I play politics through service. And that is the most enduring kind of politics you can play.
Okay, talking about bandits, you did mention about the fact that a section of that constituency has bandits. What is your plan as regards
okay, let me tell you that this visit to that community that was besieged was when I was conducting my campaign. Immediately I won the election in June. I won it in February. We were inaugurated in June, and I came into office. Everything about banditry started disappearing. They started, because I was away from office for 4 years. Then we started talking about banditry within my constituency. When I came into office without shooting a gun, without raising a finger, everything started disappearing. Security came back. Young men were not being killed again. Nobody, all those criminality, they all started disappearing. Why? Because the man of peace has come. I have nothing to do with crime. I don't send children or young people to go and do crime. And without even holding a town hall meeting, everything started disappearing. And I tell you, if I had remained in office till now we will not be talking about anything about young men in the bush would have come out and taken an enterprise, taken up something to do, find them something to do. And that is my responsibility.
So you think it's because they didn't have a proper leader?
Thank you. They also didn't have a good leader. They didn't have a good leader. They have people who think that they have to muzzle, force people. They don't have the culture of tolerance. they think that it's take it or leave it. No, you have to build a consensus. Consensus building is the responsibility of a leader, and you have to show by examples. It's not a do or die. You have to teach young. I was a banker. I left the bank as a general manager before I got into government to serve as a commissioner to come. So I want young people to also experience a life of career, a career life. They don't have to get into criminality or to banditry or to, they are entitled to a good life. And it is the responsibility of us, the leaders, to guide them so that they can have the good life. They can discover what they can do with their life and actualize themselves. So when leaders are not doing that and they are carrying people to stand behind them like this, I mean, when I get into office, I find young people who come to me and say, if you are coming home, you tell us so that I can come and receive you. I said, no. That's not what you are supposed to be doing. I said, what do you do now? I mean, IMT, I finished from IMT, but I don't have money to do my clearance. I would have gone for you service. I said, okay, this person, this is my PA or whoever, go with this man, calculate how much is this clearance money he's looking for. We'll give him the money, he will go for his youth service. He's not supposed to be walking behind me. He's not supposed to be waiting for me to start walking in front of me. That is not, I don't need anybody to do that for me. If I need security, the security agencies are there. But my young people are supposed to be in school, be in the bank, be teachers, be, whatever you want to do. Drivers, bricklayers, construction workers, engineers, architects. That's what young people are supposed to be. I am an accountant, and I've actualized myself. So why should I be telling a young man to come and stand behind me? That's not what you are born to do. You are supposed to actualize yourself, be a media person like you. And I have a very comprehensive plan to guide people to do that. Guide people into their profession, into their different enterprises that they can go into. It is part of the core of my constituency intervention.
So you feel that the leadership they had before was more like a subterfuge?
What I mean is that the leaders they had were people who never thought that these people are entitled to a good life. They thought that because they are leaders, they lord it over the other people, that they are a superior type of being. No, nothing makes us superior. Nothing makes us superior. If anything, we the leaders are supposed to be servants, and the best way to lead is to be a servant leader. The best way to play politics is to play the politics of service. I have played it. People didn't understand it initially. Now they understand it. Now they know it is the thing that endures. Today, somebody called me on phone. The same person, one of the two people that used to come to me and say, when you are coming, you tell us. He called me. He was rejoicing with me. Because they know that I don't pretend about these things. I mean it. That is me. I don't guide people to criminality. I don't do it. It is wicked. It's a sin before God. So I guide young people. I teach you how to conduct your life, how to manage your time, how to use your resources, how to be a responsible member of society, how to actualize a purpose for your life. God has a purpose for everybody. God has a purpose for people. And the purpose of God for everybody is good. Excellent purpose. So it's for us to discover that purpose and work with God to actualize that purpose. And we the leaders, guide people to discover their purpose and to go ahead and fulfill it. That's what I do.
So now that you said that you've won, what will be your focus? Seeing that you've lost more or less, say, a year, so you have 3 years. So what will be your focus now?
Unfortunately for us in the legislature, we don't recover tenure. So I have just a balance of, I'll barely have a balance of 3 years. Okay. I have my program clearly worked out before this disruption. I will just go back to where I stopped and continue. It is exciting to know that since this judgment was given yesterday, agencies of government, ministries of government, they have been calling me to rejoice. director generals of agencies, because I don't get lazy. I work, and I work with these agencies. I work with them to enable them realize and perform their mandates, the mandate of their agency. Many of them have already keyed in when I came in for this other tenure, when I was inaugurated last year. They've already come in. We've already created programs. We're already working on them. Now this disruption came, and it was like they were even more devastated than myself. So immediately they started reading in social media that I'm back. All of them started calling back. They are calling back, and they can't wait for the work to start. And we'll continue, because this country has a problem. We have issues. And it is for us to solve the problem. Leaders solve problems. It is not spirits that come to solve problems. And when I was in my first tenure, and we had this issue of herdsmen, banditry, and all of that, I created a legislative intervention in that regard. I knew that it's about the problem between the farmers and the herders, because they roam and they match the crops of farmers, and then there's conflict, and then the people are killed, people die. Sometimes the bandits, the terrorists, infiltrate the ranks of the herders to conduct because in the night when people are moving with some few cattle, like, you don't know whether they are actually herders or whether they're terrorists moving from one part of the country to the other. And I asked myself, in other climes where people achieve high level of animal husbandry, do they roam? Do they move from place to place? The answer is no. In Australia, in Ireland, in UK, in America, they don't move. They stay in one place. How then do they do it? They transform their animal husbandry system. They modernize it through artificial insemination, through the food, that's the grass, the grazing stock. Okay? And all of that. Then the baling, all the things you use to harvest the feed of the grass, and then feed it to the animal, fortify it, and so on and so forth. Blend the types of nutritious grass, legumes, carbohydrate, and all of those things. You combine them. Make sure that when these animals eat these things, they grow fat. And don't forget, when an animal eats the grass or eats food, and is walking along the whole stretch, trekking from northern Nigeria to southern Nigeria, the whole thing is burnt. So we don't even conserve the nutrients to make the animal grow and produce meat. Because they are roaming, then our milk production is almost zero. And I checked in the whole world that we have all the trouble, but that we don't even rank among the first 10, whether in meat production or in milk production. But look at the transformation that happened in Rwanda. The Hutus and the Tutsis are the same herders and the farmers. The Hutus are the herders. The Tutsis are the farmers. So the same thing that caused a pogrom there was the same problem we're having here. What did they do? They transformed the animal husbandry system. They ranch the animals. They stay in one place. And now they've become a tourist destination in Africa, one of the most progressive states. So I'm going to go back and get busy. There are programs I'm working on. Now today, the country is grappling with hunger, starvation, shortage of food, food insecurity. Now, I know what to do. I know what to do. I have a farm. In fact, my core of job creation, economic empowerment of my people this time around is about the development of a poultry cluster within my constituency. In a poultry cluster, you need to have a hatchery, you need to have a feed mill, you need to have a processing facility to process the meat. Okay? And you need to have an off-taking arrangement. Then you need to be able to train the band of smallholder farmers. Then you need to give them some kind of microcredit. These are the things required. And I have it worked out. I'm already working, the people calling, part of the people calling me now, are people I'm working with to implement a hatchery within my constituency, because There's no hatchery actually, no standard hatchery within the entire southeast. For you to buy a day-old chick, DOC, you have to go as far as Ogun State, Oyo State, Kaduna State, and so on. This is where you can get a DOC. When you buy DOCs from there, before you get your mortality would have consumed a number of those chicks. Now we want to have a hatchery within the constituency where people can just shift and buy 400 beds and go behind their house and conduct a poultry farm. If they do 400 beds and they earn 500 naira per bed at maturity, that is 200,000. How many people? The minimum wage in Nigeria now is 70,000. And it is not 500 naira they will make. Now, the person can have 400 beds in 2 months maturity. After a while, the person can have 2 cycles of 400 beds maturities so that he can be having monthly maturities of 400 beds per month. So, the person makes an income, legitimate income, with pride, with dignity, of 200,000 naira every month. Everybody that works with me, my so-called political associates, I tell everybody, have another address. Politics is not a profession. I have finished a career before I came into government. And I use the word government carefully because I prefer to say government than to say politics. Politics means nothing. It's the way to get into government. So we talk about government, but people say they are professional politicians. I don't know what they mean by that. So I talk about government. Before I got into government, I have garnered my experience, my self-confidence, my network, nationally, internationally. I've done what I call achievements in my life. I've accomplished them. Then those things recommended me to now come and lend service to my state. Like I said, in 2003, that's 21 years ago, I left UBA as a general manager. So, by now, I should be part of the people trying to contribute to how do we move Nigeria forward. If you try to do it from the private sector, you might not be able to do as much as you can do from the public sector. That is why we are in government. Government gives you a wider sphere of influence to impact more lives. But it's about impacting lives. It's not about oppressing people. It's not about leading people the wrong direction. It's not about administering oath to a counselor that wants to, the young man that wants to be a counselor. You can come and swear oath. Oath for what? Oath of allegiance? To who? To me or to God? They owe your allegiance to God. If I help you today and you say you want to forget tomorrow, so be it. Nobody is a slave to me. Nobody. I was not a slave to anybody. And I'm not even a slave to anybody today. We are all under God, and that is how it's supposed to be.
Okay. So, matching with that, that means what they call political godfather. You don't have a political godfather.
I have only one godfather in heaven. I'm telling you. And I'm serious. And I want everybody to know it doesn't even pay to think you want to be anybody's godfather. Look at the trouble, unnecessary trouble, I call it, that we have in Rivers State. Unnecessary. If you finish your tenure, for goodness sake, you turn your back and go. I was a commissioner here. By the time I finished the first tenure of the government, I returned to my office. During that time, we were playing politics before the new tenure of the same government was inaugurated. I was already back into what I was doing. Then they called me back. Oh, you've been reappointed. Then rumors started. They want to make him governor. I said, look, I have something to do. I have something to do. When I'm in government, I apply myself fully. God is my witness. The permanent secretary can bear me out of my ministry that time. I was running my ministry with my personal money. I'm not lying. I'm telling you. Your Oga knows because we're in government together. He knows I ran my ministry with my money. So that is me. So government is not something you want to hug and hold and you don't even want anybody to come near. No. Because it's not a place to enjoy. If you want to make money, That's the private sector with limitless opportunities. They don't have salary for a private sector businessman. You make as much money as you want to make. If I breed 1,000 birds this month, and I make 500 naira on them, and I make 500,000 on them, okay? Then next month I can decide I'm going to do 10,000 birds. I'm making 500 naira on each. I'll make 5 million in a month, which the state will get 5 million in a month if it is your income, so to speak. That is why when I also am in government, I recognize the difference between my salary and my constituency running cost. Constituency running cost is supposed to be applied to running the constituency. I used to tell people, if you go to the ENUGU Technical College that I built for over 100 million, there is no budget item in the Federal Republic of Nigeria that says ENUGU Technical College, because I built it out of my constituency running cost. It's not supposed to be pocketed. So that's why I was saying, when you talk about salary, 50% of salary, blah, 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 and I say it's not much.
You know, there are cases where you have leaders live outside their constituency, live outside where they are living. What do you say to that? Leaders, for instance, you have a local government chairman of, say, town A, local government A, and the particular chairman is living in local government C.
It is bad. It is wrong. Very, very wrong. For me, I conduct the National Assembly business in Abuja, but I have a constituency I'm representing back here. That means I have two homes, so to speak, because Tuesdays to Thursdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are sitting. Okay? Mondays, we go back. We sit Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, we come back. That's how it goes. So, in that case, you can be looking for me here. You will not see me between Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But otherwise, we are supposed to be here with our constituents, understanding their problems, being with them, getting to know them, getting to encourage them. Times are hard, and people need encouragement.
You did mention about the fact that, well, your son is, okay, before I get to that, all the hassles that have happened, you know, with the politics, like they call it, the drag to court, appeal court, and back, did it make you lose interest in government at any point?
Sometimes you ask, sometimes you really ask yourself, is this thing worth it? But if you are truthful to yourself, you will come to the conclusion that it is worth it. Yes, it is worth it, because what is the alternative? To allow people who should be bandits to be in government, because you are thinking you are too decent to be there. Sometimes I feel, oh, is it worth it? You have this beautiful office as a banker, blah, blah, blah. You know, you want to just be in your comfort zone, air-conditioned office. But then what will happen to the constituents? You see the degeneration of political thinking. People are beginning to look at politics wrongly. They are talking about oppression of the repression of the people. An individual creates a private detention camp. He puts people of my constituency there. He ties a woman's hand behind her back. You create a private army. Should we watch these things and just say, we are too decent for this? No. Should we watch our place that doesn't have any development project going on, and somebody is representing the place? And our people have, most importantly, they've said, look, Oga, we want you to represent us. Should I shy away and say, no, that thing is dirty, I'm not cut out for this? No. No. My father was a decent man, also civil servant, you know, fit and proper. A time came, the call of duty came upon him. And while he was discharging that call of duty for our people, he died. So I used to tell my people, I have not even come to the point of dying. My father laid his life for my people. So I will do the most that I can. And God has blessed me, by the way. What else would anybody wish for in life that I don't have? What else? I have a fulfilled career. If you talk about my life history, I'm telling you, you think I've lived 3 years? Is it my career, my banking career? Is it government? Is it? You think I've lived 3 times over and over again? Because now I've garnered a lot of experience in this government business. If you ask me about my business, if you talk about my business from now, we'll be talking about it tomorrow. Because I've done business and I've done well in my business. I understand business. I'm a trained accountant. But I've also accomplished a career in banking. So what else do I want in this life? I have children that are getting good education and looking up to me, understanding values about life. I'm teaching them godliness, values. I'm giving them a good education. So preparing them to face their own future. What else do I want? I have a lovely wife who is behind me in all of these things, who has come to become one with me in what I'm doing. She now understands, because sometimes women don't understand what their husband is. We understand where we are going. When we bring money, when we earn money, we know that some of this money is for the church. Some of this money is for scholarship. Some of this money is for giving to charity. Because that money can purchase us very lavish holidays in Hawaii. My wife, a woman can think like that. But my wife knows that, look, this man knows that part of this money, a good part of it will go to charity, will go to the church, will go to God's work, will go to scholarships. Scholarship don't purchase me any luxury or any comfort. No. But somehow we still get by. What do I want in this world? There's nothing I want. Food I have, and I don't think, look, for you to live in Nigeria and you don't think about food and food is available, it's a lot of grace. Because some people have to think hard before their night meal comes. We are trying, we leaders should be working and doing everything that we can to reduce that number of people that go to bed hungry. Working to make sure that cost of food comes down. Working to make sure that people don't have to think hard before they can have food to eat. Food is always affordable in every other part of this world. I don't know how we came to where we are now in Nigeria. That a country as vast, as blessed, with good weather, soil, climate, and everything, can be having food shortage. I don't know. It shouldn't exist at all. And let me say this before I leave that point. I was listening to somebody on TV, and the person has information. It's not just somebody talking. He has information. And he said that the oil of our country has been sold. The previous administration has sold the whole oil of this country to the end of this present administration. And this present administration is now selling the oil for future generations to come. Mortgaging it in forward contracts, mortgaging it in borrowing money, and so on and so on. There must be. Sensible leaders have to discover another source of income for this nation. If we continue to think about oil, we are lazy in the head. Our agriculture can give us 10 times what we get in the oil and gas industry. That is the truth. So we need to think outside the box. We need to begin to do things, innovative things to do. There are so many things that we can do. How about our solid minerals? We're not even thinking about it.
Okay, you did mention about bad roads. What are your moves towards the bad roads in your constituency?
It is terrible. It is a shame that a country as blessed as we are should be having the kind of roads we have, especially, some of these major federal highways. Now, so immediately I got back to the 10th Assembly. I said, no, this thing shouldn't be the case. I moved a motion in the House of Representatives for the immediate rehabilitation and reconstruction of the road. It's a stretch going from Abuja, Kefi, Lafia, Akwanga, Makodi, Otukpo, Obolafo, 9th Mile, and ENUGU. It terminates in ENUGU. That's the stretch of the road. Now, I discovered when I started making the inquiries that the contract has been awarded to a company called Chinese Harbour Engineering, CHE. They started from the Abuja end, and they were somewhere in Nasarawa State. But the road had become so unserviceable that now travelers have to abandon the entire stretch from Otukpa to Obolafo, to 9th Mile. They tore to other local roads, exposing the passengers to dangers, criminality, and so on and so forth, and now going to spoil the other fragile state roads that are in the hinterland. So I moved the motion that, look, in as much as you are coming with this other major project, you need to conduct a palliative maintenance, a remedial work, while the major contract is progressing. Come and do a remedial maintenance so that people can have road to drive on. That was the essence of that motion that I presented in the House of Rep. And I didn't want it to just be a motion. The next moment, I was going to call on the door of the Minister for Works, and he happened to be somebody from this southeast who understands the importance of that road. He understands how strategic the road is. I was going to call and stay in his office, bother him, bother the Minister of Finance, bother everybody that needs to be bothered. Because in Nigeria, it's really a share of the national cake. You need to try to struggle and get your own share. If I have been in the office for the past 1 year, I can tell you there would have been a difference in that road. There must have been a difference, or that otherwise we will be asking ourselves what is happening, what have we done with every naira we have earned in this, because my people also have to have a share. You don't want to think about what that road looks like, coming from 9th Mile to P, to Bolafo, to Tukpa, to Tukpo, to Makodi.
So you're in the office now. Is it given that you're in the office now?
Yeah.
What would you do?
I'm going back to the same project. I will go to the senator, myself, all the House of Reps members that are in that stretch. By the way, when I did that motion, okay, I recruited the other House of Reps members to come. Look, this road is the most important thing we have come here to do. Come and sign off on this motion. Let us move it. And they did. And then I led the motion. I presented the motion. I will go back and recruit everybody again. Why is it that in the last 1 year we have not seen substantial progress? If we don't find a good reason, then we go calling on doors, knocking on doors. There's no need answering a minister, and then you are from this part, and then years will pass and we are not seeing the impact. You have, or it's either one thing or one thing will happen or the other will give. Okay. Because if you are not working, people have to know that you are not working.
Okay. You did mention the fact that your son is schooling in the UK, and well, it's not, one would not say, but you know, there is so much, people have plenty agitations of leaders leaving ordinary Nigerians to school here whilst their kids are schooling abroad. What do you say to that, and why is your son schooling abroad?
When I went to school, I was trained by a widow. My father died early, like I said here. My father died early. My mother was having to raise 8 children, but she made sure that I attended University of Nigeria. University of Nigeria. With 5 kobo meal tickets. 5 kobo meal ticket. We buy it at the beginning of the year. You just buy a whole bunch of meal tickets. You come to the gate of Ekpo Ref or Maria Makeba refectory, you tear one and give to the gate man. You enter there and you ate everything you wanted to eat. In my room in Marere Hall, I was in the E wing initially. I went to F wing. In E wing, we were 3 in a room. Later on, EF, when you get to 3rd year, final year, you go to F wing, you are 2 in a room.
What year was that, so that we keep up to date?
I went into the university in 1982.
Okay.
So that, if you ask, that was what the situation.
Yes.
Now, I go to the university, and you see like 16 people in one room. 16 students. There will be nothing I'm doing in this world if I let my child go attend that kind of place. Now, I'm coming. Then it should place the burden on me that, look, something needs to be done. If what we are getting now is not education, where you pack 16 children in one room. Therefore, if you make me the chairman, House Committee on Education, things must change. Don't forget, I have intervened in the area of education, primarily and principally. I've built schools. I've built brand new schools. I've built blocks of classrooms in schools. I'm trying to do my utmost best to make sure that the situation changes. And as I get a more pedestal to influence things in society, I am going to make sure that children of Nigeria must get the kind of education we got in those days. How we got here, I don't know. But every leader must feel the urgency to turn things around. Now, you ask me, how do we? It is not easy to send your children to send your children abroad now. Very, very difficult. Look at the exchange rate. Look at the exchange rate. Now, I may not be able to send any of my children again out. But if I can afford it out of my legitimate income, I would like to give them because if you don't have education, if you think education is expensive, try illiteracy. Your children will not be confident. I am a very confident person. Apart from godliness that makes me confident, I have a good education. A good education. A good education. So I want to give my children a good education. I want to make sure that academic calendar can be predicted. You can predict that somebody is going into a 4-year course and after 4 years the person will graduate. It is when we realize that things are bad that we seek to how to solve it. Food is another critical thing. We need to solve it, and so on and so forth.
You did mention the fact that our educational system is dilapidated.
Yes.
What are you going to do to correct it?
I've spoken about my intervention in the area of education.
Yes.
Go to ENUGU Technical College today, which I built. It is the best technical college in Enugu State today. Go there. Don't believe my story. Go and verify.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I don't know if you have any final or last words because we're...
I want to thank my people. Thank the people of my constituency, the ways and not to the federal constituency. I want to thank them for their patience. Thank them for all their patience and support and solidarity. I want to thank them for the kind of spontaneous celebration they went into when the judgment came yesterday in my favor. I want to thank them. It means that these people are with me. And it challenges me to continue this work that we are doing for our people. It will not stop. I will double my efforts, and that's the message I have for them. Thank them. I thank them. I thank them. And I thank God Almighty. He is God Almighty. He can do all things. The miracle of this judgment, the miracle of this judgment cannot be told in an interview like this.
What's your inspiration? Last.
This inspiration for this?
Inspiration for everything you do.
It's God.
Thank you so
I
much.
draw my inspiration from the scriptures.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nnamdi Dennis Abo. It's been an amazing time we just we spent with you, and we believe that moving forward, that beyond saying things, like you're trying to leave a mark, that you're not just going to be the politicians or a leader that just speaks without acting, that God will also back you up to fulfill every of the mandates you've carried out, and your heart will be brought bare to light. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
It's another beautiful day, and we say welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. We have some headlines where Abia State government has signed an electricity bill into law. We'll also go to Ebonyi, where we are tracking a story where 3 commissioners have been suspended. Let's go straight to the stories for this day. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has signed into law the Abia State Electricity Bill, thereby empowering the state to regulate its own electricity market. In a press release by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Okwa Njoku Okwa, Oti said with the signing of the Electricity Bill into law, the executive arm of government has the capacity to implement the law, adding that the state will soon set up Abia State Electricity Regulatory Authority, ASERA. Oti said a 64-page law would support power initiatives of the government which will stand the test of time, adding that it will strengthen the plans of government to extend power to the rest of the 8 local government areas of the state, having sealed the Abaring fence with Geometric Power Limited covering 9 local government areas. He commended the State House of Assembly for speedily but careful passage of a bill and appreciated the development partners for their input. Presenting the bill for signing, the Speaker, Abia State House, Emmanuel Emerua, said that Abia State is on the right path with the electricity bill. Signing ceremony witnessed by dignitaries in the state. And now to Ebonyi State, where Governor Francis Muifuru has announced a 1-month suspension of 3 commissioners in his cabinet for absenteeism. The affected commissioners include Solomon Azi, Grants and Donor Agencies, Victor Chukwu, Environment, and Ikowa, or maybe Ministry of Rural Development. We're tracking that story so you'll hear more. And now to Imo State, where the State Police Command, led by the Commissioner of Police, Aboki Danjuma, has waded into the crisis between an oil company and its host community, OBT, in Ohaji local government area of Imo State. This came after the youths of the community staged peaceful protest against the oil company over alleged negligence, intimidation, and continued detention of one of their leaders in Abuja, Eugene Wambo. The protest was staged by a group under the aegis of OBT Liberation Council, OLC, alleging that the oil company shies away from meeting its responsibilities. In a speech, Secretary of the group, Ihai Ohaji, said that the oil company had no intention to develop the community, stressing that gas emission and spilling ought to have been converted to gaslight to generate electricity for the entire community, as done in other areas. The CP, while meeting with the community leaders and the management of the oil company, called for peaceful coexistence. The traditional ruler of the community is Emmanuel Odunze Riefut. The governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, says he sees no competent opponent as he seeks re-election in the November 8, 2025 governorship poll. Soludo said that there is a consensus among Anambra indigents that his party, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, has delivered dividends of democracy and should be given another chance in the next election. He made a statement during a media chat to celebrate its 3rd anniversary, stressing that the people of the Southeast state can vote for any party during national elections, but are loyal to ABGA when it comes to governorship and local government chairman seats. Soludo said he had gotten calls to run for a 2nd term, but his party will take the decision on who becomes the standard bearer. And that's Southeast News for now. When we return, we'll follow up with the 2 stories we are tracking, one in Abia and the other in Ebonyi. Let's take a short break. Yes, you're welcome back. I was just wondering, 9 local governments are being covered in Abia State, and 8 more would be covered as they begin to implement the new Abia State electricity law. But before we get deep into that, I have Tony Ademodi with me. Tony, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. It feels good to join you on the program this lovely Tuesday.
Yes, it's a lovely Tuesday, especially hearing your voice and knowing that you have been enjoying electricity in Abia because you are very close to where Geometric is in Aba.
Yeah, yes, lately the power situation has improved in the city of Aba, the commercial nerve center of Abia State, because of Geometric that came here and have really helped improve the power situation here. Before now, Aba being a commercial place known for its business activities and having a couple of factories and a couple of companies, Aba is known for producing a couple of things for the country as well. And electricity is very important when it comes to production, and I think that has been one of the problems that was affecting a massive production of items from the commercial city of Aba. But lately, Geometric has come on board and has tried to encourage the artisans and the entrepreneurs here to do their business normally. And like you rightly stated, yeah, with Geometric being on ground, at least most areas in Aba can boast of at least up to 15 hours power supply in a day. In as much as not all the areas in Aba have got 24 hours light, but a couple of areas in Aba can always boast of massive supply of power from Geometric power plant.
Okay, now given the present situation whereby it sounds like a progressive move, where Abia State governor has signed into law the Abia electricity bill, where they will now have more than one player in the electricity market. Is it a win-win situation for the other 8 local governments, or would they be having issues such as high tariffs in terms of electricity?
Well, I think for me, in every business, competition is very key, it's very crucial. It's always good to have competition so as to stop monopoly, like we've seen in the telecommunication sector, where we have a couple of, telecommunication outfit companies that have helped regulate telecommunication business in the country. Before now, you and I know how much we spend, recharging our phones, buying SIM cards and all that. But with the coming of other, telecommunications companies have made things better. And I think it's a win-win situation for people in Abia State and Aba, to be precise. Because before now, if you've been following, the news stories lately, you would see that in as much as, yes, there is power supply in most areas in Aba, but then the tariff has been a major issue for most Aba residents. In the last couple of months, it's been agitations here and there. People are organizing rallies here and there. Aba residents complaining of the high tariffs from the Aba Power Limited, APL, which Geometrics is also part of. So I think it's been one of the biggest stories in the last couple of weeks from Aba. Even as I speak to you now, some of the Aba landlords actually took Aba Power to court. They have litigations here and there, complaining of the high tariff in the last couple of months. So for me, with the signing of the Abia State electricity bill, I think it will help. Let's see if we can have other electricity regulation bodies to come in and try to also come into the market, so that the whole monopoly thing that the Aba Power Electricity Limited, APL, and Geometrics have been enjoying in the last couple of months would be a thing of the past. Because as I speak to you, in the city of Aba, the tariff is over 100% increase. So you can imagine, so some people have complained whereby they bring a bill of more than 50,000 naira for you for just a face you building. So you can imagine some people are paying high tariff even more than their rent. So these are the things that is really troubling a whole lot of people in Aba as we speak right now. So that for me will be a win-win situation with the signing of that Abia State electricity bill into law. So I think it's very important that this should happen. Even as I'm speaking to you now, a whole lot of people have told Aba Power Limited in Aba to come and disconnect them because of the high tariff. So I'm sure with this signing of the electricity bill, maybe, hopefully, Aba residents are hoping that there's going to be competition. Let's see other, discos, electricity distribution companies come in and try to make life easy for the people of Aba.
But it's not going to be eureka just like that, because if you are going to have more people come into the electricity market, you definitely need people that will come to invest. And remember, you did say people come in to invest to make profits. And there is no way that any businessman who comes into the electricity market will want to run at a loss. Now, remember that the governor did say that there is a ring fence that covers 9 local government areas. So which means that those people who are within that ring fence of 9 local government areas may not initially be part of those that would be involved in the other 8 local government areas in terms of the new entrance into the electricity market. Is there any enlightenment campaign going on now for people to understand the roles that a new entrance to the electricity market will play?
Well, just like I told you, it's been an issue. Every day in Aba, it's always stories of people complaining here and there of the high tariff. And like you stated, yes, the governor did, state that in that release that was sent to the House of Assembly and passed into law that the ring fence covering the 8 local governments of Aba South, Aba North, Osiomangwa, Ubunabo, Obingwa, and I think neighboring local governments there. What people are demanding for? Nobody says, Aba Power and Geometric shouldn't give them life. But the problem here we should be talking about is that the Aba residents are really not happy with the increase in tariff, over 100% increase. That is where the problem lies. You know, because if you're going to increase the tariff, maybe there should be a time frame. You know, what the Aba people are saying is, you know, Aba Power Limited should have at least given the Aba residents a time frame, telling them that, okay, so months, maybe by November or December of the year, we will be increasing the tariff. But this one, just on their own, they increased electricity tariff over 100%. And it's one of the biggest problems right now in Aba. And you did mention whereby the other area, the other local governments that are not within the ring fence, if they will be benefiting. The governor also stated there that he's been in touch with Geometrics, they've been in discussion, and Geometrics has assured the Abia State government that they might as well, supply electricity to other local governments. Abia State have got some key local government areas, so eight local government areas in Abia State currently covered by Geometrics. So it means the remaining 9 local government areas or thereabouts should be covered by Geometrics. And they are saying Geometrics is promising the Abia State government that they have what it takes to push power to other local government areas. But for me, from what I have gathered here in Aba, from what most Aba residents are saying, is that before that will be done, at least Geometrics and Aba Power Limited should find a way of reducing the tariff. And like I told you, by tomorrow, there's a court sitting on a case like this. The issue of a high tariff, they will be having a court sitting tomorrow in Ishalangwa, Opualangwa, Ishalangwa, North local government area tomorrow on the same issue of high tariff. And the Aba residents are saying that the National Electricity Regulation Commission, NEC, has said that people should pay according to what they use. But in Aba, what the Aba residents are seeing now is the issue of estimated bills. People that don't even have meters are paying so much. So I just hope that with this bill signed into law, both the government and Geometrics and the Aba residents, the Aba landlords would have an understanding. So at the end of the day, let peace reign, because the truth here is that Aba people are not happy, as I speak to you, with the increase in tariffs of electricity.
Yeah, Tony, yes, we look forward to more players in electricity market. But the truth is this. It's not like the GSM market where you can easily port from one service provider to another. You know that electricity, you need to have a lot of investment in terms of power generation and supply.
True.
So I guess that what people should be pushing for is metering, so that if you have meter, then of course, just like in your GSM, you can control your use of your telephone. They can begin to control the amount they spend each day on electricity. You said that we're not giving any notice, but still, in the news, you would have heard that tariffs were going to go up. Are you aware of that?
Well, yes.
Because there was this claim that they were indiscriminately moving people to Band A. Wherever you are, they just want to move you to Band A because Band A pays more.
Yeah, but, very true. But the thing here, you talked about having most of the houses, metered, prepaid meters. I think in the last 1 year, Aba Power Limited have been metering a couple of buildings, shops in the city of Aba. Initially, when they started, people were paying for those meters, and at the end of the day, Aba Power Limited will always find a way of giving them back supply, a way of the owners of the meters benefiting from what they paid for. But there are still areas in Aba that have not been metered. And the issue of having prepaid meters is not as easy as people think. In Aba here, some people have actually paid for those meters, and yet they have not received those meters. some areas in Aba have been metered, but we still have other areas, locations in Aba that the Aba Power Limited is yet to issue prepaid meters. So that is where the problem is. And those areas are where, you know, people are really complaining about, because what they receive there as electricity bills every month is estimated bills. So you really cannot say what you have used. So they just give you estimated bills, whereby, and what happens here is that for every month, what you paid for the previous month will never be what you pay for the next month. So that has been the issue. Like I said, I just hope that Aba Power Limited, Geometrics, and the Abia State government will look into this, because the Aba Landlords Association, the hotel owners association in Aba, have all written to the Abia State government on this issue. They've also written to Aba Power Limited on this issue severally. And like I said, they have a case in court, and we'll wait to see what the court will say, and to really decide what are the way forward as regards this issue.
Yes, I hope you'll give us an update on that case, because we'll need to know what the people are saying, what the court is saying. And what about NEC? NEC is supposed to provide a fallback mechanism, where a platform, so to speak, where consumers and providers can meet to iron out some of these issues. Are they not involved in any way?
Well, NEC has been contacted. In fact, the Aba Landlords Owners Association and the hotel proprietors, like I said earlier on, and they have other groups, a couple of groups, electricity groups here, who have been working together. They've written to NEC severally. NEC has also issued them the regulations. They've issued them all the necessary documents as regards electricity regulation and all that. So I think they all have this documents, they all have these things in place. And that is why they have taken their case to court, hoping that the courts would maybe rule on this in their favor, but then we'll wait to really hear from the courts the way forward by tomorrow. That court sitting will be holding tomorrow in Ishalang, one of the courts in Ishalang and North LGA in the state here. So I'm sure maybe by the end of tomorrow, we might just know the direction this matter will be heading to. So for now, I think we'll just wait till when the courts decide on this. But the truth here is that Aba residents have not had it easy in the last couple of months as it concerns the increase in the electricity tariff.
Thank you very much, Tony. I'll be waiting eagerly to hear from you about the matter in court tomorrow. Thank you, Tony, for coming on to Southeast News. Keep us posted about Aba and other parts of Abia State. Do have a great day.
It's always a delight being on air with you guys on Southeast News Reports.
Thank you, then. We're taking a quick break, and when we return, of course, the other story we are tracking about the suspension of 3 commissioners in Ebonyi State. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. And we're now in Ebonyi State, courtesy of Chukwubike Madu, who is a journalist, works with Radio Nigeria in Ebonyi State. Chukwubike, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Barry.
As at February this year, I thought the gale of suspensions for members of the Executive Council were over. I'm surprised that just today the doors have been opened again, involving 3 commissioners. What is your take about what is happening in Ebonyi State?
I think the governor wants to take charge of his administration. Because a lot of people have been saying that he has not been in charge, that people, he has a lot of young people into his administration. So there is this complaint of lackluster attitude. Some of them, that they have arrived, that the governor is backing them, so they were doing all they wanted, not giving people value for their appointment. So I think the governor wants to tell the people that he's in charge, and he wants to instill discipline amongst his appointees. I think that is what is playing out.
If that's what is playing out, why do we have issues concerning commissioners here and now, contracts that have been awarded and no proper monitoring going on? Is it that the young people in the present government are not the young people who are working smart, but are young people who, let me borrow your word, wants to show that they have actually arrived?
I would rather take the first one, or take it a step beyond that. I think, this is politics. Some of them were given appointments on political patronage and on friendship basis, not strictly on merit. So you find some people there, you have round peg in square holes, so it doesn't fit. But now some of them are realizing that it's not business as usual, so they are sitting up. Like those that were suspended, fairly young men. Although this administration is just about young men, the youth. So they were suspended because they absented themselves from the Executive Council meeting of yesterday. So the governor wants to tell them that they shouldn't do that, that it is a serious business. Governance is a serious business. I think that is what is playing out.
Okay, now they are being suspended for 1 month and all their rights and privileges are being stripped.
Taken away.
Yes. Will that make them sit up? Or will that make them just realize that, oh, they lost an opportunity? Because sometimes with political appointees, it's really difficult to really measure the milestones they are given. For example, we have 3 commissioners being suspended, grants and donors and all that. How do environment? How do we really measure what they've been doing before now?
Well, for me, I think it is for their principal to measure them, because he knows the assignments and roles he has given them, judging from that perspective. But from perspective of the ordinary people, I'm not sure that they have really done well, but you can't really judge them if it is the bidding of their masters that they are playing, So you need to know what governor has assigned them and how they are doing it. If you don't know what he assigned them, you may not really know how they are doing it. But taking it aside from that, people are not really happy with some of them. For example, those that were suspended at that time, they are woken up. There are some things that they never did before, monitoring of projects and all that. They have start up. They have now started doing those supervision, which people expected them to do, and now calling out people who have not done well and all that. But beyond what they do, I know also that there are some of these contractors that are above them. But the point is that report the issues, do your work, and then leave the rest for the governor to do if it's beyond your powers and scope.
Now, I find that a bit difficult to agree with you when you said it's only the governor that understands the type of assignment he has given them. Basically, when a commissioner is appointed into whatever ministry, the average Eboyan deserves to see actions being taken. I'm not particular, but let me just give an example. I'm not particular about any of the 3 commissioners that were just suspended. But let's look at Ministry of Rural Development. It will be very easy to see that the rural areas are getting some impact in terms of development if they are doing the right things. We don't need to only go about whatever milestone the governor has set, because the difference is when you know that your community has no road and you are beginning to get a semblance of it, or what is common in Ebonyi State, you are beginning to have concrete roads in those rural areas. You know that development is getting there. It becomes easy for the people to say, yes, we voted and we are getting the results. In environment, how clean is Abakaliki now? And what are the other environmental issues that are being taken care of by the present commissioner? These are the issues. For me, absenteeism, yes, it can be punished. But we also need to have our own system of evaluating what they have been contributing to governance.
Yes, I agree to some extent that we need to do that, you know, especially as the 4th estate of the realm, the media. That should be a duty. But what I'm trying to say is that beyond our expectation of what any commissioner is given, is expected to do, there may be areas, there are questions I've asked some commissioners and I see that they are not giving that role, that others are giving that role. So you may have the reassignment of duties, even duties you think that are within a commissioner's purview, but another person is doing it for which is best known to the governor. So that's why I am saying what I'm saying. So he is the one who gives assignment. But on a general note, as I pointed out earlier, that I don't think that some of them have performed optimally. You know, I think with this wave of suspension and trying to instill discipline, some of them are waking up to the realities of doing their job and being alive, you know, to their responsibilities. I think I've seen a little change, especially among those that were suspended recently.
Okay, I definitely know that you are not the chief of staff, but given the People's Charter that the governor says he is operating on, would you look at what is happening now to do a projection that by May 29th this year, when they'll be celebrating the 2nd anniversary, would they have got to, let's say, 50% of the People's Charter, especially for the 4-year term?
That would be difficult to decide or to project, given the fact that there are dynamics, you know, to governance. But in all honesty, I think present administrations in Nigeria generally have more money at their disposal, except those who are servicing loans. Maybe the loans are taking part of their money. But I believe that under the present leadership at the federal level, Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has given states receive 3 times their previous monthly allocation. Though bearing in mind too that there has been inflation since they came on board. But the government needs to wake up to do more than we are seeing. We expect them to do more than we are seeing. And if there are people who are not doing well, they should be shown the way out, not just suspension. Because suspension may not really do the job, especially when the person in charge or in charge of an agency or ministry is not competent enough to do that. I think politicians should begin to think about competence and dedication. People who are not just of political patronage, because sometimes those who are given assignments are not governors direct, may not have been governors direct person. Maybe they were some other politicians brought the person in as a kind of settlement or a way of pacifying them and all that and all. So that is the point. We should have value for our money being spent. Ebony is relatively a small state in terms of population, in terms of other things. But in terms of environment, I think the governor, this governor, to be honest, because I've interacted with some people, he has been very liberal with his aids in terms of funding, in terms of giving them free hand to operate. But some of them have really abused it, and I think the initial problem he had was stamping his foot or feet as the executive governor, striking, because somehow, unlike what people thought before, they never knew that he could have such a soft spot, that they are seeing him exhibit in his administration. They thought he was going to be a hard guy, a strong guy, and all that, but it's not as firm as people would really think. And it's a departure from the previous administration. They dare not do that, but it gives an impression that it seems our people need iron hand. People who are soft are not taken seriously, except when somebody decides to rule with iron fist, and it is not the best.
Thank you very much, Chukwubuike Madu. Now, last week, Ebonyi was agog with some indigents being caught up in a demolition exercise in Lagos State. And one famous phrase I heard was the governor saying, "Bring my people back home." How successful was that mission?
Reasonably, from what we read and what we gathered, about 800 people returned home. They were displaced in Lagos, lived in shanties and all that, they were demolished. Why most of them, from what we gathered, we are happy that they were brought back with their families, because they were thrown into perpetual poverty and suffering, in Lagos with the condition. Some of them complained that they no longer go to school, their children no longer go to school because they needed to support their parents to survive. They lived under the bridge and all that. It wasn't a palatable situation. And in a situation where even transportation is a problem from Lagos to the east, is no longer child's play. So they saw it as a big relief, government funding their return home. But however, some of them were not happy that they were kept in Abakaliki and they were stranded. Some of them complained. But most of them generally were happy that they came home. And the government has promised to see a situation of how to make them comfortable, how to replan their lives, how to support them, in their various trade and skills.
Now, there's something you said that some of them were not happy that they were taken to Abakaliki and left in Abakaliki. Yes. Because when I got wind of that event and tried to get across to Valentine, who was like the team lead of that rescue mission, fortunately we had network issues on the day we wanted to speak with him. I thought they were all going to be taken to Abakaliki, and then they'll probably find their way to their various villages, because I was told that a luxury bus will bring them home while trucks will bring in their property. Now, yes, the government is going to look out for them, but are they going to also find out what skills do these people have, or what type of skill up would they need so that they can fit back in adequately into the society?
Well, as you know, I'm not in government, and I don't really know deep what they have in mind. But from what they have said, they say they want to resettle them, so that they will become useful to the society. So to that extent, I believe that for you to do that, for any government to do that, the government must have ascertained what relevant skills they have, what trade they are into, so that they will fit into whatever assistance that will be rendered.
Okay, that's just one part of the question. The other part is the one you raised, because you did say that some of the children said they couldn't go to school any longer. They needed to assist the parents. Is government doing anything almost like immediately for them to begin to go back to school?
In all sincerity, I do not know, but it needs maybe we'll go a step further to find out really what the situation is and what the plans of governments are. That is what we really need to find out.
Yeah, because I was thinking, sorry, it looks like I'm pushing you into a corner, but I was thinking that part of the rescue mission will be, by the time they get back to Ebonyi, how do we settle them appropriately? If you are somebody with skills, and Ebonyi is like a giant construction area, we know those people that immediately will go into those areas. If you are somebody in school, and because of that demolition, you're now finding it difficult to go to school, those things would also be taken care of. They should, before they brought them back, know which areas they will fit into. For example, is it primary, is it secondary?
Well, I think the government will eventually do that. I think because some of them might eventually stay in their villages, where they could have accommodation. Because issue of accommodation will also be a challenge. The government will take them to their various localities. That's what I'm thinking. Of course, there is no better place than home.
Yeah.
In their home, they will get relaxed, and the education is free here. They can start with government school. A lot of government schools are functional in Ebonyi State. So I'm thinking that is what a right-thinking government do.
All right. I think I concur to your thoughts. Chukwubike Madu, thank you very much for coming up on Southeast News and helping us to understand better the story of suspension of 3 commissioners, Commissioner for Grants and Donor Agencies, Solomon Azi, Victor Chukwu of Environment, and Ikowa Omebe, the Ministry of Rural Development. Thank you again, Chukwubike. It's nice hearing from you. And I hope you would keep us updated, especially in terms of those who have been rescued from Lagos, so that we'll know what happens the day after the rescue mission.
I will.
That would be great. And that's how it's been today on Southeast News. Barik Moado is my name. Don't forget, tomorrow, hopefully, we'll update you about the court matter concerning electricity in Abia State, the Aba area especially. Until then, have a great day.
Hello, you are watching Uncommon Conversations on Citizen Television. We are reaching you from our ENUGU studios. Of course, ENUGU is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. This evening, we'll be looking at a very important topic, the state of the nation. Nigeria, our dear country, is in the doldrums. Nigeria is facing challenges. Nigeria is having a complex issues, and Nigerians are mourning. Nigerians are complaining. Nigerians are almost dying. And so, people are saying, which way Nigeria? This is what we'll be looking at this evening. My name is Uchenna Cyrilla Nyoke. And my guest is a rice and environmental activist. He is Dr. Ifeanyichukwu Okonkwo. Doc, good evening.
It's a pleasure to be with you, sir. Thank you for inviting me.
Always a pleasure to have you.
Yes, sir.
We'll quickly have just a look at what the state of the nation looks like. What is it? What are we grappling with? What are the challenges facing Nigeria? And what perhaps may be the solutions?
Yes, sir. I look at Nigeria's situation as Nigeria.
And the third is security. The country faces security challenges, including terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. Of course, our education is in the doldrums. The country faces challenges in providing quality education to its citizens, particularly in the rural areas. And our healthcare is in shambles. The Nigeria's healthcare system is underdeveloped, and the country faces significant health challenges, including malaria, cholera, which is currently ravaging the country, COVID-19, and the rest. Corruption. Corruption remains a significant issue in Nigeria, affecting many aspects of life, including government, business, and our daily lives. Environmental degradation is also a core issue facing Nigeria, including pollution, deforestation, and, of course, climate change. Nigeria is a country blessed with strengths and opportunities. And of course, we have natural resources. Nigeria is rich in natural resources, including oil, gas, and minerals. We have a vibrant young population. The great youth population in Nigeria represents opportunities for economic growth and development. Cultural diversity. You can't take this away from Nigeria. With over 250 ethnic groups and more than 500 languages spoken. Our resilience is known throughout the world. The rest are known for their resilience and the ability to adapt to challenging circumstances, our economic potentials. Nigeria has the potential to become a major economic power in Africa and beyond. Indeed, these are our strengths and opportunities. And so, Doc, let's face it squarely. 1 year, 2 months, and 17 days. That is what is taking the current administration of the federal government of Nigeria to be in power. And of course, you hear about the renewed hope agenda of the federal government. You are an activist. You follow the Nigerian development trajectory for a pretty long time. I just want to take a careful look at Nigeria in the past 1 year, 2 months, and 17 days under the Tinubu administration.
Thank you, sir. I will look at Nigeria from a periscope that Nigeria is in the midnight situation. Midnight is the time when nothing is clear. It's the time you need light. It's the time you must find a pathfinder. Nigeria did not start yesterday. I am not one of those that believe that we have to continue to look at Nigeria as a country with potential, because time is not on our side. Nigeria is a country where the citizens have lost what it takes to be a nation. The most important thing is that hope is like a mirage in Nigeria. So when President Tinubu said that he is basing his campaign on renewed hope, the renewal has not, because when you say renewed hope, is that there has been hope. We have wasted so much time. I used myself as a test case. I got into the sphere of Nigeria political development in 1987, when the former military president, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, brought the new breed agenda. It was like a new slate. We wanted to start afresh. We wanted to see if we can get the young minds in Nigeria so that we can create a new oasis. That was when I joined. From 87 to the last gubernatorial election, I participated in that regime in 1991. You will see that we have lost almost close to 30 years. 30 years of unproductive state of hopelessness. So I believe that we are talking about democracy in this country, but democracy is a very complex subject. Democracy is not for the uninitiated. Democracy is not election, because democracy is an enterprise where you have to build a nation. Democracy has breadth, it has width, it has depth, it has intellectual content. People who are not particularly having a culture cannot participate in a democracy. Democracy requires honorable people. Democracy requires people with character. Democracy requires intellectuals. Democracy requires crusaders, those who will crusade for causes, those who will say no, those who will give and make sacrifice for development. That is what we're lacking. So today, in the political sphere in Nigeria, you can't talk about renewed hope because there has not been hope. My generation joined in from 1987
But without meaning to interrupt you, it was the hope that you had that made you join at the time you joined.
That is correct.
So there's still hope in Nigeria.
No, Tinubu said renewed hope.
Yeah, like we're losing the hope, and it says we're renewing the hope.
We can't renew it because we never had the hope. Because the new breed system failed completely. We couldn't even form a party.
Okay, if we don't have hope, what do we have?
What Nigeria needs now is to set an agenda. Agenda setting is what we want.
And that's the hope.
No, it's not hope, because Tinubu is not setting agenda. You cannot, in a system where there is no ordinance, talk about hope. In a system where there's no standard, in a system where there is state capture, in a system where there's judicial capture, in a system where you cannot communicate with the state, you cannot, as a person, walk into any office and say, look, this is what this office does. In a system where we bring budgets, we cannot review what is the percentage of the performance of the budget. In a system where government those who are in power feel that the only thing you do in government is to tax and spend, because our leaders are not thinking. Nobody is being inspired. So how can you talk about renewed hope? So they think about government is a place where you now have to fill the jobs. For example, you are running a cabinet. Tinubu selected his ministers. What are their pedigrees? What are they bringing into the cabinet other than spreading the lineages of those who participated in government? And no, none of them has any specific parish that he's been able to excel, and then he said he's coming in to bring in this innovation.
Dr. Kongo, many people may not agree with you.
No, that's my opinion.
Yeah, just
that's my opinion.
For example, the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
He said he comes with a lot of background. Can you write off an entire cabinet said they have nothing to offer?
Let me reply you. The Minister of Finance is managed a failed bank. Have you forgotten? He has no credential that he's bringing into the government other than he worked with Tinubu. His bank failed. He's not a prefect of his class. So I am saying this thing without equivocation, without any grudge about it, but I'm talking about those who are bringing in something into government in terms of administration. All these things we are running around doing in Nigeria is that we have to begin to run a system where you have to, the recruitment system must be to bring the best minds. Go back to your old school days. There was no election for senior prefect of a class. Usually your record speaks for yourself. So the recruiting process is state capture that we're still manifesting all over.
Okay, let me be a little more specific, and I would like you to speak to this matter.
Yeah.
If you have a chance, if you have an opportunity to advise Mr. President, because for now he's our president, and he remains so unless there's anything for the next 3 years
He's the president.
Accounting. So if you have an opportunity to meet him, what would you tell him to enable him to set this agenda that you say he has not set?
To start with, there is a basic philosophy of life. If you don't like a guy, you cannot work for him. It is a basic. People take job without, first of all, for you to go and work for a man, there must be something in that person that attracts you to work for him. He must be perfect. If he's not perfect, other than you're getting a job, I cannot advise Tinubu. Tinubu is not perfect. I can work for him. Whoever I will work for must be intellectually and morally and must have honor so that I can submit to your judgment.
For the love of Nigeria.
Yeah.
You see, as a young man in the university those days, I know when we came to office, when you mentioned the 1991, when you were actually...
When I was running for governor.
Yes. And you were the hope of then Anambra State. It was not ENUGU, it was Old Anambra State.
Oh, yes.
Old Anambra State. And we saw you as a beacon of hope. So, that time we had hope. Now, like you said, it crashed. Now, you still love Nigeria. You still want Nigeria to grow. You want our children's children to also have that hope that you had. And on the basis of that, perhaps, just perhaps, you should say, if I have the opportunity, I didn't say you're advising President Tinubu, but if you have the opportunity to advise him to put Nigeria back to its old moving tracks, what would you say to him?
Doc, I will take you back to the background you have brought into this picture.
Yes.
It's like reminding me, I was from 1988 to 1991. I intellectualized politics. I was moving from university to university, talking to young people and inspiring them, delivering lectures, showing them that I have the intellectual, psychological, and moral capacity to provide leadership. Tinubu doesn't come close to that coloration. So for you to give advice, you don't give advice for giving advice sake. I once had opportunity of being a minister in this country. I turned it down. That was under President Obasanjo. He could not inspire me. So people go and take a job. You see, sometimes you have people who are eccentric.
Who inspires you then?
No,
if everybody is not inspired, who inspires you?
That's what I'm telling you.
Tell me who inspires you now.
For you to be inspired, you must have a track record. One, a track record that I'll give you an example. When you see a cabinet like the cabinet you see in Europe and America, it comes with a generational class. It comes with those who have been able to profess excellence in their given endeavors and fields. They are recruited to come in. They don't come in and say, oh guy, your excellency, your excellency. They are coming in with the wealth of knowledge. They are firebrands. They are bringing them in because of their thinking capacity, their ability to stay and deliver the goods, so that a leader will not waver. So in terms of inspiration, you need a leader who you cannot say no to. That is leadership, because you know that he can lead you right. And that leader must have honor. And honor is one thing that is lacking in this country. It's part of our culture. In our culture, you don't go to a man's house and start eating pepper soup because you saw it. You must first of all find out what type of meat they use to prepare the pepper soup, and see if within your own province or your culture that you eat that type of meat. So all these things are very fundamental. So in terms of leadership, anybody coming into a cabinet is coming in because there is something he's bringing into cabinet. It's not job for the boys. That's why we have stagnated. The prefects have been left out. Those who could come in and with honor to serve and be able to motivate those who will make the sacrifice. Our leaders cannot talk to you and then you say, tell me how the type of leadership that will come in and show you, this is my plan. I take an example. This is my plan for my town. I will help engender this town, that the generation that need, for example, housing within the trench of the regime you are in, are those who are from 21 to 40. By the time you finish and become 45, you should be owning property. All the government does is they sell land, and who are the generation that will require that housing? They cannot afford it. They don't have a job. So the leadership is not inspiring.
Okay.
Those who are living in one room today.
Yes.
I'll give an example with artisan quarters. If you go to artisan quarters now, it does not exist. People who stay in artisan quarters now have 5 or 6 cars. Because they have now renovated the place, expanded it. At that time was for those itinerant workers who will stay there as a makeshift and then move over to the next segment and begin to live in a flat. But today, there is no growth. There's no barometer that you can, you see young men who are in their 40s, 50s. They don't have title to land, no property. And you tell me there's hope.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Perhaps maybe as a summary for Nigeria, which way Nigeria?
I can't advise.
Do we live in the doldrums? No. Or do we make a quantum leap?
We are looking for new men. We are looking for men and women that will inspire people. Leadership is about getting people to do what they don't want to do without any force. You will motivate them. During the time I was preparing myself for leadership, I delivered a minimum of 200 lectures, going from university campus to university campus, talking to young people, telling them Babangida said is new men, new breed. We want you to come and contribute. If I get into government house, I should be able to come into your lecture class and sit down and be able to assimilate what's going on and inspire you. So today, leadership is all about siren.
Okay,
So-
okay. Doc, let's leave Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
You're a proud Igbo man. You're from the southeast. That's correct?
Yeah.
Now, you know something exists in the southeast called the Southeast, that is Governors Forum.
Yes, sir.
Where all the governors of the southeast meet once in a while to set agenda for the region. With the benefit of hindsight, would you say over the years, not just about this current set of governors, that summit, that forum is useful to the southeast?
Sir, I can't write a testimonial for them. First of all, the basic foundation before they became governor is that they are sponsored by a political party. None of the governors today can tell me what the manifesto of their political party is. So it's that organigram that you will use and marry it to see what is the focus of our development, what's our project, what's our target. You are talking about Southeast, APC governor, PDP governor, APGA governor, Labour governor. Agenda setting is difficult. They have no focus. Everybody is there championing his own, whatever he feels that is right. Since 1999, all I hear is about road. They have built road. None of the roads that they designed. Today there's GPS. I believe that if our leaders sit down, even the old track roads our parents were using, we are talking about erosion, the rest of them. Tell me one state that have sat down and do a plan for urban development into a program of one city state, connecting all the cities, finding how we can do our own rail and the rest of them to connect our distance. So it is something like that that you now promote in a larger. So they are from different political background. I don't know what their manifesto and ideology of things they want to do is. They don't meet. This is not a community meeting that we are Igbos. If you are Igbos, what's the agenda? We must use a platform. That platform is where we will educate our people. Today in Nigeria, I'll give you an example. I came back to Nigeria in 1977 and started a private business. That time, the Igbo people had Cooperative and Commerce Bank.
Yes.
They had Progress Bank. That is the engine of economic development. Who will give you loan? The highest loan you get in Cooperative Bank at that time was 20,000 on your turnover. I was one of the biggest beneficiaries of loan in CCB. They used in opening letters of credit because I had a contract to build some projects in servicing the industry, in housing industry in Abuja. And I was able to get letters of credit of about $13 to $20 million at that time. So it was the nucleus of growth, of economic empowerment of your people. How can you talk about economic development in the Southeast? We don't have a bank. So I look at them, they always sit down there. They were the first to prescribe IPOB. They have not gone to court. They have not remembered that they have to go to court and apply to be joined to set aside that prescription of IPOB. They're not thinking. You need people who will bring new ideas on how to, the people who will shake the table.
But the last meeting in Enugu,
yes, sir,
if I recollect part of the resolution they reached,
yes,
that they called on Mr. President to release Nnamdi Kanu. I'm sure you heard that.
Americans call it baloney.
What would that mean?
Baloney means
that means
something that don't make sense. One, they were the ones. I remember it was the Minister for Works that was the chairman then. They were the ones who came and banned IPOB in the Southeast. No hearing. they are Democrats. they were sitting there when federal government went to court to prescribe IPOB. Now that they have changed their mind, they become a new breed. They ought to ask the attorney generals of this state to file an application in Abuja at the Court of Appeal to join and tell court that we were mistaken belief before that we were right. We now want you to give us a leave to appeal to set aside that. So you cannot just write love letter to Tinubu. So to that, I have a legal mind. I know that very well. So they ought to, first of all, apply for leave to join and appeal to set aside that judgment on grounds of lack of fair hearing to the IPOB people.
Doc, just last week, the nation woke up to what they now refer as the landmark judgments by the apex courts. That is the Supreme Court of Nigeria, which, among other things, say that monies due to 774 local government should be paid directly to them. They went ahead to affirm that state governors should, on no account, dissolve elected local government councils. They went ahead to say that for money to go to any of the local governments, they must be democratically elected. Since then, tongues have been wagging, those for and those against. Some say it impacts negatively on the spirit of federalism. Some say it's unconstitutional because the power for joint account is enshrined in the Constitution. Some say the local government is not a federating unit and therefore cannot stand on its own. You are an activist. You are conversant with the Nigerian Constitution. I've seen you go to court several times to challenge certain issues. The 5 states in the Southeast are operating, none is democratic. All the states in the Southeast, none is operating a local government system that is democratic. Not in the state of Anambra, not in ENUGU, not in Ebonyi, not in Abia, and not in Imo. What's your take?
Sir, I will compartmentalize this question in 2 segments.
Feel free to do so.
Thank you, sir. First, it was Ojus Okalo, for everything I give him credit for one thing. It was Ojus Okalo that challenged federal government from retaining the local government money in Abia State. That judgment was reported by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. It was reported in Ghana. I think it's reported in part 776 of Ghana. But let me leave about the reporting. That judgment, the lead judgment in that case was written by Kutigi. But most times, what problem we have is that we are not scientific in approach to human development. That judgment, the lead judgment, was written by Kutigi. Kutigi interpreted the provisions of our Constitution and stated that the states and federal are the federating unit. It was the minority judgment of Ways in that case. Go and read and check this thing. That now brought in the provisions in Section 14 of the Constitution to say that the National Assembly can make laws to allocate funds to local government. That is the beginning of the genesis. I was thinking that our legal minds would go back to court with that decision. It's over 20 or 25 years now. Nobody has done anything. Now, that's aside. This issue is that if you don't understand the status of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, you might be looking at the Supreme Court as a high court. The jurisprudence of Supreme Court is primarily a policy court. Policy court in the sense that they will do what they ought that is right, unquestionable. That is why you can go back to that court to review its decision based on new facts. The Supreme Court cannot be criticized that they gave that judgment, that maybe that they overruled themselves, that they made Nigeria. So when people say these things, I just don't make comments, because it depends on your level of understanding, appreciating jurisprudence and law. You have to have a legal mind. Now, the problem is that the Supreme Court being a policy court, that policy court will make pronouncements as they view it for development and of the jurisprudence to enrich it. You can come back to court. But the most important thing is that people are worried about the interpretation of that provisions in Section 162. The fundamental issue is the interpretation of the provisions in Section 7, sub 1 and 8 of our Constitution. That is the beginning of our Constitution. The reason why things are happening the way it's happening in Nigeria is that Nigerians are so indolent, they are so unconcerned that they feel that angels will come into this world. Even if in our own families, you have greedy brothers and greedy sisters who will never want to share things according to fair and equitable destiny. So the matter that generated all these things, I am the person that ignited this fire. I can tell you about
I want you to hold that thought.
Yes.
We'll just take a quick break. When we come back, I'll then want to hear how you started all that.
Thank you, sir.
Don't go away. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. I was still reaching you from our ENUGU studios here in ENUGU, the capital of Southeast Nigeria. And my guest is still Dr. Ifeanyi Okonkwo, and we're discussing the state of the nation. Dr. Okonkwo, you talked about being a pathfinder, a crusader for the states to release their hold on local governments. For too long, your states, in particular Anambra State, would appear as guilty as charged. Tell me, what has been the fight like?
Sir, being a person, sometimes you have people who are eccentric.
Are you one?
Yes. You're eccentric because you hate injustice, and you have maybe God has given you the endowment of intellectual capacity to fight, not physical fight. The only way, democracy is embedded with rule of law. If you don't know how to use the court, forget democracy. Sometime in 1986, it was 1996, 2006, I went to Federal High Court. It took me time to prepare the process because I argue my cases personally. I went to Federal High Court for the interpretation of the provisions of the combined provision of Section 7 and 8 of our Constitution to enable me participate and run for a council seat. Council seat in my
like chairman or council?
Councillor. I ran for governor. I couldn't make it, so I said, okay, let me
start from the bottom.
Yes, let me become a councillor. So I filed an application in court for interpretation of that provision. I joined the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. Bayo Ojo was the Attorney General then. I joined Anambra State Governor. I joined the Anambra State Honorable Attorney General and the Anambra House of Assembly for the interpretation because they were not prepared to create the enabling environment and making the laws to enable me actualize my ambition of being councillor. In that case, when I filed the action, the Attorney General of the Federation opposed my originating summons. They came, we argued it. I must give kudos to a brilliant jurist, Louis Alagwa, brilliant man. The intimidation, everybody was against me. I said, what I wanted the court to interpret is whether the Anambra House of Assembly, as constituted under the law in Section 4, can make laws outside the provisions in Section 8 to now bring in caretakers to run local government. I sought 9 reliefs in that matter. At the end of the day, Alawa answered all the questions in my favor.
Granted that relief?
Yes, and also awarded me 5 million naira. Because I told them the opportunity of inviting my friend for the council inauguration, I missed it. So
did you get the 5 million?
I collected the money. Just don't award me damages. If you award me, I'll collect it.
Okay.
So that judgment in 2006, I served the Anambra government. They paid me. But I have seen that after Chris Ngige, as the governor left office, Peter Obi came, they continue to wallow in the same lawlessness. Then Obiano came, they continued as if nothing happened. And I had a perpetual injunction to restraining them. Then Governor Soludo came, and in his inaugural speech, in fairness to him, he said he will conduct local government within 6 months. I waited like a cobra. He wasn't forthcoming, so I now went back to court with that judgment and gave them notice, wrote to the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, and served him the process. So it was only that I must give them credit that they saw an opportunity to assert themselves and take credit. I give it to them. They now went to court to add one more thing. What I did not get in my first judgment was for the federal government to give me the allocation that was given from 2006 so that I can proceed against P2B and the rest of them to collect that money they ought to have warehoused, because we did not have a democratic election. So that judgment was what the Attorney General of the Federation now went to the Supreme Court and added the issue of restraining themselves from releasing money to the local government. But every other thing about the powers of the local government, about the powers of the state to appoint caretaker, which Alawa pronounced upon, were alive and well in that judgment. The only thing they added was restraining them from giving money, and that unless you have a democratically elected local government. So all this issue about the state governors, their lawyers, the attorney general of the state went to the Supreme Court and filed preliminary objection. This is where they caught themselves on the foot. You cannot file a preliminary objection challenging the powers of the policy court to pronounce on a matter that is well in their bosom. So when they knocked off the preliminary objection, there was nobody in the goalmouth.
And it was the penalty and the direction.
Yes, they could not canvass anything. They could not concede some of the issues that have received pronouncements from both the High Court of some states, because I am the only one who has a judgment of the Federal High Court on local government in Nigeria. They ought to concede certain ones and contest some of them, but they filed a preliminary objection. The body of attorney, let them bring out what they filed. That's the problem. They ought to have considered some and only to contest the issue or even make an alternative relief to save themselves from the bloody nose. So now that they have been crushed, they are complaining that it's not a unitary government. We are still canvassing for us to return back to the regions so that the local government will no longer become basis of sharing money. In the interim, today, I celebrate that judgment. I have the greatest respect to the honorable jurists in the Supreme Court that gave that. It's a policy decision. It's not a judgment per se. That you are complaining that the interpretation of this income, you are talking nonsense. That's a policy court because we gave them that power. At that instance, the policy decision is good for the country and is good for everybody. The states ought to warehouse those monies. They did not warehouse it. I am calling on every Nigerian to prepare for class action, to bring litigation against all those people who are hiding in the Senate that they are governors for account. I am doing one in Anambra already. And about 400 politicians who have connived with P2B, Obiano, Soludo, Ngige to disobey the judgment in 2006. I'm bringing them to book. And I'm asking the court that their act of continue to violate that order is something that the court will have to make a pronouncement on and debar them from holding public offices because they could not respect our constitution. And they must account for that money. The people should bring class action against the governors. All these things we are talking about governors and this is because people don't want to take them on. The problem we have in this country is that Nigerians are afraid to die. They will still die. So we must confront these people. If we are talking about corruption, nobody is prepared to fight. You know that people are living beyond their means. Don't wait for EFCC. The states ought to have their own EFCC. They are only Lagos that created their own EFCC. We must fight for survival. Nigerians are going down, aging. You can opportunity lost, and you are complaining, waiting for Tinubu. You're wasting your time. We must learn how to make demand on the system. Making demand must be through the judiciary. the courts, even though they are trying to capture the courts now by putting their children and wives and the rest of them, but we will continue to petition, we continue to fight until there is no El Dorado. You cannot, they say you can make an omelette without breaking the egg.
Okay, very interesting. But you know, the last editorial I read of a national newspaper, I wouldn't advertise the newspaper, said that about 400 and something local governments are risking receiving allocation, the next allocation. It will presuppose that if the allocations are not given, workers in those local governments will not earn salary. Do you foresee an economic political crisis if salaries are not paid to those who work in the local government?
What are the workers doing? They should go to court. They should go to Federal High Court and ask the court that they are asking for leave, that their salaries will be removed. In the matter I filed in Oka, Federal High Court, Oka, I asked the court that they should remove all the salaries and the overhead expenditures that are appropriate. But all other monies must be accounted for. That's what the courts are there for. I told you the Attorney General, the body of Attorney General deceive the governors because they don't understand the law. If somebody files an action against you, it's not everything you contest. The ones that you can admit that you see is right. Why must you punish the judge that you must continue to write? You concede them and then challenge the ones you feel that, or bring an alternative way that the court can resolve the matter. The court will hear you. So all this while the states were busy fighting, all they would have done was to bring a caveat and ask the Supreme Court, we agree that we ought to have a democratically elected local government, which we concede we have not set up. But please, for these gentlemen and ladies that are working to support the system, we agree that their salaries will be deducted so that they can get their money, while the other ones are warehoused. That is what they call being patriotic and showing that you are educated and you are knowledgeable, not PhD. So I mean, that. So do you want the person who is hunting you to now go and say, I was generous enough to, in Anambra case, to say, look, all the monies for salaries and the incidental expenditure that are covered in the ordinance book, remove them, but bring the rest of the money. That money ought to be warehoused. If you don't warehouse the money, people are saying that P2B did not talk about this. He cannot talk because the rope is around his neck.
Okay, we sometimes, just last week on this program, we talked about our governors. Governors who refused to conduct the election as very undemocratic governors. Because Section 7.1 guarantees the existence of a democratically elected government. And people swear to oath to maintain, defend, and protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The governors are doing what they are doing. Where are the political parties? All these so-called parties we have. They are the engine room of anybody that becomes anything in this country.
What happened in Kenya had nothing to do with the political parties.
No, Kenya is a different...
It is citizens' action.
Kenya is a different kettle of fish. Kenya people, they have a culture different from our culture. People don't say sorry here. People don't apologize. People, you see, some of the officials are resigning in Kenya and apologizing. Some of them said they will return all the kickbacks they've gotten. Yeah, it can happen. Tribalism will not allow Nigeria to move forward. So don't expect what's happening in Kenya. I'm asking the citizens in the state where I live, because I'm not recognized in Enugu State, I am fighting them in Anambra State. But people in Enugu State...
Who said you're not recognized in Enugu State?
No, I cannot run for governor. I can't run for public office, according to Nigerian Constitution. So, no is what we are. They don't look for talents to grab the people and put them here. So what I'm saying is that people in Enugu State, people in all the states, should sue the governors for account. Should sue them for not... And make sure that the court pronounce that all the illegality they have done, all the appointments, you know what this thing means? That all this, according to the chieftaincy law we have in the Southeast, where the town unions will present their elected traditional ruler to the a local government caretaker, and local government caretaker will take him onwards to the honorable commissioner for local government. They give the certificate. All those things are null and void because they are not elected. So in Enugu State, anybody that was presented by a caretaker to the commission and they gave his certificate is not a traditional ruler. You need a pronouncement of court. I'm doing that in Anambra. So we clean up the system.
Because I was going to ask you that. Who actually should appoint traditional rulers? The state government or the local government?
You know, it's very interesting. Because I've been preparing for leadership for a long time. So today people tell me you should be a lawyer. The law is not for lawyers. Law is for those citizens who are awake. It's not for those who are sleeping. A law degree does not make you a lawyer. You must have a legal mind. The issue is that when Omerowa came as military governor, at Ompera, then we are working on what they call town development legislation. It was Omerowa that brought it into this thing about recognition of traditional rulers. Before this time, traditional institutions is not the same thing as democratic setting, where you come and say, my people are marginalized. We have not been traditional rulers. We want to rotation. You go and vote. Vote for who? Tradition is not, it cannot be equated with democracy. It's not the same thing. Because you can't sue in the traditional setting. You have no right. The king is, we are all his subjects. So if you go and start voting to bring a man, can you ask him for account? You can't. So I look at our governors and the rest of them, and everybody is saying, we recognize, give him certificates. Which certificate? But all these things is, there's a new chemistry. We need to rebuild our communities. We need men that can think and women so that we can move on and everybody will have the necessary enjoyment and fulfillment of life ambition.
Okay, Doc, time is not our friend. We just have, we have 2 minutes to actually sum up all we've said. One about Nigeria, the Southeast, and the infamous or famous landmark judgment, depending on which side you are.
I try to tell people, don't ever, democracy requires men and women who will burn the midnight oil. Democracy is not about 4 years, usually you go and vote or don't vote. Democracy is about people who will make sure that the system of government we have selected gives you opportunity to participate, to broaden the space, to also, you need agitators. You need men and women who will bring money and say, look, let us make sure this thing is corrected. It's not, the people with ideas don't have money, usually. But you need people, lawyers, doctors, people who will come out and crusade for good governance. I am over 70. My children have never seen a running tap water. Everybody is buying GP tank. So I will die. I have not seen, people go to, a lot of young people are growing up, they never knew there's something like tap water. So all these things we are doing, everybody is to himself, providing his own security. We are talking about how do we now make Nigeria safe. Every day, Nigerians don't want to rebuild the country. We need to sit down and have a new way of doing political business.
Doctor, I must thank you, and we must come to the end of this discussion. You can see that we still have an opportunity for another conversation.
That's correct.
Because there are issues that we've not touched, and there are issues you've not been able to speak to. So I want to thank you very much for finding time to be here.
It's an opportunity.
And to our viewers, thank you for watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We do hope that by 5 o'clock tomorrow, you join us yet for another interesting edition of Uncommon Conversations. Bye for now.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Ngozika Mba. In the headlines, police assure residents of Rivers State of safety after pipeline fire incident. Host communities raise concerns over acquisition of land for Abia Airport. British Foreign Minister David Lammy meets European Union Foreign Policy Chief in London. And United Kingdom seeks to cut £5 billion off its welfare bill by 2029-2030. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
An explosion has rocked the Trans-Niger pipeline in the Bodo community, Gokana local government area of Rivers State. An eyewitness said that the blast took place Monday night on the onshore pipeline near the starting point of the Bodo-Boni Road. While the fire has been put out, the cause of the explosion is still unknown as at the time of this report. The Minister of Regional Affairs, Abubakar Momo, told newsmen that there has not been any clear details as to what caused the explosion, but that investigations are going on. Some members of the community were seen on Tuesday keeping watch over the area following the incident. Meanwhile, the Rivers State Police Command says it has commenced a thorough investigation to determine the cause of the fire. A statement by State Police Public Relations Officer Grace Iringe Koko said 2 individuals have been taken in for questioning in connection with the incident as part of efforts to uncover any potential act of sabotage. The statement said the command remains committed to ensuring that perpetrators of criminal activities are identified and brought to justice. It urged residents of the state to remain calm and vigilant, assuring them of the unwavering commitment the command to protecting lives and property of citizens. The command said it will not relent in its efforts to rid the state of criminal elements and maintain peace and security for all, while calling for useful information regarding the incident or any suspicious activities. A group of human rights lawyers and activists has expressed outrage over the comment by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike about the minority Ijaw ethnic group in Rivers State. The group, which addressed a news conference in Abuja, said the minister is deliberately creating conditions for violence in Rivers State. Correspondent Josephine Bitters tells us more.
The activists expressed concern that the minister's comment was a recipe for violence and the escalation of tensions between ethnic groups. They said whatever political dispute the minister has with Governor Siminalayi Fubara should be sorted out without disrespecting the Ijaw nation and drawing lines of ethnic division in the state.
Very shameful indeed to have had these remarks. For him to have referred to the Ijaw nation as a minority is truly, truly, truly sad. Because one will begin to wonder, is it when did UK become an intellectual to start talking about issues of history, you know, or issues around ethnic nationality? Who appointed him as a historian? He does not have the credential, the capacity, or even the quality of intellect to comment on such subject matter.
The group called for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's urgent intervention to address the situation and prevent any escalation.
It was expected that by now, the FCT minister from the government of Rivers State, Barrister Nyesom Wike, would have issued a press statement and apologized. Because we are talking about people who are much more than, who are too big to be a grandfather. We are talking about people that have read, people that have seen it all. You can't look at their face and you call them names. How dare you? Lots of political fight with somebody say that it's from that axis. You don't do that.
They paid glowing tribute to the Ijaw nation, acknowledged their courageous struggles and their unwavering commitment to the emancipation of the Niger Delta region.
I think no matter the disagreement that Mr. Wike might have against the government, it is out of place for Mr. Wike to now go for the very tribe that has given him so much as a minister and as a former governor. Don't forget that the Ikwere nationality from which Mr. Ikwere belongs, which Mr. Wike belongs to, is what you refer to as a stranger in the River State of Nigeria. The original inhabitant, because the Ikwere nation is a sub-Igbo nation. Looking at it from the historical perspective, the original owners of the Niger Delta of Nigeria today, including River State, Port Harcourt, are the Ijaw and the other ethnic nationalities.
Wike is an employee of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And whatsoever your staff does, you must not shy away from taking total responsibility of the actions. Therefore, I am putting it straight to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he is the one who has sent Wike to make such statements. And for him, the president, to deny this fact is to give Wike an ultimatum to apologize to the Ijaw nation. Failure of Wike apologizing to the Ijaw nation is an acceptance that Tinubu, our president, does not care on how any nationality or any ethnic group is being treated.
The group has given the FCT minister 72 hours to apologize to the Ijaw nation, failing which they will escalate the issue. Among those in the group were Deji Adeyanju, Maxwell Okpara, Abubakar Marshall, and Nonso Obasi. In Abuja, Josephine Bitrus for Signature TV.
A federal high court in Abuja struck out the preliminary objection by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, challenging the competence of the 100 billion naira import license suit instituted by Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals. In a ruling, Justice Inyang Ekwo held that the NNPCL failed to file a counter affidavit against Dangote Refinery suit, but rather filed a preliminary objection contrary to relevant laws guiding court proceedings. The judge added that where the issue of jurisdiction is raised, the court can address it at the time of judgment. He faulted the NNPCL for flouting Order 16 of the Federal High Court rules by filing an incompetent preliminary objection against the refinery. Justice Ekwo held further that NNPCL would not suffer any miscarriage of justice if Dangote Refinery amended its suit. On the application by Dangote Refinery to amend its suit to properly cite the name of the NNPCL, Justice Ekwo said the amendment can be granted and subsequently approved the amendment of the suit. The federal government says it is committed to clearing all the obstacles hindering the progress of the ongoing dualization of Zaria Funtua Guzo Sokoto Road to pave the way for the completion of the project within the stipulated time frame. The Minister of State for Works, Bello Goroyo, stated this while inspecting sections 2 and 3 of the project that cut across Zamfara and Katsina states. Correspondent Excellence Benjamin was in the minister's entourage and now reports.
The dualization of Zaria Funtua Gusau Sokoto Road project was awarded by the federal government in 2023 under the Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Tax Credit Scheme. The Minister of State for Works, Mohammed Bello Goroyo, has paid an assessment visit to some of the projects in response to the marching order given by President Bola Tinubu to ensure that the work is executed in accordance with the specification and completed within the stipulated time frame.
And then to also look at the possibility of asphalting the road that is badly damaged as to reduce the number of road accidents.
The minister, accompanied by the permanent secretary of ministry, Olufonsho Adebiyi, and the controllers of Charge Okojo and Zamfara states, took time to meticulously assess the progress of section 2 and 3 of the road starting from Kalata Mafara Colony in Zamfara State to Skim in Katsina State, covering about 180 kilometers. He interacted with the site engineers who identified security issues, compensation to the affected properties owners as their major challenges.
Mainly security, which is they work on it, and there is a quite improvement on it. And we was facing some challenges of compensations, of relocation of some facilities.
While the section 2 of the project has reached 13.3% stage of completion, the section 3 stands at 9.9%.
The security situation is improving with operation of both federal and state government. And I can assure you that Mr. President is very passionate about this because it's linking out 5 to 6 states. The issue of compensation is clearly in the hands of the state governors. And we are pursuing it vigorously.
The recent improvements in the security situation along the busy trunk, a road is expected to fast-track the execution of the project as the minister and the contractor first account that the work will be completed in record time.
The Abia State government says it has discovered over 55 unique heritage sites as part of its ongoing efforts to revamp the state's tourism industry. The sites and historical landmarks were identified during an exploratory project led by the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy. At a press briefing at Government House Umuahia, on the outcome of the weekly Executive Council meeting, the Commissioner for Information, Oke Kano, said the state government is committed to preserving the site and has taken deliberate steps to reactivate them. He listed some of the notable sites for reactivation to include Ulochukwu Cave in Alai, Ibom Waterfall in Arochukwu, where tried, as well as the National War Museum and Ojukwu Bank in Umuahia. The Commissioner disclosed that state road infrastructure projects and 7 major roads, including Ndoki Road, School Road, Market Road, Clifford Road, are due for commissioning soon. The Abia State Governor, Dr. Alex Otte, has signed into law the Abia State Electricity Bill that empowers the state to regulate its own electricity market. Governor Otte said at the signing ceremony that the executive arm of government has the capacity to implement the law and that the state will soon set up the Abia State Electricity Regulatory Authority, ASERA. Governor Otte said the 64-page law would support the power initiatives of the government, which will stand the test of time and strengthen the plans of government, extend power to the rest of the 8 council areas of the state, having sealed the Aba ring fence with geometric power limited, covering 9 local government areas. He commended the State House of Assembly for the speedy but careful passage of the bill and appreciated the development partners for their input. Presenting the bill for signing, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Ale Meruwa, said that Abia State is on the right path with the electricity bill, which has said will boost business investment in the state. The host communities for the proposed Abia Airport in Nsulu, Isialangwa North local government area of Abia State have written to the Abia State Governor expressing their concern regarding the land acquisition plan for the airport project. The group, known as the Landowners and Host Communities for the Nsulu Airport project, in a release signed by various leaders of the communities that outlines for the airport's construction, objected to the proposed acquisition of 1,025 hectares of land for the airport project. They said the loss of the vast parcels of land would lead to insufficient land for farming, housing and essential needs, ultimately resulting in hunger and starvation. According to them, the proposed land acquisition would exacerbate existing socioeconomic challenges, increase poverty, unemployment, and insecurity, and leave the communities with reduced space for new homes, burial grounds, and other community development. They proposed a land size of no more than 400 hectares for the airport, which they said would balance the needs of the airport with the livelihoods and well-being of the communities. A bill to establish the National Cashew Production and Research Institute has passed first reading in the Senate. The bill, which is being sponsored by Jibrin Echocho, representing Kogi East Senatorial District, proposes that the institute will be situated at Ida, headquarters of Igala Kingdom, and will be charged with the responsibilities of cashew research, processing and boosting production for local and export consumables. The proposed bill is designed to ensure that the federal government will leverage on abundant cashew production in Kogi East and by extension Kogi State and other parts of the country to ensure that the quality of cashew will be of global standards. He said the legal framework of the Research Institute will identify the value chain and processing, ensuring that at each level there is job creation for the teeming youths. The Rivers State House of Assembly has served a notice of alleged misconduct on the state governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, signaling an impeachment move. In a statement by the chairman of the House Committee on Information and spokesperson of the 10th Rivers State House of Assembly, Enemi Alabo, the lawmakers accused the governor of setting the state by failing to heed to the invitation to present the 2025 appropriation bill to the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Martin Ameule.
It is in responding to this attitude that the Supreme Court, in its judgment, said, and I quote, "A government cannot be said to exist without one of the three arms that make up the government of the state under the 1999 Constitution. In this case, the executive arm of government has chosen to collapse the legislature to enable him govern without the legislature as a despot. As it is, there is no government in Rivers State." That was the exact words of the Supreme Court. We had hoped that such strong words from the Supreme Court will help purge the governor of such despotic ways. Dear Rivers people, dear Nigerians, gentlemen of the press, our state must move forward. As an assembly, we are severely solicitous of progress for our state. All of us cannot be held to ransom by one man's ego. All of us must join hands to plead with the governor to do the right thing in the right and lawful way so our states can make progress. This assembly has borne the brunt of this crisis. We have endured immense hardship. We have been battered almost beyond our carrying capacity. We have been punished unduly and unfairly for trying to perform our constitutional duties. Our governor must not extend this punishment to Rivers people. No. Please no. We must not allow it. We have seen hell. Our hallowed chamber was burnt down by the governor. The House of Assembly complex was brought down by the governor, totally demolished alongside our personal effects and belongings. Our speaker's residence was brutally attacked. Our residential quarters was mindlessly invaded. Our allowances have been seized for about 1 year and 6 months now. We still continue to suffer. Yet, we are resolved to put all this behind us in the interest of our state so that our states can move forward.
Although the Assembly earlier denied any move to impeach Fubara, speculations about plots to remove the governor are rife. The Rivers State government has accused the State House of Assembly of frustrating Governor Siminalayi Fubara's efforts to implement the ruling of the Supreme Court on the political crisis in the state. The Commissioner for Information, Joe Johnson, stated this in a reaction to comments made by the chairman of the House of Assembly Committee on Information, Enemi Alabo George, accusing Governor Fubara of stalling the process. Mr. Johnson stated that the Assembly has consistently refused to acknowledge correspondences from the governor despite multiple attempts to engage with them. He said there are no video footages showing the government's efforts to deliver official documents, which he said were deliberately ignored by the lawmakers, revealing that some of the correspondences had been made public through national newspapers.
His Excellency Sir Dr. Siminalayi Fubara personally issued and signed a letter addressed to the Right Honorable Martin Amewule, Speaker of the House, formally notifying him and unambiguously indicating his intention to come before the honorable members of the state legislature to lay the 2025 budget before them on Wednesday, March 12, 2025 for consideration. He followed this up by making phone calls to the Honorable Speaker. Sadly, Governor Fubara, accompanied by government officials, were denied access into the legislative quarters where the Assembly members currently hold their sitting on the appointed day. Just last Friday, March 14, 2025, Governor Siminalayi Fubara, in keeping with his resolve to do the needful, sent another letter personally signed by him to the House Speaker, Right Honorable Amewule, again to notify him and members of the House under his leadership, indicating his plan to come to represent the 2025 budget to them on Wednesday, March 19, 2025 by 10 a.m. or any other day that may be convenient to the House in compliance with the Supreme Court verdict in order to keep the wheel of government of the state running. The State House of Assembly refused to receive and acknowledge the letter. A courier company which was engaged to deliver the letter also returned it with a report that it was rejected at the Assembly quarters where the members currently sit. I have the video of that event. Yet, the narrative from the Rivers State House of Assembly is that Governor Fubara has refused to present the budget.
Johnson also criticized the Assembly's recent call for a probe into the Chief Judge, stating that their latest actions showed that their priorities were not in the interest of the state, stating that action of the lawmakers from the onset had been self-serving rather than focused on governance and the well-being of Rivers State residents. On the latest accusations of gross misconduct against Governor Fubara and his deputy, the commissioner said the executive arm was yet to receive any correspondence from the State Assembly. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has revoked the land occupancy rights of the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Abuja. In a letter dated and addressed to the PDP National Chairman, Umar Damagun, the Director of Land Administration at the FCT Administration, Chijioke Nwankweze, hinged the revocation on the non-payment of ground rent by the party. The FCTA official alleged that the PDP has refused to pay the annual fee expected of landowners for the right to occupy and use their property in the last 13 years between January 1, 2006 and January 1, 2025. This is said is despite the many publications made by the FCT administration since 2023 in several national dailies and on electric media requesting all allotees of plots in the Federal Capital Territory to pay up every outstanding bills and ground rent on their properties. The letter reads, Wike, the only PDP chieftain in the All Progressives Congress APC-dominated cabinet of President Bola Tinubu, has been at loggerheads with his party leadership in the last 2 years. Up ahead, a Joy Youth's Council calls for immediate sack of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. Senate probes Cameroon's alleged annexation of Nigerian Mangrove Island. Details shortly.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Central Zone of the Ijaw Youth Council has called for the immediate sack of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, from the Federal Cabinet over his alleged unguarded statements against the Ijaw race. The chairman of the Central Zone, Perez Inefe, hinted that the move against the FCT minister is a call for total cleansing on the utterances and disjointed history he presented. The Emergency Congress concluded that a 2-kilometer work be observed to peacefully protest against the false statements by the minister against Ijaw people, which it claimed is the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC, Adamu Garba, has warned that the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, may scatter the party like he did to the People's Democratic Party, PDP, if left unchecked. In a post on his Facebook page, Garba said Wike should exercise restraint while appearing to be more powerful so that he does not scatter APC like he did to PDP before 2027. Wike and Fubara have been at loggerheads over the political control of Rivers State since the governor assumed office in 2023. The crisis had affected the Rivers State House of Assembly, with 27 lawmakers loyal to Wike initially claiming to have defected to the APC, but later dismissed such claims. Their initial claim of defection led to a parallel assembly with Victor Kojumbo emerging as Speaker, which was overruled by the Supreme Court that ordered the reinstatement of the Martins Ameule-led assembly. The Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo says he does not see any serious challenge from opposition parties in the state as he seeks re-election in the November 8, 2025 governorship poll. Soludo, who spoke in a media chat to celebrate his third anniversary, said there is a consensus among the people of the state that his party, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, has delivered dividends of democracy and should be given another chance in the election. He said the people of the state can vote for any party during national elections, but are loyal to ABGA when it comes to governorship and local government chairman seats. The former governor of the central bank said he has gotten calls to run for a second term, but his party will take the decision on who becomes the flag bearer. Anambra is one of the 8 states where governorship elections are held off-season due to litigations and court judgments. Others are Bayelsa, Edo, Ekiti, Imo, Kogi, Osun, and Ondo. The Senate has set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the alleged annexation of the country's mangrove islands and maritime territories by the Republic of Cameroon. The committee is expected to report back with necessary recommendations in the next 2 months. Moving the motion on Tuesday, Aniakan Bassi raised an alarm over the economic and territorial implications of Cameroon's encroachment into Nigerian territory. He lamented that Cameroonian security forces known as the gendarmes had imposed foreign laws on Nigerians living in 16 ancestral villages in the affected areas, a situation he described as a monumental national embarrassment. As part of his resolutions, the Senate has urged President Bola Tinubu to take immediate steps to safeguard Nigeria's territorial waters, including securing over 2,560 oil wells identified within the disputed mangrove islands in Akwa Ibom State. The Senate's leadership is also committed to engaging directly with President Tinubu to explore diplomatic solutions to the crisis. The motion also highlighted that the illegal annexation violates multiple international agreements with lawmakers advocating for review of the judgment of the International Court of Justice and calling for the matter to be reported to the United Nations Convention. And still to come on the news, Australia raises concerns with China over letters targeting Hong Kong dissidents in Australia. United States intelligence chief speaks at conference in India and meets Prime Minister Modi. These and more after the break. The World Health Organization (WHO) has listed Nigeria among the 8 countries likely to run out of supply of HIV treatment soon. This is as a result of the decision by the Trump administration to pause United States foreign aid, which has substantially disrupted supply of HIV treatments in the countries. The Director General of WHO, Tedros Ghebreyesus, told a news conference that the disruptions to HIV programs could reverse 20 years of progress in HIV prevention. The Global Health Agency said that Nigeria, Haiti, Kenya, Lesotho, South Sudan, Burkina Faso, Mali and Ukraine could exhaust their supply of HIV treatments in the coming months. He added that this could lead to over 10 million additional HIV cases and 3 million HIV-related deaths.
The suspension of most funding to PEPFAR, the President's emergency plan for AIDS relief, caused an immediate stop to services for HIV treatment, testing, and prevention in more than 50 countries. 8 countries now have substantial disruptions to antiretroviral therapy and will run out of medicines in the coming months. Disruptions to HIV programs could undo 20 years of progress, leading to more than 10 million additional cases of HIV and 3 million HIV-related deaths, more than triple the number of deaths last year. The US administration has been extremely generous over many years. And of course, it's within its rights to decide what it supports and to what extent.
Efforts to tackle HIV, polio, malaria and tuberculosis have been impacted by the U.S. foreign aid pause implemented by President Donald Trump shortly after he took office in January. European Union's Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas met British Foreign Minister David Lammy in London on Tuesday. The talks between the two will coordinate cooperation on Ukraine and discuss efforts to increase economic pressure on Russia. The discussions will also include stepping up action against hybrid threats such as cyber attacks, election interference, and rampant Russian disinformation. Kallas and Lammy will also set review efforts to boost European defense spending.
This is the first time that a UK Foreign Secretary has met with the EU's High Representative in 5 years. I'm pleased that we have broken that habit. We will be meeting much more regularly than that, and on a range of issues.
Like you say, in these turbulent times, we have to work closely together with those partners that share the same values as we do. There are many issues around the world where I think our cooperation is very much needed. I mean, like you were listing all these things where we are cooperating, exchanging views, but also coordinating our policies.
Britain's Labour government announced plans on Tuesday to cut more than £5 billion from its welfare budget by 2029-2030, seeking to tame a sharply rising bill despite unrest among some of the party's lawmakers. The cuts are a prelude to a March 26 fiscal statement, which is said to be the moment when pre-election promises to limit tax rises and tightly control borrowing meet the reality of lower than expected growth and tax revenues and a worsening global economic backdrop. Ministers are pulling every lever they can to boost growth and reduce spending, seeking to stay on track to meet a self-imposed fiscal constraint of balancing day-to-day public spending with tax revenues by the end of the decade. That drive has put the focus on the welfare budget, which supports people with disabilities and long-term health conditions and already exceeds the country's defense budget. It is set to top £100 billion by 2030. Ministers see welfare reform as an opportunity to cut costs while boosting the economy by getting more people into work. Even before the details of the cuts were announced, some in the Labour Party, elected by a landslide last year, promising a decade of renewal, had expressed concerns over whether cutting benefits was in line with the party's centre-left values.
Millions of people who could work, trapped on benefits, denied the income, hope, dignity and self-respect that we know good work brings. And taxpayers paying millions more on the costs of failure, with spending on working age sickness and disability benefits up $20 billion since the pandemic, set to rise by a further $18 billion by the end of this Parliament to £70 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives left a broken benefits system. This is a significant reform package that is expected to save over £5 billion in 2029-30, and the OBR will set out their final assessment of the costings next week. And today, Mr. Speaker, we say no more. We will scrap the WCA in 2028. In future, extra financial support for health conditions in universal credit will be available solely through the PIP assessment. So extra income is based on the impact of someone's health condition or disability, not on their capacity to work, reducing the number of assessments that people have to go through, and a vital step towards de-risking work. Mr. Speaker, I know as a constituent, we will legislate to rebalance the payments in universal credit from April next year, holding the value of the health top-up fixed in cash terms for existing claimants and reducing it for new claimants, with an additional premium for people with severe lifelong conditions that mean that they will never work, to give them the financial security they deserve. And alongside this, Mr. Speaker, we will bring in a permanent, above-inflation rise to the standard allowance in universal credit for the first time ever.
Around 3,500 participants from 125 countries, ranging from academicians on strategic affairs, industry leaders, heads of governments and more, will take part in the Resina Dialogue, a three-day conference in geopolitics. United States Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said at conference in New Delhi on Tuesday that it was important to ensure peace and stability for collective security in the Indo-Pacific region. The U.S. intelligence chief earlier met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday in New Delhi, where they presented each other with gifts.
It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Unfortunately, as we've seen throughout history, simply calling for peace too often invokes attacks and smears. Perfect example is during President Trump's recent campaign for the presidency. He made it a pillar of his campaign to share his commitment to peace and to bring his leadership towards bringing about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war, to stop the killing, to prevent this risk of World War III and nuclear war.
The Australian Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, said on Tuesday she had raised concerns with China over anonymous letters sent Australians offering a reward for information on the whereabouts of an Australian-based Hong Kong dissident. Some residents in Melbourne received the letters late last week offering $130,000 for information about Kevin Yam, an Australian citizen and Hong Kong pro-democracy activist wanted by Hong Kong authorities for his role in organizing anti-government protests in 2019. Local media reported that the letters were mailed from Hong Kong and contained contact details for the Hong Kong police. However, it was not clear who sent the letters, and there was no evidence that Beijing or Hong Kong were involved. Wong added that she had raised the issue with both spokespeople for China's embassy in Canberra, and the Hong Kong government did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
The Australian government does not accept other governments interfering with our citizens, making anybody feel unsafe. We expect our citizens to be respected, and we stand firm against any foreign interference and against any infringement of our sovereignty. We will make and have been making appropriate representations since this was alerted to us. Those representations are being made in the usual way through the diplomatic arrangements. I'll await whatever investigations come to light. But I have made my view about Australians being targeted by the Hong Kong authorities very clear to both Hong Kong and to China.
Carrying their belongings on foot and moving on trucks, Palestinian families fled their eastern Rafah, Gaza on Tuesday following Israeli evacuation orders. After heavy strikes, the Israeli army issued evacuation orders for a number of neighborhoods in Gaza. Israeli airstrikes pounded Gaza, killing 326 people, Palestinian health authorities said on Tuesday, threatening the complete collapse of a 2-month ceasefire as Israel vowed to use more force to free hostages held by Hamas. Airstrikes hit houses and tent encampments from the north to south of the Gaza Strip, and Israeli tanks shelled across the borderline into the east and south of the enclave. The Palestinian militant group, which still holds 59 of the 250 or so hostages seized in its October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, accused Israel of breaching the ceasefire and jeopardizing efforts by mediators to secure a permanent truce. Medics and people rushed to rescue Palestinians after an Israeli airstrike hit northern Gaza on Tuesday, leaving casualties and widespread destruction. Israeli airstrikes in Gaza killed at least 200 people, Palestinian health authorities said, as attacks hit dozens of targets early on Tuesday, ending a weeks-long standoff over extending a ceasefire that had halted fighting in January. The Palestinian militant group Hamas issued a statement accusing Israel of breaching the ceasefire. Strikes were reported in multiple locations, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, and the Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah in central and southern Gaza Strip. Palestinian Health Ministry officials said many of the dead were children. Also, the senior Hamas security official Mahmoud Abu Watfa was killed in the Israeli strikes on Gaza on Tuesday. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations said in a video message released on Tuesday that the country will show no mercy to its enemies following in the resumption of military action in Gaza. Speaking from an unknown location, Ambassador Danny Danon confirmed that the Israeli army initiated attacks against Hamas targets inside the enclave. The Israeli military, which said it hit dozens of targets and the strikes would continue for as long as necessary and would extend beyond airstrikes, raising the prospects that Israeli ground troops could resume fighting. Israel airstrikes pounded Gaza on Tuesday, killing hundreds of Palestinians as Israel vowed to use more force to free hostages held by Hamas. Palestinian health authorities said The Israeli airstrikes killed more than 400 people, threatening the complete collapse of a 2-month ceasefire. The Israeli military described the attacks as a preemptive offensive aimed at thwarting Hamas' ability to launch attacks against Israel and to rebuild and rearm its forces. He said it targeted mid-ranking military commanders, leadership officials, and terrorist infrastructure belonging to Hamas.
Hamas rejected 2 concrete mediation proposals presented by the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Israel agreed to these mediation proposals. Hamas refused them. The IDF is striking Hamas terrorist targets across the Gaza Strip, aiming to achieve the war's objectives, which include the release of all our hostages, the dismantling of Hamas military and governmental infrastructure, and the removal of the terrorist threat from Gaza to Israel's security and its citizens. From this point forward, Israel will act against Hamas with increasing military intensity. Inhumane abuses. Hamas cannot be part of the future in the Gaza Strip. Full stop. What we're facing right now, and what we faced since the first day of the war, October 7, is attacks against Israel from Hamas, from Hezbollah, from the Houthis, all initiated by these terrorist organizations. None of them was initiated by Israel, and all of them are proxies of Iran. All of them, all of those terrorist organizations I named, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, are part of the long arm of Iran. And yes, we didn't choose to have this war, but since it was forced upon us, we're fighting it, and we're going after the ones who are attacking us.
A funeral was held for a number of Palestinians killed in Israeli strikes in the central Gaza Strip on Tuesday. Palestinians and relatives of those killed gathered in front of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir al-Balah to bid farewell for their loved ones. Israeli airstrikes pounded Gaza, killing 326 people, Palestinian health authorities said on Tuesday, and threatening a complete collapse of a 2-month ceasefire as it vowed to use force to free its remaining hostages in the Strip. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had instructed the military to take strong action against the Palestinian Islamist group Hamas in Gaza in response to the group's refusal to release hostages held there and rejection of ceasefire proposals. And that's the news this hour. Thanks for watching. I am Ngozika Mba.
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, my head is, but it started with one prime minister, one after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America, Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away, but jail you because you stole our money. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then fine it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know, but I was going to ask, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means the person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interest because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty. I am blaming the Constitution and blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it. So do you think everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
fun of bringing you comprehensive and engaging evening on the Signature Evening Show right here on Signature TV from our ENUGU studios. With all of the usual segments, the political analysis on the politicals, business news, sports updates, fashion trends, security reports, as well as historical city features. You get to see all of these and more as you keep joining us on the Signature Evening. My name is Ngozika, and on behalf of my producer Raymond Ken Mbata and the production team, you are welcome to the Tuesday episode of the evening show. Remember, we are open for adverts, placements, and commercials. Also follow us on all our social media handles as displayed on the screen. We shall return on the program. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
First, on the Signature Evening is the politicals, where we will open you up to the latest political developments, legislative changes, as well as international affairs. And on the first discussion segment shall be a focus on the Rivers Assembly and states government as they trade blames over the current political crisis in the state. We're going to have this conversation with Ifeanyi Chukwu Ugochukwu, a political analyst. Ifeanyi, if you're there, you say hello. Good evening. All right, while we await Ifeanyi Chukwu Ugochukwu to join us, let's take the stories. After the break, please.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On the politicals this evening, here are the headlines. I see no opponent against my re-election, says Soludo. Lagos APC welcomes Jando back, predicts more defections. Rivers Assembly and state government trade blames over the current political crisis in the state. Ajo Youth IYC calls for immediate sack of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. And now the stories. The Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo says he does not see any serious challenge from opposition parties in the state as a sixth re-election and the November 8, 2025 governorship election. Soludo, who spoke in a media chat to celebrate his third anniversary, said there is a consensus among the people of the state that his party, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, has delivered dividends of democracy and should be given another chance in the election. He said the people of the state can vote for any party during national elections, but are loyal to ABGA when it comes to the governorship and local government chairman seats. The former governor of the central bank said he has gotten calls to run for a second term, but his party will take the decision on who becomes the flag bearer. Anambra is one of the 8 states where governorship elections are held off-season due to litigations and court judgments. Others are Bayelsa, Edo, Ekiti, Imo, Kogi, Osun, and Ondo. Another story, the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State has welcomed the 2023 People's Democratic Party governorship candidate, Dr. Abdulaziz Adediro, popularly known as Jando, and his loyalists back to his fold. Jando, who resigned from the PDP on March 3, cited lack of discipline in the party and betrayal by its leaders, announced his return to APC on Monday. Recall that Jando, a leader of Lagos for Lagos movement and former APC governorship aspirant, defected from the party to PDP in 2021. Reacting in an interview, the state APC spokesman Seye Oladejo said that the party was excited to welcome Jando back to its fold. And yet again on Politico, the Rivers State government has accused the State House of Assembly of frustrating Governor Siminalayi Fubara's efforts to implement the ruling of the Supreme Court on the political crisis in the state. The Commissioner for Information, Joe Johnson, stated this in a reaction to comments made by the chairman of the House of Assembly Committee on Information, Enemi Alabo George, accusing Governor Fubara of stalling the process. Mr. Johnson stated that the Assembly has consistently refused to acknowledge correspondences from the governor, despite multiple attempts to engage with them. He said there are video footages showing the government's efforts to deliver official documents, which is said were deliberately ignored by the lawmakers, revealing that some of the correspondences had been made public through national newspapers.
His Excellency Sir Dr. Siminalayi Fubara personally issued and signed a letter addressed to the Right Honorable Martin Amehule, Speaker of the House, formally notifying him and unambiguously indicating his intention to come before the honorable members of the state legislature to lay the 2025 budget before them on Wednesday, March 12, 2025 for consideration. He followed this up by making phone calls to the Honorable Speaker. Sadly, Governor Fubara, accompanied by government officials, were denied access into the legislative quarters where the Assembly members currently hold their sitting on the appointed day. Just last Friday, March 14, 2025, Governor Siminalayi Fubara, in keeping with his resolve to do the needful, sent another letter personally signed by him to the House Speaker, Right Honorable Amehule, again to notify him and members of the House under his leadership, indicating his plan to come to represent the 2025 budget to them on Wednesday, March 9.
Chief Judge, stating that their latest actions show that their priorities were not in the interests of the state, stating that action of the lawmakers from the onset had been self-serving rather than focused on governance and the well-being of Rivers residents. On the latest accusations of gross misconduct against Governor Fubara and his deputy, the commissioner said the executive arm was yet to receive any correspondence from the State Assembly. Rivers State House of Assembly has served a notice of alleged misconduct against the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, and his deputy, Ngozi Odu, signaling an impeachment move. In a statement by the chairman of the House Committee on Information and spokesperson of the 10th Rivers State House of Assembly, Enemi Alabo George, the lawmakers accused the governor of setting the state back for failing to heed to the invitation to present the 2025 appropriation bill to the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Martin Amehule.
It is in responding to this attitude that the Supreme Court, in its judgment, said, and I quote, A government cannot be said to exist without one of the three arms that make up the government of the state under the 1999 Constitution. In this case, the executive arm of government has chosen to collapse the legislature to enable him govern without the legislature as a despot. As it is, there is no government in Rivers State. That was the exact words of the Supreme Court. We had hoped that such strong words from the Supreme Court will help purge the governor of such despotic ways. Dear Rivers people, dear Nigerians, gentlemen of the press, our state must move forward. As an assembly, we are severely solicitous of progress for our state. All of us cannot be held to ransom by one man's ego. All of us must join hands to plead with the governor to do the right thing in the right and lawful way so our states can make progress. This assembly has borne the brunt of this crisis. We have endured immense hardship. We have been battered almost beyond our carrying capacity. We have been punished unduly and unfairly for trying to perform our constitutional duties. Our governor must not extend this punishment to Rivers people. No. Please, no. We must not allow it. We have seen hell. Our hallowed chamber was burnt down by the governor. The House of Assembly complex was brought down by the governor, totally demolished alongside our personal effects and belongings. Our speaker's residence was brutally attacked. Our residential quarters was mindlessly invaded. Our allowances have been seized for about a year and 6 months now. We still continue to suffer. Yet, we are resolved to put all this behind us in the interest of our state so that our states can move forward.
Although the Assembly earlier denied any move to impeach Fubara, speculations about plots to remove the governor continued. The Central Zone of the Ijaw Youth Council has called for the immediate sack of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, from the President Bola Tinubu's cabinet over his recent unguarded statements against the Ijaw race on national television and in Abalama in Rivers State. The chairman of the Central Zone, Perez Inefe, hinted that the move against the FCT minister is a call for total cleansing on the utterances and disjointed history presented by the two-term governor of the oil-rich state of Rivers. The Emergency Congress concluded that a 2-kilometer work be observed to peacefully protest against the false statements by the minister credited to the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. We shall return still on the politicals on Signature Evening. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
On the politicals this evening, our guest is ready to talk with us. He's a political analyst, Ugochukwu Ifeanyichukwu. You're welcome to Politicals. Good evening.
Good evening, Anchor. Good evening, ENUGU State, and good evening, Nigeria.
Rivers Assembly and state government trade blames over the current political crisis in the state. I was going to ask you to bring us up to the speed how it is with Rivers State, but we know that just before now, except something else has changed, the State Assembly wrote what we consider a stinker. That is a huge letter of complaining of gross misconduct against the state governor, Sim Fubara, and his deputy. I don't know. Is that a trend towards impeachment? Do you think it's an impeachment process taking place already?
I don't want to use the word we. Ugochukwu, have seen that coming all along. Remember that the Supreme Court judgment that was delivered on the 10th made the allusion to the fears of the governor, to which gave the rise for the demolition of the State House of Assembly, was because he was afraid of impeachment. I remember it was the issue or the problems of 10th or 5th of October 2023 that has brought us to where we are today. A lot of litigation. So what the first attempt house led by Martin Samuel that was over chance that
Ugochukwu, I guess you're still there.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead now. We can pick you up.
Yes. Now, the governor of Rivers State, Sinai Fubara, is the one that has brought us to where we are today. He orchestrated what is happening within the last 2 weeks. Let me remind Nigerians that immediately after the Supreme Court judgment, the governor shot himself on the foot and clearly in tandem with what the Supreme Court suspected, the withholding of the River State allocation was not tied to any judgment. It wasn't part of the judgment of the Supreme Court on the prayers book. But what happened here is that the Supreme Court used it to draw governors' attention into obeying the judgment of the Supreme Court, because they have seen the governor over time disobeying court orders. So the governor, in his usual manner, decided to choose the judgment to obey. Remember, all the 4 judgments were categorized and brought into one and was delivered on the said day. The governor came back and implemented the sacking or the judgment that nullified the purported election that held on the 5th of October 2024, that ushered in what I call people that held swear, for the management of the local governments, the 23 local governments in Rivers State for up to 6 months. The Supreme Court, affirmed that that election was null and void. And the governor obeyed by asking the chairman to leave their offices and inaugurating or asking the head of departments in local government to take over the administration of local government. That is one leg to the Supreme Court judgment. Another leg to it is presentation of the 2025 appropriation bill. They didn't talk about the 2024, which has been under litigation for more than 1 year. They said really go and present the 2025 budget to the duly and legitimate constituted House of Assembly of Rivers State, led by Right Honorable Martin Samuel. And the governor, in his usual way, decided to play double standard, making a statement that he is waiting for the true certified copy, the CTC, from the Supreme Court. The question we now ask with opinion mothers and the political watchers in Rivers State is, why didn't the governor wait until he has seen the CTC that contains all the explanation of the judgment before asking the local government chairman to vacate their offices? Nigerians should get this clearly. It's not whipping up sentiment or playing to the gallery. The Supreme Court knew that the governor was in the habit of choosing what laws to obey and disobeying court orders. And he fell prey. So today, Martin Samuel and the House of Assembly reminded the governor that you have committed gross misconduct, as could be seen in section 120 of the Constitution, sub 1, paragraph 2, and also in section 121 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, PG1 and PG2. He has also fallen short of these official duties in order to collaborate with the House of Assembly in moving the state forward in section 121, 120, and 122 of the 1999 Constitution. It's not the Constitution of Rivers State or the Legislative Assembly of Rivers State. And let us recall that when these litigations were going on, the State Assembly amended River State Electoral Act, amended local government laws in River State. The Electoral Act, River State RISEC using to conduct election 2018. They said that that one is now obsolete. That hence there was a Electoral Act passed in 2022, which President Muhammadu Buhari signed into law, which was used to conduct the election of the general elections of 2023, that the Assembly is mending that of River State that was last mended in 2018. Then the local government law of River State was also tinkered with. But what did the governor do? They sent correspondence, he sent it back, and they override him clearly. Then they override him. This time they dusted it off and gave to him. And if the governor of River State had come before the Assembly after the Supreme Court judgment to obey it and presented the budget, all this hula baloo that we are seeing now wouldn't have come up. But the governor decided to listen to his handlers, who has not helped him in the past 1 year. Look at the infractions that Martin Samuel and the House of Assembly listed against the governor. Remember that this particular case went through Justice James Omotosho, and the judgment was clearly given on the 22nd of February 2024, on the 22nd of January 2024. The appropriation bill purportedly presented before Edison here, or Okojumbo-led faction of the River State House Assembly then, the Martin Samuel went to court, and Justice Omotosho gave all the prayers that Martin Samuel sought. One, that the governor should stop interacting with any other faction of the assembly except the one led by Martin Samuel. That the governor has no right to seize their location, withhold their salaries. The governor has no right to appoint or sack the clerk of the house. That the governor of River State has no right to tell the assembly members where to sit and carry out their legislative duties. These are some of the things that Martin Samuel went to the temple of Justice Omotosho for litigation. And Justice Omotosho graciously granted all these prayers. The governor appealed to the appeal court. Appeal court affirmed the judgment of Omotosho and even scolded the governor and awarded him a fine. Awarded a fine against him. The governor also appealed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not a judgmental court. It only looks into the appeal brought before it, and the Nigerians can see clearly that the Supreme Court granted all the prayers and all the judgments of Supreme Court and that of the lower court, the Federal High Court, under the leadership of Justice James Omotosho. So the governor has no right to disobey the assembly in coming to present the budget when they have already notified him they were going on recess. The governor did not appear before the assembly. What did he do? He said he was waiting for the CTC judgment, while he has already started implementation of the Supreme Court judgment.
Okay, Ugochukwu, your point is that His Excellency Sim Fubara takes larger chunk of the blame. What about the Rivers House of Assembly that has not accepted the letter? According to him, he said he went through logistic companies to deliver a letter informing them of a particular date or any other date of their choice, but they refused to accept that particular letter. You think they won't have a fall here? Now that they are trading blames, you have blamed the governor on one part. How about the House of Assembly and all of their activities? Don't you think they are taking the war back to him because of the occurrences of the past?
No. Let me clearly state here that I'm in Port Harcourt. I'm an opinion molder and a political watcher in Port Harcourt. The governor would have saved himself all this trauma. Remember that a lot of waters has passed under the bridge. The governor clearly knows that there are frayed knives, that both the camp of the governor, the camp of Amehule, and by extension the camp of the FCT minister, Barrister Zenwonye Sonwike, has thrown heaps of insults and accusations and counter-accusations on either side. Then it is now time to make peace. And the governor started showing disregard. If I'm telling you in confidence and in truth, that if the governor of Rivers State has made use of that window, window of opportunity presented to him by the House of Assembly to come and present the budget, what infuriated the governor's camp is this, that Martin Samehule and the House of Assembly tied it to a 48 hours ultimatum. But he should have waved that away, not capitalizing on that particular tune of the message and taking the meat of the message, just to present the budget for the allocation of Rivers State to be released. But what did the governor do? He started picking holes. And believe you me, if the governor had presented that budget at that time, this issue of now, you recall that his commissioners had been declared, their appointment has been declared null and void. All the people that are manning all different parastatals and commissions in Rivers State that did not go through the screening by the authentic recognized House of Assembly led by Martin Samehule, all of them has been declared null and void. And also requested the governor to represent their name for screening and the proper swearing in. Because they realized after that 48 hours ultimatum that those who will be coming to, those commissioners that will be coming to interface with the assembly in the defense of their different ministerial and parastatal budgets are illegal. The River State government as it is today has no cabinet apart from the governor and the SSG. So going back to what you said about the blame to be taken by the House of Assembly, I will say that the House of Assembly, as constituted by the Constitution of Nigeria, if not what is happening in River State today, we won't be seeing letters flying up and down. This is a coded government procedural process to present the budget and how the letters move from the assembly or from the governor to the assembly, and the acknowledgement of the letter sent back to the governor. The governor of Rivers State started whipping sentiments last week when he stopped over while his advance team has proceeded to where he was going for a commissioning. I don't know if you saw the video and see the megaphone that he used in answering questions asked by the journalist. So now, the Rivers State House Assembly sent a correspondence to him. What the governor will do is to reply the letter, but they refused to acknowledge that particular letter sent by the House of Assembly. They now delivered it through the courier services. Then the governor himself wrote a letter to them to come for reconciliation. Why the Supreme Court has already given a judgment? It's for the governor to clearly follow the steps towards implementing the judgment of the Supreme Court, emanating from the judgment of Justice James Omotocho, delivered on the 22nd of January 2024, when the purported appropriation bill of 2024 have not gone up to 2 months. The governor decided to play to the gallery. Look at what happened. The assembly now asked the governor that resubmit the names of your commissioners for screening. The governor asked them to go to court. They summoned the RISEC chairman, Justice Enebeli is retired. He went to court. So is that the person who is looking for true reconciliation in this true way?
We will continue this conversation in a bit. Just stay tuned, dear viewer. More will unfold.
We are local.
are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And still on the politicals on Signature Evening, here is a breaking story. President Bola Tinubu has declared a state of emergency in Rivers State following the protracted political crisis in the state. Tinubu made the proclamation during a nationwide broadcast a couple of minutes ago, suspending Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Odu, and all the members of the House of Assembly for 6 months. The president nominated Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, retired, as a military administrator to take charge of the affairs of the state for the first 6 months. The president relied on Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution to make the proclamation. The section interprets a state of emergency as a situation of national danger, disaster, or terrorist attacks in which a government suspends normal constitutional procedures to regain control. A state of emergency allows the president to immediately make any desired regulations to secure public order and safety. We are still with the political analyst who has been talking about Rivers Assembly, the state governor, the state government, that is the executive, and the legislature trading blames over the current political crisis in the state. Ugochukwu Ifeanyichukwu is still with us. I bet you heard that breaking story, Ugochukwu.
Yes, I listened. You know,
but did you see this coming?
Before I came on air, we were already waiting for the presidential address. So I don't want to sound pessimistic or sound like a soothsayer, but we saw it coming. We saw it coming because the tension in Rivers State is approaching the boiling point, then exceeding the boiling point. And let me also inform you that there was a pipeline explosion last night.
Is that connected to this political imbroglio?
Yes, there was a pipeline. Remember that the Niger Delta Youth IYC has threatened and given President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
what they staged was a peaceful protest, a walk, more of, today.
No, the walk today, the youths blocked the east-west roads, ASICs.
Okay, linking Delta through Bayelsa to River State, right?
No, not Bayelsa. The one that is connecting Cross River State.
Okay.
Then the east-west road is the one we call the one that transgress to leading you to the east, connecting you to the west, and then transgressing you through River State to Calabar.
Okay.
But the one going to Bayelsa is a single corridor. They call it Ahoda Rivers Road to Bayelsa State.
All right.
So back to what I'm saying, the SPDC pipeline that through
her people.
Our southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
And you are still on the politicals, the discussion segment that brings you political updates. And here is still the breaking news you heard the other time. President Bola Tinubu has declared a state of emergency in Rivers State following the protracted political crisis in the state. Tinubu made the proclamation during a nationwide broadcast earlier this evening, suspending Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Odu, and all the members of the House of Assembly for 6 months. The president nominated Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, retired, as a military administrator to take charge of the affairs of the state for the first 6 months. The president relied on Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution to make the proclamation. The section interprets a state of emergency as a situation of national danger, disaster, or terrorist attacks in which a government suspends normal constitutional procedures to regain control. A state of emergency allows the president to immediately make any desired regulation to secure public order and safety. Now let's take a look at the profile of the man that has just been appointed the sole administrator of Rivers State, Ebok Ekwe Ebas, who was born in Nko, Cross River State, South Nigeria, and was enlisted into the Nigerian Defense Academy as a member of 26 regular corps on 20th June 1979 and was commissioned sub-lieutenant on 1st January 1983. He began his primary education at Nko Primary School, Nko, in 1966 and completed at Big Kwa Primary School, Calabar, in 1971. He then proceeded to the prestigious Hope Waddell Training Institute, Calabar, from 1972 to 1976. And between 1977 and 1979, he attended the School of Basic Studies, Ugoja, before proceeding to the Nigerian Defense Academy in 1979. Ebas attended several military courses at home and abroad, including the Sub-Lieutenant Technical course at INS Venduruthi in India from April 1983 to May 1984, and primary pilot training at the 301 Primary Flying Training School and Nigerian Air Force Base in Kaduna from April 1986 to October 1987. Ebas proceeded to the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji, Kaduna in January 1990 and completed the Junior Staff Position.
Yes, thank you very much. Just as you have said, my name is Okoro Vincent Oganekewe. Whichever way you choose to permutate those names, you know, and I'm always
Tell us about River State, Vincent. Tell us about River State and with the breaking news. We were going to talk to you about the IYC calling for immediate sack of the FCT minister, and then something fresh happened. Is there a connection?
Okay, well, it depends on how one decides to look at it, you know, which will make one to decide or to accept whether there's a connection or there is no connection between the threat by the or the ultimatum, if I may put it that way, by the IYC, calling for the Minister of the FCC to be sacked, and then the state of emergency that has just been declared. Now, on the part of not being a connection, the president actually made his press conference with respect to realities in River State, and then he didn't make any direct connection with respect to what the IYC were saying. And then on the other way, there's no way one would divorce the threat by the IYC, not just about the minister, not just about their request for the minister of the FCT being the person of the former governor of River State, His Excellency Newton Wike, to be removed, and then in addition to they saying that the present governor, who is now suspended, by the virtue of the state of emergency, we cannot divorce, the threat by the IYC from the decision of the president, So one can always see that, okay, it is also subsumed, in the reasons why, among the plethora of reasons why the president decided on what we are seeing right now.
Okay, so let's look at these other reasons aside the threats of IYC. And there was a bombing yesterday of some suburb in River State. These are issues too, but let's look at other issues that would have prompted Mr. President into instituting the state of emergency in River State right now.
Okay, you are talking about the various issues, right?
Yes. You brought it up, so I need you to expatiate. Okay.
What is there is that the state of emergency on the one hand is something that ordinarily, with the way things have been for over 2 years now in the state,
close to 2 years rather,
shouldn't be surprised.
Close to 2 years, Vincent.
Yes. I'm with you.
Okay, I said close to 2 years and not over 2 years.
Yes, close to 2 years actually. Yes, close to 2 years actually. Now we had a situation where there's an impasse as far as the relationship between the executive arm of government in the state and the legislative arm is concerned. Where there were rumors of impeachment or attempt at impeachment on the governor. Then the governor on the other hand decided that he can do away with the elected legislative arm of government in the state. We have not forgotten how, bulldozers were brought to the House of Assembly, and the House of Assembly where ordinarily that is where the legislative arm meet for their businesses, was brought down with bulldozers, and then there were a lot of talk with respect to them not having defected, a lot of court cases, and then it climaxed to where the Supreme Court decided that the legislative arm of government should immediately resume sitting.
You're ruling out the local government issues where
yes,
including
the local government issue, where apparently the governor conducted local government election without following due process, and even even against the constitution, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, all these boys climax where the Supreme Court passed its judgment and, kind of mandated the governor to go and start acting in line with the dictate of the Constitution.
But then he already made steps by visiting the House of Assembly to present the budget, represent the budget, and when the initial efforts did not work out, he told us he wrote to the Speaker personal letters and sent the letters through a courier service.
Yes. If you are talking about that, then we can start looking at if due process was followed by the governor. Because first and foremost, there was an invitation for them to come for a meeting in Government House. When the legislative arm of government in the state, perceived that they are being undermined, the way that invitation came, and they decided not to honor that invitation, then the governor, showed up against, let me say, public expectation, at the gate of the legislative the meeting point of the legislature, because the House of Assembly is sit down demolished as we speak, and then there was a press conference by him telling the whole world that he came to present the budget, and then he was not allowed into the gathering point of the House of Assembly. Now, at the end of the day, he went back, and then there seems to be a formal written notice. And again, the formal written notice, there are insinuations that it was merely published, was merely passed to them through WhatsApp message. So at the end, now when we look at all this, then it's difficult for one to conclude if what the governor has been doing as far as his relationship with the House of Assembly is concerned, after the Supreme Court judgment, if it has added up as far as the pursuit of peace, that every well-meaning citizen of Rivers State is concerned. So it will be difficult for one to actually, conclude that what the governor is doing is actually in tandem with the wish of everyone to see that there is peace. So coming to the issue of the IYC issuing their threat and all the rest of them, well, we can say that it has a bearing on the state of emergency that we are going to endure, because I myself am a citizen of Rivers State for the next 6 months, except if something happens along the way and then it comes to an end before the 6 month time. So whatever it is now, it will be difficult for anyone to divorce the action of the IYC from that of the president.
Oh, okay. I don't know. With this institution of a state of emergency in the state, it's going to be the military taking over the affairs of the state the next 6 months. And we are told that the way it happens is that once state of emergency is instituted, it allows the president to make the necessary input into several regulations and probably restore peace. I don't know if peace is anything to come by within the next 6 months, going by the threats from all corners, especially from IYC. But what do you foresee will happen in Rivers State as regards this political crisis the next 6 months?
Okay, first and foremost, I want to say that the state of emergency, anywhere, like as it is in Rivers State, it's not a call for curfew. It doesn't mean that the citizens of the state are going to be walking the street with their hands up. It doesn't mean that there will be no nightlife anymore and not the rest of them. What it does is to restore some kind of order and consciousness, whereby people begin to be conscious of what they do, what they say, where they go, and all the rest of them. Then with respect to how this will bring about lasting peace, how this is going to bring order, how this is going to restore the tenets of democracy when it comes to the relationship between the three arms of government in the state is concerned. Now, it will now be done actually to the action of the president. Now, the sole administrator of the state, as I believe you are aware that the state of emergency is not, it didn't suspend the executive arm of government alone. Both the executive arm and the legislative arm will be going to rest for now. Now, the sole administrator of the state is going to be reporting to the president, and then whatever activities that are going to that ordinarily would be chaired by the House of Assembly will now be directed to the National Assembly. Now, the president, has his responsibility right now to ensure that within this month, certain expectations are met. Now, one of it, like I said earlier, is the restoration of all democratic tenets, whereby if the governor is to come back, the House of Assembly is to be restored, then we will be expecting that by the end of this month, then we should be seeing a working relationship, not necessarily the way they want it, but as expected, by those that elected both the executive and the legislative arm of government, to power. So we are expecting that that working relationship would be restored, and then what the public is perceived as the excesses of both the executive and the legislative arm, we believe that by the end of this month will be brought to rest. Will no longer be seeing the bickering, the back and front movement, and all the accumulated issues. So it will be expected that what they ordinarily fail to do that, resorted to this, they will now start doing it. So that there will not be a situation where maybe after they are called back, then in the next few months again, we'll find ourselves in the same circles.
Okay. Vincent, this state of emergency affects both the legislature and the executive arms. So everyone is no longer going to perform their constitutional duties. I don't know. Is it possible that this will actually calm all nerves and bring all stakeholders to a round table for a conversation? You think so? Do we foresee peace?
Since the president declared the state of emergency, I have taken my time to kind of comb both the social media space, radio, television, and all the rest of them. Now, almost every hour of the day, you'll be hearing, people taking on each other with respect to the hula baloo, if I may put it that way, that is happening in the state as far as the political space is concerned. But since this state of emergency, there's a kind of calmness, okay, let us wait to see what is going to happen next. And then for the governor or the chief executive and his cabinet, they will now be, to me, or for the reality as expected, they will begin to now say that, okay, we cannot actually, behave the way, we decide or we choose. The same also applies to the legislative arm. And that is going to reflect on those that we call their followers or their supporters. So as expected, I think it's going to restore the needed calmness, because going to 2 years now, it has been very, very uneasy, both politically, socially, economic, and otherwise, as far the political atmosphere in Rivers State is concerned.
Now, this local government election that has been scheduled for August, you think with this current situation is going to be affected?
Well, ordinarily, it is expected that the lives of Rivers State citizens will not be on hold because of state of emergency. It is expected that everyone will be able to go on their normal business. Then there are a lot of bills, a lot of processes, a lot of projects that have been set in motion before the state of emergency was announced. Now, the essence of having a sole administrator is to ensure that processes, projects, and all the rest of their salaries, all of them will still be going on smoothly, so that river citizens will not die of hunger, they will not die of health issues, they will not die of starvation, their businesses will not be on hold. So the same thing will also reflect on, certain things that the government have set in motion, including the local government election that is due to hold by August. But where the question or the caveat comes in is when we are looking at what they have done so far, with the sole administrator see it that the property was done. So if the property wasn't done in announcing or in preparation towards the August date, then you agree with me that for the sole administrator, if he feels that the writing was not done, then that may be reviewed. And in reviewing it, he will not be in position to report to whoever that is superior, like the president, the House of the National Assembly, that okay, at this particular time, the local government election bill for August should be on hold. Especially if there are indications that is going to be a recipe for another social and political issues in the state. So I think everything will now lie on the table of the sole administrator and then the president and the National Assembly for them to decide if that August is going to be is still feasible, or if the election is going to be on hold.
Vincent, various schools of thoughts have different angles to what is going on in Rivers State as per who should take the blame, the fall rather, for what is going on. Is it Wike who appears to be overburdening the Rivers State governor, or the Rivers State governor, or the House of Assembly members who already, though verbally, indicated interest of a carpet crossing to APC from PDP, the party, the platform that brought them to power? who should take the blame in the River State's embroglio? Remember that with this recent event, it appears the governor, Sim Fubara, is taking steps. First of all, he annulled the election of the local government chairman and called for a fresh election. He made efforts to represent the budget, even against his principles and what he has said in the past. But the House of Assembly, in court, appears to be the clog in the wheel here, trying not to give him the room or even accept his letter. And then the next thing, sampling a letter of gross misconduct against them. Who, in your own opinion, do you think is to be blamed in this whole matter?
Okay, so you actually mentioned three parties here: the governor of the state, the House of Assembly members, the State House of Assembly members, and the Minister of the FCT, the person of ENUGU.
Now, you can add others if you know of other parties.
Can I get you? You said?
I said you can name others if you are aware of other parties.
Yes, including those that are fanning the handbag of discord. Yes, that's some of the people of the state. Now, I will have to kind of take my analysis block by block. Now, for the Minister of the FCT, you know, I can say that he is like the political godfather of the state. You know, who kind of, who is kind of overseeing both, I'm not to oversee, rather the person, both the executive and the legislative arm of government in the state, kind of look onto, because all of them, were elected under the umbrella of the PDP, where the Minister of the FCT is the leader of the party in the state. You know, no matter how anybody wants to color it. Now, you will not expect that as a father figure that the Minister of the FCT is, he will not have impute. But there is something about
Vincent, is he carrying on as a father figure now with his utterances? Is he carrying on as a father figure? I'm talking about the FCT minister, who is the immediate past governor of the state. You've listened to his utterances, right?
Whether he is carrying on as the father of the state or not, our prime father.
Yes.
Now, the governor as it is today, or as it were, he is the one that is holding the knife and the yam. Then it is left for him to cost the way he desires or the way it suits him. And I will tell you for free that the governor, the president of Sinalaye Fubara, has been dishing us the yam the way he deems it fit, such that, just as you said some minutes ago, that you know, there are some things that he is doing now, which he initially decided that he will never do. For instance, it has never been his will, kind of, from all indications, to present the budget to the House of Assembly, led by Martins Amewule. Now, today, he's telling the world that he wants to present the budget to Martins Amewule, and then we are seeing a situation where that has not been possible prior to the state of emergency. Then on the part of Martins Amewule and co, now it is difficult for one to really have a strong hold as to why the initial action to, number one, impeach the governor, number two, to attempt at defecting to the APC. Because if you ask me, they did not meet the constitutional requirement, you know, both on the part of the party constitution and the constitution governing, you know, public office holder in Nigeria as far as defection is concerned. They did not meet those requirements. Now, so we call it as an attempted defection. Now, why they attempted to remove the governor and then attempted to defect, now I cannot have a strong hold as to why they did all that. But at the end of the day, we now saw a situation where, you know, they were never on the same page as far as what were being done by the state governor is concerned. Now you now expect that the former governor, who is the prime minister of the FCT, will come in as the father figure that I just mentioned, or that he is, you know, to make sure there's peace between the two warring factions. But the question that one would be forced to ask is this: is the executive governor of the state willing to listen to whatever the father figure, in quotes, the FCT minister, whatever I have to offer as as a solution to the impasse between the legislative and the executive arm? Is the governor motivated to listen? It is in this country that, if you can recall very well, because we bring in the president as even a fifth party, that there was meeting held with the governor, the FCT minister, and other stakeholders in Aso Rock, and then resolutions were brought to in which everywhere concerned citizens saw it, that the governor even signed, and then there were issues of implementation, and then those agreements were grossly abandoned. That finally climaxed to a point where the Supreme Court have to now say, okay, apparently what the president tried to do is the right thing, so go back and do it.
Okay. So, let me pause you here, Vincent. We'll continue in a bit. Let's watch the video where the president was actually calling for the state of emergency, announcing the state of emergency in Rivers State.
Okay,
We will be with you shortly. Just hold on.
Exploded, that is the governor, in cohort with 4 members, and unquote. The Supreme Court then made some orders to restore the state to immediate constitutional democracy. These orders include the immediate passing of an appropriation bill by the Rivers State House of Assembly, which up to now has not been facilitated. Some militants had threatened fire and brimstone against their perceived enemies of the governor, who has up to now not disowned them. Apart from that, both the House and the governor have not been able to work together. Both of them do not realize that they are in office to work together for the peace and good governance of the state. The latest security report made available to me show that between yesterday and today, there have been disturbing incidents of vandalization of pipelines by some militants without governor taking any action to curtail them. I have, of course, given stand order to the security agencies to ensure safety of lives of good people of Rivers State and the oil pipelines. With all this and many more, no good and responsible president will stand by and allow the grave situation to continue without taking remedial steps prescribed by the Constitution to address the situation in the state, which no doubt requires extraordinary measures to restore good governance, peace, order, and security. In these circumstances, having soberly reflected on and evaluated the political situation in Rivers State, and the governor and deputy governor of Rivers State having failed to make a request to me as president to issue this proclamation as required by Section 305, Paragraph 5 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, it has become inevitably compelling for me to invoke the provision of the Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State with effect from today, 18th March, year 2025, and I so do. By this declaration, the governor of Rivers State, Mr. Similaye Fubara, his deputy, Mrs. Ngozi Odu, and all elected members of the House of Assembly State are hereby suspended for an initial period of 6 months. In the meantime, I hereby nominate Vice Admiral Eboket
We are local.
We are right now with the vibe of the man that
But why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You just saw a video of the president calling for state of emergency in Rivers State and appointing Vice Admiral Ete Ibas as the sole administrator of Rivers State. We're still having the conversation with Vincent Ogenekewe Okoro on IYC calling for immediate sack of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, threatening the federal government, and it's culminating in the recent event. As we begin to conclude, Vincent, does it look like there is more to all of this than just a political tussle between Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara? Does it look like there are external forces playing here?
Okay, now Rivers State is not like every other state in Nigeria.
Okay. You know, what stands the state out?
It is counted as the state that laid the golden egg. You know, whatever that means, or the extent to which that statement mean, you know, how potent that statement is, you know, it's a subject of debate. Now, since if that statement of Rivers State laying the golden egg, if anything to go by, then it means that parties that hold interest, you know, on the issues pertaining to politics in Rivers State transcend Fubara and Wike alone. Now we have the government, then we have those who are the head of the government, then we have the people that they are leading, and then we have leadership at various levels. We have the ordinary people. Now all these people hold interest in everything that is happening in the state. Like if you go online, then you will see that it is difficult for you to pinpoint where the people, or let me say the ordinary people, to say as it were, are pitching their tent. You know, you will see some people saying that Fubara is doing well, another said to tell you Fubara is not doing well, another said people will come and say the minister of the FCT should remain there, he should not come to River State. Others will tell you that there is his state. Then you have the IYC one side doing their own thing, and then inside the IYC, you know, can we say that they are united? The questions are so enormous, intertwined, and then we're breeding confusion everywhere, which is rather very, very unfortunate. So as it is not down to, we cannot say that it is down to two parties alone, being the FCT minister and the governor. But like as I said earlier, the governor have the knife and the arm. So whatever is happening can be traced to his doorstep first, before any other person.
Okay.
So, and that is basically how I feel the whole thing. Like the IYC threatening brimstone and fire, you know, will they really say that doing the governor good?
Do you think the president will listen to them?
All that is subject to debate.
Do you think the president will hearken to their calls? Before this walk, the protest that was staged today, they said, I read somewhere that the IYC, okay, not IYC now, but some Ijaw persons were asking the president that even if Sim Fubara would be impeached, that another governor from Ijaw extraction be elected. I don't know how that will happen, if it will happen by the way of appointment for the Rivers people, but he be replaced by another Ijaw person. Do you think the president will pay them an ear?
First and foremost, everyone is entitled to their opinion. Everyone, including the FCT minister, the president, everybody is entitled to their opinion. But everything will now boil down to the constitution. Now, ordinarily, the constitution is for the people. But the people who have enacted the constitution cannot go against the constitution. So if the law says that if the governor is impeached, his deputy take over, that is what will happen. If the law says that if the governor is impeached, an ordinary citizen will be picked from the street to take over, so it will be. If
any person as it were becomes the governor, as long as he meets the requirement to be governor, it will be irrespective of where the person comes from.
All right.
Now we normally have our settlement with respect to we are of a different region, we are of different states, we are of different political zone, different constituency, upland and riverine as it is in River State. We have all that, but does the Constitution support that if an Ijaw man is coming down from state and Ijaw man must replace him as it is now? That is where the question lies. And then there's something that the FCT minister always say: power is not giving, it is taking. So in other words, if I want to be governor, I have to do what is required and position myself to qualify to ascend the throne as the governor of the state. So you don't just sit down and say, because I am an Ikwere man, I am an Ijaw man, I am a Kalabari man, I am an Ogoni man, I'm from Iche, I'm an Iche man, or as a non-region, I'm from Delta State, so therefore it is my turn to be governor, then it will just be given to me. No. So anyone that wants to be governor, first and foremost, are you coming as governor for the interest of Rivers people, or you are coming as governor for your own pocket or for your own wish? So the question of the constitution must be answered, and then the question of what the people want must also be answered. So it's not down to one group of people to come and say this is what must happen.
Okay. Why I brought that up? Was the issue of equity, knowing that no governor from Ijaw extraction has ever been governor in Rivers State. That was why I called that up. But at this point, we're going to leave this conversation here and take it from another angle. Thank you very much, Vincent Ogenekewe Okoro, for joining us on Political this evening.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure. Look forward to joining you guys another day.
All right. We'll take a break. When we return, we have another angle to this conversation. Stay with us.
local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken it over by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
It is getting quite interesting in Rivers State, and I tell you, the rest of Nigeria is kind of heated up. Adrenaline rush all over the place because of the recent announcement. I mean, something that happened this evening, the president announcing the nomination of a sole administrator, and by extension, the declaration of state of emergency in oil-rich River State, Nigeria. We have felt the pulses of political analysts, and right now we want to take a legal and the constitution.
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, my head is, but it started with one prime minister, one after another, after another, after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America. Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away but jail you because you stole our money. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then find it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know. But I was going to ask you, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means the person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interest because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty. I am blaming the Constitution and blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it. So do you think everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the party that's even deciding. Party may take initial decision, but now the judiciary that's doing elections for us. It never happened before because you cannot come to if I'm to elect my representative, my leader from my community, we will know who we want and we'll elect him and we will hold him accountable, and if he doesn't account to us, we remove him. But you don't have that now. You don't have that in this system.
vibe of the man can be...
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and they run objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you for joining us, Barrister Uche Madu MSc, on Politicals this evening as we get a legal angle to the state of emergency declared in Rivers State. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. I hope you are hearing me this time.
Yes, I can go ahead.
Okay,
I said earlier that adrenaline is pumped up all over the place with this state of declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State. But we have been having this conversation this evening all through. Now we want to look at the legal angle to it. What are those grounds?
To make sure that the situation presents itself so that they can achieve their objective. There is a clear danger. It is showing that probably the country is at war, or even that the situation is leading to breakdown of law and the order, which that of Rivers State has not gotten to. All whatever we are hearing in the news is just grandstanding, the House of Assembly inviting the governor, then the governor will come, they will lock the gate, will not allow him access, then these people, the other people will now say that they never received any letter and all the rest. These are the things we've been hearing for the past few days. But it has not gotten to the point where, you know, the president could now say, declare state of emergency. For Christ's sake, according to the Constitution, for the president to declare a state of emergency, he will first of all send the proclamation to the National Assembly. And when that thing is sent to the National Assembly, if the Assembly is in session, that is sitting, it will take about 2 days, which means the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives will receive the document, the proclamation, whereby he will now tender it or present it to the House. The House will sit and look at it and know whether the issue of the state of emergency is possible or not, or whether the reason the presidency or whoever is giving is what the National Assembly will warrant stamping or acceding to that kind of a thing. Then again, if the House is not sitting,
you said that the president ought to have taken this notice through the National Assembly before the proclamation. That's your point.
The National Assembly is there in the Constitution.
Okay, that's the constitutional provision.
If the National Assembly, yes, if the National Assembly is not sitting, it will take about 10 days, whereby they can now reconvene, call for an emergency sitting, so that they will look into those issues. But
was that the step that President Obasanjo took with Ekiti in 2006 and Plateau in 2004, and then Goodluck Jonathan with Yobe and 2 other states during the heat of the Boko Haram crisis? Did they take those steps?
Well, I can't really remember actually, but let me say this for the records. We are not operating democracy in Nigeria. What we have all along has always been civilian dictatorship. Because if we are really operating democracy the way they're supposed to be, the way it is supposed to be, we should be following the Constitution strictly the way it is. You know, the president now, Tinubu, was now declaring or even mentioning some sections of the Constitution, and good. So this government even knows or recognizes that we have a document called the Constitution. They only mention the Constitution when it suits them to do whatever they want. But when it doesn't suit them, they don't regard the Constitution as anything that will be abided by. So that is it. So like you are now, I can't remember that for me now to contrast, you know, what happened at every point is that. But all I'm just trying to say generally, we don't have democracy in Nigeria. What we have is civilian dictatorship. Nobody is following the Constitution.
So the state of emergency is not democratic. It's not a democratic process.
It is what I'm trying to say is that a democracy should be able to follow the Constitution. You understand me? To declare a state of emergency is in an extreme case. But again, you have to follow the ground norm. You follow the Constitution the way it is. The stipulations of the Constitution gives you the latitude to follow, to do 1, 2, 3, 4. But there are steps you have to follow. But a situation where no one follows those steps, they will just wake up and remember, yes, we have a provision whereby we can declare state of emergency. They will go ahead and back on it without following the procedure, the steps. That's exactly what I'm saying. For Tinubu to have declared state of emergency in Rivers State, he should have sent the proclamation to the National Assembly. At least it will be with them for 2 days, at least. Because why I'm saying for 2 days, because the National Assembly is in session. They are not in recess. At least within that 2 days, they will be able to look at the thing, look at the charge, look at the contents of the state of emergency, and evaluate and know whether what the presidency had issued them or transmitted to them is in line with what is on the ground. The National Assembly now has the right to say, no, you don't declare. It has not gotten to that stage. Or you go ahead and declare, because what you have said, you know, what is on the ground are in line with what you have said. But we didn't hear anything. All we just had, we read in the evening that Tinubu was having meeting with some principal officers and the security chief, blah, 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 you know, that it was suspected that the issue of Rivers State could be in the agenda. Then we are now having a broadcast this evening. What are you talking about? You're supposed to have transmitted the proclamation to the National Assembly and allow them to sit and debate and deliberate on it. That's exactly what I'm saying. You know the problem they thought they must have checked and noticed that for them to impeach Fubara was trying to become a pipe dream. Because you can't do an impeachment without getting the judiciary. It was so evident that it was becoming impossible to get the chief judge of Rivers State to be on their side. Because it's only the chief judge who will now receive the petition and pick members of the panel. It's only when the panel says, yes, what you people have said to constitute grievous misconduct or this blah 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 is only now the panel that will now say yes, what you said is right, or what you said is not, is not right. But the point is that I guess that they have gotten to a cul-de-sac. They don't even know what the chief judge of Rivers State. Well, in any case, we started reading in the news that the man was proceeding on a 1 year free whatever leave, and you can't do anything else without the involvement of the chief judge. Now, having seen that they cannot get the judiciary to do that, they are now coming through the route of declaring state of emergency. You can do so, but again, follow the steps as prescribed in the Constitution. That's exactly what we are
let's
saying.
look at the
provision
of the Constitution.
Yes,
it says that there will have to be a major security threat or a breakdown of order and safety. Do we say that the happenings in River State the past 18 months, close to 2 years now, can be termed breakdown of safety and order and security threats?
We have not gotten to that. Please, we have not gotten to that. When you see situations that there are a breakdown of law and order, you don't need anybody to tell you. We've not gotten to that. All this grandstanding, what we've been seeing in the past months of time, just grandstanding, we've not gotten to that. Just all those empty threats. This evening I was reading where Wike was boasting that unless he had control of the local government and that the Fubara will sign that he will not contest in 2027, that's the only time the impeachment will not be, will not continue or will not go the full cycle. Assuming he did so. If he said he did it, but how can somebody be saying that kind of a thing? You understand me? They have seen that it is not possible or feasible to impeach Fubara, because the impeachment of Fubara, the judiciary must be part of it. And if the judiciary is not part of it, the chief judge is not on their side, there is nothing anybody can do. Because it's the judiciary that will set up a panel. And the panel will look at it and look at the things they have issued. And don't forget, they are now citing
I'll stay with us, Barrister Mademesi. Are you still with us?
You defected, you want to adapt it, you defected, the APC held a public rally for you people to receive you. And now somebody is telling us they never defected. I mean, where are we headed? I'm with you, I'm hearing you, I'm hearing.
Let's observe a short break. We shall return to conclude this conversation. Stay with us still on Signature Evening.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Barrister Uche Madam is still with us on the last discussion segment of the politicals. We apologize for that crappy network getting in the way, Barrister. Are you still there with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm hearing
okay, let's continue with where we left off. You were saying that the happenings in Rivers State recently is not ground enough for declaration of the state of emergency. That was where we stopped.
Yes. Because I was trying to illustrate that the situation had not gotten to the point where a state of emergency would have, would be declared. But the point is that they are in a hurry to achieve their objective. So having seen that probably getting the judiciary to be part of the deal, it wasn't working. They now felt that they should they go through a shortcut. But again, if you are going to do that, use a state of emergency to declare it, then you follow the steps as prescribed by the Constitution.
And the President has not followed these steps, like you said. He didn't pass it through the House of Assembly. They didn't spend the 10 days.
He's supposed to send the proclamation to the House of Assembly, and when in session, it will take about 2 days. 2 days. When the House is not in session, it will take up to 10 days. And the House, I mean the Senate and the House of Representatives. But he has not done that.
All right, the President has declared the state of emergency already and even nominated a sole administrator for Rivers State. The question should be now, what next for Sim Fubara? What next should he do? He's not the only person affected by this state of emergency. The House of Assembly, including the faction that is led by Amehule, they are both suspended. The legislative and the executive both are suspended. But for Fubara, what next?
Well, there's nothing next for him. He has to stay somewhere and be watching proceedings.
Legal steps? Because nothing at all.
There is no legal step again to be taken, because let me say this. Even if there is a window open to him legally, do you think this administration would like him to explore that route? They're not prepared to follow the constitution.
It's looking like it's all over for Sim Fubara.
The aim is to move him out of power, which they have done. Then let's wait for the 6 months, and there's every possibility that at the end of the 6 months they will extend it. All they want is that the man will be out of power, out of control of affairs, so until they will do another election in 2027. That's exactly what they are. If anybody is telling you that tomorrow they will call off that state of emergency and bring back Fubara and say, oh yeah, continue, it's not true. I think he has finished as governor of Rivers State.
So it's all over for Sim Fubara. Are you there, Barrister? Okay, I think the network is getting in the way. Stay tuned. We shall be back shortly.
The powers are given because the system gives those powers. In the past, there was nowhere a premier in the East could do half the things that any one governor today does and get away with it. And I keep giving them the example of Britain. Started with, my head is, but it started with one prime minister, one after another, in quick succession. But you go to American presidential, which I would be quick to say, we are not really truly copying the American system. We just pretend because we take it and make it a Nigerian system, which is totally gross and wrong and abominable. But look at even in America, Trump was impeached but could not be removed because Senate didn't confirm. The presidential system just makes it very, very difficult for you to change a bad head of government. A different system has to be brought about that can make it for you. I'm not satisfied with you. I do not only send you away, but jail you because you stole our money. I believe the parliamentary system worked. If it can work again for us, why not? But if we can find another system that can bring the good qualities that we had in the parliamentary system without necessarily being political, then fine it. But the parliamentary system where you elected your own representative. Today, let me not ask you because maybe you know, but I was going to ask you, do you know you are representative in the House of Reps? Quite honestly. You don't, because it's done by the party, it's done from Abuja, it's done from all kinds of manners of places that means the person does not truly represent the people. He doesn't have the people's interest because he has to do what will please the party so the party can bring him back next time. So it does not matter. The people don't matter. And yet, sovereignty is supposed to be in our hands. We are supposed to be the people are the custodians of sovereignty. I am blaming the Constitution and blaming the Constitution over and over again. This Constitution that centralizes everything every day you read in the paper, oh, the governors have too much power, the president has too much power. What do we want to do about it? Nothing. But we should do something about it. So do you think everybody will come and not abuse the system? We have seen the abuse. Well, the abuse has even gone now to the point where it is not even the party that's even deciding. Party may take initial decision, but now the judiciary that's doing election for us. If I'm to elect my representative, my leader from my community, we will know who we want and we'll elect him and we will hold him accountable, and if he doesn't account to us, we remove him. But you don't have that now. You don't have that in this system.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief. My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involve a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients. As well as in the chemotherapy, some of the drugs were used in cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells, and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
the relatives, they are usually torn on their flesh. Once your coverage is gone, it will just be like as if they've been waiting for opportunity like that to tell you the kind of people they are. So they go through a lot. One, taking the properties away from them, especially the Igbos. If you are not fortunate to have a male child, in quotes, you stand no chance of getting anything as you ought to, because it was your husband that worked for those things. Your relatives would just come out from nowhere, even though they've never showed face. But you begin to see that you have a lot of relatives hidden because they've seen opportunity. They would just like ants, they would just invest on you and take out all things that you ought to take as the wife of the man that just left. So they stand no chance of fighting for themselves.
Unfortunately, in our society, widows are subjected to inhuman treatment. For instance, sometimes a man dies and the wife is accused of having a hand in the death, and some negative things are done. One of which includes, in some communities, they say we must bet you, we must bet the dead person, and you drink the water to prove that you don't have a hand in the death of the man. And this is a person, a woman who should be grieving for losing her husband, and she's been subjected to inhuman treatment. So the way we treat widows are just very bad.
I'm speaking based on context I have seen. Sometimes widows are not treated properly when their husband dies. Sometimes they are subjected to some kind of measures and situations that are very difficult for them to handle, especially during the time of the bereavement. So I think they need more support from their husbands, people, from the community, and from the society in general. Their own family members, like from their siblings, need to rally around them. But in more precise way, I think the husband's people need to be by their side to help them process what has just happened, rather than sometimes, burdening them and loading them with even sometimes accusations as to having contributed to the death of the man, which has happened in some instances.
I will address it in two arms. First off, widows should have rights in Nigeria. Why I say widows should have rights in Nigeria is, firstly, these are people that just lost their loved one, and the society sometimes, under the native law and custom of the Igbos especially, most times they don't even see the widow as somebody that should inherit the estates of the deceased. Why? It's because they feel, especially for the people that never gave birth to a male child, they will see them that they don't have the capacity to be administrators of their husband's estate. Uncles that are greedy will always feast on those things and take up the properties of this widow. Secondly, under Nigerian native law and custom, women generally are not even seen to be part of people that should inherit properties, even from their paternal side, talk more of their husband's side. But good enough that under the law, there is a Supreme Court decision that says, in the case of Ukeja and Ukeja, that a woman can actually inherit the properties of the father.
Some are being treated rightly, why some are not. But if you talk about e-treatment, maybe you can be talking about in terms of properties. Let me talk in legal aspect of it, because we see a lot of cases like that in court whenever maybe a husband is dead and the family members are trying to take away the property, not minding that the deceased has family, have children to take care of. And it's also through that property that these children can be taken care of. But some of them are being taken away their properties and all that, which is very bad. is very, very bad. We have a lot of them.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Dear viewer, this is all we have on Signature Evening. Let's do this again tomorrow evening on Signature TV. Remember to contact us for commercial bookings and adverts placement, and follow us on all our social media handles as displayed on the screen. On behalf of my producer, Raymond Ken Mbata, and the production team of Signature Evening, I say do have a good night rest. My name is Ngozika Mba.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is your Signature Show. And I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today, our main focus is the inauguration of the Strategic Framework for Cooperation between Nigeria and the Republic of Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee of the House of Representatives. Our guest is Professor Paul Namchi, the Honorable Member representing ENUGU East Issues of Federal Constituency and Chairman, Nigerian-Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee in the House of Representatives. Honorable Namchi, you're welcome.
Thank you. My pleasure being here.
Yes, our main focus today is to talk about this new committee which you're chairing. But before we do that, there's so much on the plate of the National Assembly. There's so much that Nigerians think that the National Assembly should be concentrating on. And the first is the soaring food insecurity and cost of rise in costs of living. You are in the National Assembly. What is your take? Is this what Nigerians bargained for? And what is National Assembly doing to see how they can stop this slide?
First, I would say no nation bargains for bad things or sliding in the economy. But a child of history would know that there is always the remote cause and there is also the immediate causes of each event. In the case of agricultural or food insecurity in the country, the National Assembly can do much, but at the same time, their work is more or less complementary. But I will draw you back to what happened the last 8 years, where there is a lot of insecurity in the areas where people could go and farm, and they were not able to go there. And these are the remote causes, where people couldn't go to their farm, where a lot of farmland were actually taken over by certain insecurity, and where you have a lot of strife within the polity. These things, when such things happen, you will infer that at some points there will be a shortfall in food, and there will be a shortfall in circulation of food. Remember, if you check, there was areas where people stopped bringing food from certain region to the other. There's sometimes where there is perishable. Sometimes we take decisions. We don't know where it leads us. But insecurity, more or less, will always lead to low economy, low food insecurity, or better or less, when those people don't farm. And more or less, these are areas where the food basket of the nation comes from. Say like in Benue, Plateau, and a whole lot of others, Kano, Katsina, and also in the east and west. The resultant effect is that there won't be seeds, much food during the harvest. Or people are not harvesting.
I'm not interrupting you, but as much as I agree with you to some extent, I believe, and a lot of Nigerians also believe, that the leadership, which is like the driving force for whatever, be it the economy, be it agriculture, be it preventing insecurity, has also not planned properly. That previous governments didn't do as much as they should have done, that they should have foreseen this crisis. In the last 8 years of Buhari, in the 7 years of Jonathan, and probably in the 8 years of Obasanjo, that if someone was thinking ahead, maybe we won't be where we are today.
You are quite right. Well, if I bring you back again, that's when you look at the Western world most of the time, they do long-term plan. Nigeria has always been doing 4-year plan, 8-year plan at the most. Where the subsequent government comes, they abandon other people's policy and generate a new one. Government is a continuum. When it stops being a continuum, the problem continues to generate. If you don't solve one problem and start a new one, you've not found a solution to one problem, and they are generating a new one. That's what you are in. During that time, the insecurity never stopped during Buhari. Remember when people were shouting about about food insecurity that will soon come. What we'll start seeing is rice pyramid. But this rice pyramid, nobody was told where the farm comes from.
We just saw the pyramid.
We just saw the pyramid. And the questions were subdued. The question, where is this food pyramid coming from?
Where is the trail?
Where is the trail of the food pyramid? These are most of the issues, or burning issues, where most times, where people should also have this culture of asking questions. And also a government of tolerance, where people ask questions. And also other people, the government will be kind enough to give the citizens the answer to what they're asking you. Because these people deserve answers. These people deserve good life. They deserve good governance. And part of good governance is when answering the people's questions.
Prof, let's leave the past. Okay. A lot of Nigerians are a little impatient with the blame game of who caused this, how did we get here? Let's talk about the present. You are a member of the National Assembly as we speak. Yeah. What is the Assembly? What is the Assembly doing? Because we have a crisis, and a lot of Nigerians are worried that one day Nigerians may be on the streets not because they want to be violent, but because they can't. You push someone to the wall, there's nowhere else to go. I mean, a bag of rice, I don't want to say how much it is because it's something out of this world. A bag of cement keeps rising. I think at the last count, I think it was 10,500 or 11,000. You buy something today, you go back the next day, it has increased by more than 50%. So what is the National Assembly doing? And don't tell me, oh, we have oversight, oh, we are not the executive. What is the National Assembly doing?
Well, first let me correct the impression that blame game. We are not blaming, and in my own nature, I don't like to blame people for today's problems. But when I was trying to make a point, I made a point on remote causes and immediate causes. For today, the thing is that I wouldn't say that people are learning on the job, but I would say that certain policies may not have clicked, and it's not also hasn't gone well as maybe the people that thought it would be. Because I always believe that any government should have the people's interests at heart. Having said that, there are certain things that I think the government should do. There is this notion that maybe if you start food imports, this will happen, this will not happen. But for God's sake, every nation imports food. And when you don't have enough, that's when you should import. I agree, the economy is not also helping matters. We know. So that you don't import also foreign inflation from other countries. But at the moment, you don't eat, you can't think. The people will not take it so long. Maybe have to create a window of certain importation, and maybe within that period. Because people that needs, if you don't have maize, you can't produce a lot of feeds for the livestock. And if you don't have those agriculture, the food chain is like an interconnected chains. That this one leads to this one, this one leads to this one. The ones we don't have, in the short term, we import. And still encourage our agricultural services. And also check insecurity. The National Assembly has just called, not quite long, the central bank governors and the people in the budget, Minister for Budget, and also the people, other people like FIRS, to explain the measures they are using to also bring back those, to check the cost of living and inflation in the country. The same way, the security chiefs, comprising the chief of army staff, the chief of air staff, the chief of naval staff, and also the minister of the defense chief, was brought for them to explain what is really their problem. Is it actually from the budget? What can the National Assembly do to ameliorate the problem, so that they will see, actually, that the National Assembly is going to perform its own functions as a complementary part of the executive. The National Assembly are ready and willing to be able to do their part to make sure those things happen. And that's why they were invited before and after budget, just to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to get that solved out. Then in terms of the food security, if you check, there was the budget, the agri budget is one of the highest today. And you continue to have prolifications of certain institutes, agri-institutes and others. One, we also need to know that some of our agri-institutes should be able to also up and doing, because you also need to research things. The ingenuity of having genetic modified food is because it was born out of how to ameliorate food insecurity. There are certain things we need to do, maybe from the research institutes, from the universities, to make sure that we create enough food for the people to eat. Nigeria is a very buoyant country. It's a country that has whatever it needs and whatever it takes to generate, to have whatever it wants to have. Or even to leapfrog into developed nation. It's what we are at the moment lacking. It's things that will make, putting the round peg in a round hole, or square peg in a square hole. And that's, I think, I think that in a nutshell, I feel that the government should also look towards that.
Let me look at some of your suggestions.
Okay.
You've talked about a little window to bring in some food. Yeah. But this food will be out of the roof because the dollar, the naira, is so weak. How can the ordinary Nigerian be in a position to afford imported food right now, where naira is oscillating between 1,570, 1,600, just around that neighborhood? How can importation be a way out? And please, I'd like to add a little more. Instead of advocating for importation of food, is it possible to also, for the National Assembly and those in government, to see how they can temporarily ban some of those items that are not needs but wants? I'm talking about items like furniture. I'm talking about items like electronics. I'm talking about some categories of motor vehicles. Is it not better to ban some of this or reduce the importation of some of this so that to shore up the naira, so that even if we're going to do what you're suggesting, give some window for importation of food, it won't be so costly for the ordinary Nigerian?
Yes, what your suggestion is not bad, but let me just digress into it. Some of the problems we'll have is that we'll do what we don't want to do, and we don't do what we want to do. This is, for God's sake, why would people be importing furniture?
There's so much furniture, and if you walk around Abuja, where we are, for instance, Honorable, you see the furniture shops, Chinese furniture shops, Turkish furniture shops, booming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are areas you actually need to checkmate. But in the case of dollarization of importation of food in terms of dollar, most times the food Nigeria imports is from the Asian countries. If we can do crude swap to build railway, we can also do crude swap to get some grains into the country. We can also do this to get some seedlings that are quite quick to grow and easy to germinate.
Won't it be an indictment on these agricultural research institutes you're talking about?
It will also be a wake-up call that we need to do what we need to do. If you're indicting them, it is not an indictment. They should also produce their scorecard. If you produce your scorecard, in the case of furniture, Nigerians are doing well in producing furniture.
So why can't people like you come up with laws,
There's
or come up with bills that would support, the furniture industry, and then reduce what we bring in from outside Nigeria?
There's enough laws in Nigeria. You know, sometimes most people say, do law this, do law this. Without checking if there's law already. There's a law banning some of those things. But it's only that implementation is the problem. There's a lot of laws, including that of furniture, where people make it a different...
But as an oversight institution, and you have this information, what is National Assembly doing?
I want to refer you that the forestry is a state function, taking of woods and others. These things fall into those states' purview, that they check furniture, where the wood is coming, what is happening. And before the last year, I raised a bill on trying to check those that the non-registered forest loggers and unregistered. We have the Chinese come here to take woods away from the country and bring it back as furniture. But over the law, we checked and found out this falls under the purview of the states in which those forests fall under. And that means the National Assembly is handicapped in this aspect. But that doesn't mean that you can't synergize to make sure that these things, that the country moves in the right direction, or putting things, getting the right laws also. But you couldn't say, let's remove it from this list and put it on the other list, because the states, I think they can also handle this. You can't just put the laws within the federal purview, still, it's just not big enough that these ones will also be following that. But I would also advocate that the certain things will do swap, that we don't need to do those also. But at the moment, you don't wait for the people to start. There is limit to which endurance in everything. I also feel that limit is what we are approaching, that elastic limit, and that's where there should be that a little bit of that window. One, I also want to remind you that even when this thing was done, we produced foods and they become more expensive than the one that are imported. These things need to be checked. So there's a lot. It's not about price control now, but you just know that you can collect loan, produce things, and decide to put the price as much as you can. We're a free market. We would like to operate a free market, but at the same time, we don't make it a licentiousness that people will just decide to give a certain price at the expense of others, or form unions to exploit Nigerians. It's not the best.
But come on, Honorable. When you look at the businessmen, the traders, they go to markets, they buy an item 10 naira, they sell 12 naira. And just the next day, they go back to buy that item. They can't afford it because the thing has gone up astronomically. So how do you are not checking the fluctuation of the dollar or the naira, and then you want to force traders, sorry, Honorable, you want to force the traders who have used their money, source the naira at the black market, and you say you're doing price control, and they are shutting down their shops.
No, I'm not talking of price control. I'm talking of the check on speculators. Let me give you this. When starting from the Buhari administration, the government gave out loans to farmers at a very low rate. These people, they made it so that it would be easier for them to produce food. The farmers now give it to some people that felt, okay, but some people, individuals, will go and buy it and speculate, store it and bring it maybe when it's scarce. Now, the government is giving them loans, and soft in the case, as the case may be, to make it a bit. So the root cause of this should be checked. I'm not saying that you control the price of the market.
But, yes, I agree with you, but let's use a shop in Abuja that they just shut down. This organization sourced the foreign exchange, sourced the items. There was no government intervention. And then one morning, government wakes up and shuts it down and say they are putting prices. How did they follow? Did they give them subsidized loans where they will now say, oh, we gave you subsidized loans, you can't sell at
the loan I'm talking about is the one given specifically to agricultural farmers or to farmers. And why I'm saying this is that these are the two. I'm actually driving at somewhere. And where am I driving at? I'm driving at a way you can get political farmers, people who will stay in Abuja and get loan as farmers, and they will not have a farm. You
are the guys in government.
No.
What are you doing?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you can't be more. I mean, what's the word now? You can't be complaining like me.
I am a Nigerian. I'm trying to tell you the evil in the system, and which some of us came in to solve. So that if there is such loan again, it will need to go to people who are farmers, people who will make use of it, and that is why, if the government is envisaging that there will be this amount of tons of these grains or these things in a year, and at the end of harvest, because people, remember, if you produce surplus, you will see it. If you don't produce it, you will see it in the market. Nobody keeps those food for too long a time, because it also gets rot. So the thing that if government has given certain amount of loan, they also expect that this will produce certain amount of hectares of this plant or this food. So, and they also expect that this may be what will be the return.
Okay, Honorable, is the National Assembly concerned about the slide in the Naira? And if they are, what is National Assembly doing?
The National Assembly is more than concerned about the slide in Naira. First, they have just invited, about a week ago, the Central Bank Governor, the FIRS, the Minister of Finance.
And what explanation did they give to the National Assembly?
The explanation by the Central Bank Governor, though as far as it may, yes, it may, it is not going to be a short-term solution, but it's a long-term solution. But that's what he said. Well, the National Assembly are ready and willing to work with them to make sure that any tool they need in terms of lawmaking to grant their wishes, to make sure that they will come out from this wood we are today. Let me give you for instance. That this is we're placing this the economy in mathematical terms. As of this month, we are producing 1,400 or 1.4 million barrels per day. In these 1.4 million barrels, you take out 30%. That's for the companies, the oil companies. You take out 15% from after sales. That is for the maintenance of APC. So maintenance of NMPC. If you look at it, I'm not actually advocating that it is, but we also need to grow more things, have more export other than oil. We also diversify. Why I want to give you that of oil is this. So at the end, if you remove this 30%, we'll come at 980 barrels per day. Then we sell it at the cost of, let me just say, sell it at the cost of, let's say $100. If you sell it at this $100, you'll be given maybe 980,000 or so. You multiply it by 30 days. You now see what they now take as their dividing aspect. That means they won't even get up to 1 trillion. And if you look at 1 trillion today, it is about 500 million yesterday in the last 4 years. So this is why what the government are getting today is actually less than what they got like last 4 years. And what do you need to do? The avenues to diversify economy. Because now, the oil is no longer enough. We have greater population. We have dwindling income. Unless we diversify economy from technology and agriculture at the same time. So it is what you actually get today that they're showing us from is an increase from the internal generated revenue. If this is in numbers. We just did it in numbers. So if you look at it in numbers, you find out that we are really in trouble. And what we want to do is how to get out of this trouble. And diversifying the economy, making sure that those leakages, and that's what National Assembly is all about, that these leakages don't continue. The mining industry, how do we get our revenue from those mining that is being done illegally by foreigners or by internal ones? How do we block leakages in terms of revenue mobilization?
Well, Prof,
how do we block leakages?
I am really excited that you are identifying the problems.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you that the ears of Nigerians are itching about solutions from those of you in the National Assembly and the executive. But the focus today really is on your committee, which inaugurated the strategic framework for cooperation between Nigeria and Republic of Ireland, Legislative Friendship Committee. And I want to ask you, why is this committee coming now?
Well, why now is always a question, but there will always be a time. Yeah, and this is just the time. There is always an innovation in the system. And thank God if that innovation comes and we have competent people to also advance it. In this case, Nigeria and Ireland have got a far-reaching relationships. Well, that stems from both diplomacy to large other areas. But they have shared history. So it's not a checkered history, but they also share things from the colonialization era. Just as Nigeria was colonized by Britain, Britain also colonized, Ireland also struggled to have their own independence in 1920. They had it quite late, I would say, because for people very close to Britain to have their independence in 1920, that's maybe 40 years before Nigeria. I wouldn't say it's too old or so. That's what I wouldn't equate it, I call it old. Then I also want to tell you that apart from sharing colonial era issues, Nigeria and Ireland also shared that having a little bit of war at some point and getting struggles to get their independence. And they also have this, so they have old relationship in terms of diplomacy. Nigeria is one of the first countries that Ireland opened their embassies in Africa. And at the moment, they are building one of their biggest embassies in Africa in Nigeria at the moment. You would also look at things, a lot of diplomatic ties between Nigeria and that. You also look at cultural ties. We also look at education. A lot of Nigerians are in Ireland studying. So so we're also importing our culture and also exporting theirs, because these people were the first people that also brought education to Nigeria. So it has been all good. The relationship between us has been that also good. There's also cultural relationships. There's also these economic engagements for a long time. There are also things about insecurity. The island has had something about insecurity at some point. There are some conflicts that spans quite, that stops not quite long ago.
So there's so much we can learn from
There's so much we can learn from each other. But that's not, there's no challenges. There's also challenges. These challenges will be things like trade imbalance, because they import pharmaceutical things, machineries, other technological appliances, electronics and others. What we give to them is oil and gas, and maybe a little bit of agricultural produce, which unfortunately is not even enough for the country at the moment. So there's this trade imbalance that we think that these challenges will be also something we can also work on for Nigeria to have small SMEs that can also have things to export to Ireland and also have a very good relationship, because we have developed over the years. Nigeria and Ireland have developed a lot of relationship. Some of them were born here, some of them have stayed here 50 years. Some of them knew more Nigeria than they know Ireland. Some of them were also buried here. So Nigerians, you go there, a lot of Nigerians now are Irish. You have a lot of Nigerian communities there. So diaspora, we also have engagement with our diasporas that are there.
Let's look at what this strategic framework entails, because for me, I think that this is more engaging. You know, I mean, you're having more concrete plan and proposal for the relationship between the two countries. Yeah. When you met with the ambassador of Ireland about a couple of days back, what did you focus on? What was the discussion?
Well, the discussion first and foremost was about legislative engagement. And in legislative engagement, we have a lot to learn from Ireland, and they also need also to have learn from us, because learning is a two-way process. You learn from them, they learn from you. You also modify yours, they modify yours. We can help each other in that angle. But we also know that their democracy has lasted longer than ours. So there are things to learn from them. There is also things that will have engagement in terms of the two legislative arms meeting each other. There are also these of where the businessmen also can also engage themselves. We'll also bring in people at different chambers of commerce to come into that. I will also tell you that the Ireland Minister of Economy will also be visiting Nigeria on the 17th of March. That's St. Patrick's Day. These are part of it. So Nigeria start looking at what we can do together. There's a lot of things. Ireland has the privilege of having one of the largest companies here. And these largest companies, something like Guinness, it has Pricewater is there. These are companies that are well established in Nigeria. That means they are not just well established, but they're entrenched in our system today. And they also pay taxes. They also generate income for the country and also there for Ireland. There are areas we can learn from them. What we need mostly is stability. How can we learn the stability in the security from them? What can we learn in agriculture and also export from them? Where can we also import each other's culture? Because Ireland is a rich cultural country. And that's where you see. They also have this problem of the Japa system. Ireland is one of the first countries that has also Japa in the past.
Okay, we'll take a break and bring some shots of your interaction with the Irish ambassador at the inauguration of the strategic framework. Don't go away. This is Signature Show, and there'll be more after you watch this.
And at the time, Ireland had very, very few embassies in the world, Chairman. Very few embassies in the whole world. We had an embassy in the United States, we had an embassy in India because of our historical connection, we had an embassy in Australia, and maybe London, Paris, maybe a handful of embassies in the whole world. And our Prime Minister was hosted in Lagos, in St. Gregory's College, Lagos, for a garden party. And on the official records of his arrival in Lagos, he was met by a very famous Irishman who was involved in St. Finbarr's School and St. Gregory's School. And as you know from watching the Super Eagles this week and the last few weeks, we were very proud of them because an agriculture for keeping our rural population and giving a way of life and keeping people in the rural areas and making them prosperous, while also protecting our cultural heritage, our unique cultural heritage. Told that here, I could feel it in the wind here. The minute I arrived here and the minute I started connecting here, I learned that very quickly.
It is signature stations, as we are witnessing today, that will help us to carry this message to our people, that will help us to galvanize the intellectual energy of our people to embrace this new beginning. We also need the support of our people, because as a government, it doesn't matter what we do. If the people are not part of what we do and support what we do, we will achieve little or nothing. So I want to thank Vin Martins for thinking home. And I also want to use the opportunity to tell all of us that ENUGU is ready for business. We pledge the commitment of our government to any investor. We are ready to give all the support needed, all the encouragement needed, because that's the only way we must migrate our state from a civil service economy to a private sector driven economy. But we will enable it as government. We will protect your investment. We will honor our contracts with you. We will support you in whatever you want to do. But in return, we also expect you to be a responsible investor.
A few months ago, when the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, was president, one young man, whose name is Aminu Mohammed, he was in Jigawa, and he was posting something on Facebook using his phone. And what he posted was that the former first lady, that she has become so fat because she's feeding fat on Nigeria's money. And because they didn't like what he said, they used his phone and tracked him all the way to Jigawa, and they arrested him and they jailed him. Now, today, somebody will kidnap somebody and give you an account number using your phone, and then money is paid into that account. And so every account has BVN, every phone has NIN, and then they turn around and tell you that they cannot find those people. And I say that kidnapping and all these insecurities that we're seeing, the day that the government decides to deal decisively with it, it will be reduced inevitably.
Thanks for remaining with us. This is your signature show. And my guest is still Professor Paul Nnamdi, the Honorable Member representing ENUGU East Issues of Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Professor Nnamdi is also the chairman of the Nigerian Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee in the House. Yes, before we took some highlights of your strategic framework inauguration, you were talking about the gains of this relationship. Yeah. So, in the area of education, in the area of tourism, in the area of technology, in the area of the new way, AI, how are we engaging?
We look forward to more engagement. It's not that we have been engaging. We have ambassadors there for quite a long time. Our foreign affairs have also been working. But we want to make it a bit localized. And that's why this committee is trying to do. As I said, we can learn a lot from them just as they would learn from them. The part of this that we just said is that we wanted cultural and educational exchanges that will also be happening. We also have to learn from them, because there is also a couple of Nigerians who have traveled, even when our people we might not know that very well, that a lot of us have left the country due to one reason or the other. Ireland is one of the people that there are people left the country in the area because there's a lot of famine, just at some point in life, and there's a lot of crisis. And that's why you have a lot of Irish people They have one of the greatest um, uh, escapement, or let me say, one of the greatest diaspora. They have a very big population of
in the USA?
Irish people, not just in USA, but other parts of the world. And that forms greater part of their income generation. So Nigeria can learn a lot. How are they managing that huge amount of people that have traveled, huge? What is their investment? What is their linkage back home? Or they just go? You will see that St. Patrick's Day has become a worldwide event. And even on the 17th, it will be done in Nigeria. That's what it means, is that there is also a gain to the country by the people going out. So that the people are proud to say, you could see people like Hillary Clinton flouting his Irish descent, with St. Patrick's Day wearing green, having green on his neck or her neck. You could see people like Barack Obama going back to wear that on that day, and the Kennedys as well. These are people that have traveled and they also made a home somewhere that have been blessed, not just making a home. The Kennedys and a whole lot of them. And so also in other parts of the world.
Even Biden.
Even Biden, just to say. They not just did the travels, but they became useful in the land of their sojourn and also generate things. They help to resolve crises in their own home country. You'll notice that Clinton was a greater part of the influence that signed the famous Good Friday Agreement. These are not
in Northern
Ireland. These are things you can gain from your people being in the diasporas.
I am really interested in something you said. The trade imbalance, which is prevalent in our relationship with Ireland. How do you think we should address it? Because if you look at it, we import petroleum, and then we import what I could call raw materials. Is there a way we can start, kind of manufacturing where we don't just send raw materials, we can also send finished product, which actually attracts more money?
By profession, I'm an engineer. And having said that, I also want you to look at something. Trade imbalance can only be corrected with this type of moves. Where the country will see, why don't we, if we see where we can help each other, come and build this company here, instead of us going to buy it. Maybe at some point you can bring your research, but there we'll generate employment. We'll start bringing those things that were important, that create trade imbalance, are being produced in the country. At a point, it becomes homemade. I will give you an instance with their famous beer, Guinness. When they started during the colonial era, they were bringing Guinness direct from Ireland to Nigeria. But they found out that Guinness takes about 1 week, on about 2 months to be here, and initially. So before it gets to Nigeria, it becomes almost like
expired?
It's expired or less a good product. So what they do, they now have to increase the quality. So it gets to Nigeria in a better quality than it could have been. So that before it gets to Nigeria, it will always be the normal quality you get in Ireland. And because that is being done, after some time, the shipping time reduced to about 2 weeks. But still the same quality comes. And what did it happen? The Nigerian Guinness has now been exported as Nigerian Guinness, even to Ireland, and even Britain and other parts of the world. They now sell Nigerian Guinness. Not because the quality has become a trademark of Nigeria, no longer that of Ireland. These are the areas you can use to shortcut imbalance. That is one. Then another one, this is apart from building the company there, is another one, is to generate research, to share research results in one way or the other, or to collaborate. but at the same time, build industries, share, give them enabling environments for those instead of imported. And also, when you give them an enabling environment, they will come and establish, and that becomes a way of stranding it. Instead of importing, they have their gain here, but those things are being produced here. And then another aspect, which is the third one, is that instead of importing exporting our youth products and importing the finished products, we'll start using those, processing those products here. Say like the high skin, you use it to produce shoes. Say like the plants, you use it to produce pharmaceuticals. And we also have here, this industry will start to grow. Our machinery start to grow. And this capital flight will start being here instead of going. So there's a lot of ways we can help each other.
Let's talk about culture, because it's something you raised. Is there a conscious effort to export our culture, especially the big product that we have today, our musicians and what have you? I've not heard them performing in places like Ireland. Is it something your committee would like to promote?
I think you actually hit the nail at the head, because you've not heard it, but if you go to Irish pub, Irish nightclubs, you will not live in a night without hearing 2 or 3 Nigerian songs, or even more, because we have a large community of Nigerians. Some Nigerians now own clubs in Ireland. We have, I'm thinking that we'll have one of the largest ethnic groups in one of the largest immigrants in Ireland. I'll give you one instance. There was the Irish embassy held some award for poets by students. Guess what? We have 5 from Nigeria, 10 from Nigeria, 10 from Ireland. And those 10 coming from Nigeria, 3 were Nigerian-born Irish people.
Those that were coming from Ireland?
Yes. 3 were Nigerian-born Irish people. So these are a kind of cultural. So you go there, you say that our Nigerians who don't live our culture, you know that very well. Because we always do this, and it continues to flourish. A lot of our film industry is booming, and when you hear something in the UK, it's just they are neighbors. You enjoy, those people enjoying here is also enjoying it there. It's just that probably what we need to do is to do a bit of more of the image making for people to know that Ireland has whatever it takes to showcase Nigerian artists, whatever it takes to give them they give them a boost in Ireland. And they will also enjoy it, because it's the same civilization that you get in other America, you get in this, because they're also the same people. And more or less, Irish people are very friendly. There is this famous thing I want to say in Ireland, that they don't have strangers. What they have is friends you never met before.
Can we talk more about educational exchanges?
Yeah.
Is there an intentional effort? I know that we've had stuff like that before. Is there an intentional effort to increase, the number of our students who go to Ireland on exchange programs, and maybe our lecturers who go there for their sabbaticals, and university personnel from there also coming back here? Is this something your committee would like to promote?
Yes, because I also think that that's, from my background, I was forced from Nigeria to come back after reading overseas, I've been in academics overseas. But I also have seen both sides of the aisle, and seen that we also need a fresh technology coming into us, but also need refresher things from the other side of that. Moreover, but we also want them to know about us, that we're also having good education here. Nigerian education has produced also people that have gone out to do great things on air, like the Chinua Achebes, the Chimamandas, the Shoyinkas, these are Nigerians that have made waves in academia. We also treat people like Batten, Nigeria, people like Emma Agwali, them. These are Nigerians have done well. So I wouldn't condemn our education per se. What I would want to say is that there will be a cultural exchange for people to know. We also need to showcase that we are not, our education is not as bad, but the only thing that we will go out to share ideas, to have what we don't have, but also to inform the people that we're also not doing badly in the country. Because if our people will go out and still catch up, we should also know what we need is a bit of modernization, a bit of innovation, a bit of entrepreneurial prowess to have people to start building things out of the education. So that there will be results, there will be employment,